Good morning, everybody. We got a creek to echo today. $81 kilos, still gaining weight. Almost at that ceiling. And stop thinking about it for a bit. In the meantime, we have a tree in the garden. We have a tree in the garden. Oh, the hops and the hemp are still good. Hey, Grimbaki, good to see you. We are doing pretty good today. Glad to contribute. It is November 26, 1993. Actually going to get washed up here. It's been a minute since we've gotten infinite water. We do have maintenance to read. You see how the moment I get within range of the farm up here, suddenly just mooing as if it's right next to me. This is why we placed it all the way in the river. Hey, Tio, good to see you. So, quick recap for anybody joining. We have just come back to the base as of the end of last stream because we got to the end of the line for maintenance. So we needed to read the next book. And I'm going to be doing that before we redeploy because maintenance is just a very good skill. Very good skill. Definitely worth having the book fully read Otherwise, we do have a creek to echo today. Because we've got to acquire Guns Unlimited. And now I don't want to get anybody too excited. We're going to go there, and the guns are going to be very limited. They're not actually going to be unlimited. There's some false advertising at play there. Nightmare at 1 a.m. I think we'll be all right. Who would have known that the IT world would have you wearing masks, just like the medical world, or suffering. This is actually a pretty good lineup here. We've just about finished reading the book, and it is going to be mid-morning tomorrow morning when we're ready to redeploy, probably. I do have to get my sword reforged. My sword is like on the last notch. Otherwise, we're looking pretty good on most other supplies. I think we'll milk the cow back on our way out. Oh, would you look at that? We actually fell out of rapid weight gain just now, which tells me that my macros were, well, that's actually okay. I'm 100% okay with that. Because, I mean, we're at 83 kilo now. So it's a little early to be optimal to stop gaining weight, but as long as I stay in regular weight gain, it's still gaining. Alright, maintenance volume 4 has been read. So we can now just go back to what we were doing, which is literally anything we want to. And we'll just passively be gaining maintenance experience, which is great. So, I do have one sword on standby in here. So what that tells me is I'm going to be making 2 swords for backup. So the one that I had on me, will dismantle that, use its blade. And then we'll make another fresh one out of a steel bar. We do have long blade volume 3 that did come with us. It's in the combat truck. I don't see us reading it until later on today, if at all today. That might be later this weekend, depending on how long it takes to get to level 6. Because we're just 2/3 of the way through level 5 right now. Alright, without further ado, we are reforging a sword. Now this is interesting. I feel like I've noticed this before, but I'm pointing it out now because I can't remember if I noticed this before. You can use a katana in the forged sword blade recipe now. But I'm pretty sure we looked at this before. And it just gives you back a sword blade from a katana. Yeah, because Danny had 2 katanas at one point. And we found out that, at least I want to say that I don't know. I actually can't remember now. I don't remember if this has always been a thing. I was looking to see if I had steel bars. I don't. I'm going to have to forge a steel bar, and that's okay. We definitely have plenty of steel chunks still. So let's just do this one first. Oh dear, we are out of charcoal. And I think I've already cooked off my... Well, I can get 12 more charcoal from this, but I mean... Yeah, about that. Let's see. $24 charcoal. I think we can make that work. But this means that when our Echo Creek expedition is done, we're going to need to do a full logging operation before we can proceed with anything major back here at base, because the logging truck is now completely empty. Okay, that's fine. So now we just make another bar from chunks, then turn that into a sword. Easy peasy. Oh, she did an iron bar just now, didn't she? Yeah, oops. Oops. I keep forgetting that iron is higher in the crafting menu than steel, so she just made an iron bar. I'm just gonna do that again and get these iron chunks out of my face. Not the most expeditious use of charcoal, but I have a little bit. We'll be fine. Okay. So that did use up all the charcoal that we just made, but now we've got 2 more sword blades. I'll get those sharpened up with our new maintenance bonus here. We now get about 20 experience for sharpening. And let's slap some handles on these. For some reason, I keep thinking that I've got handles in that crate. I don't. I just have them I have them right here. I didn't even have to move. Oops. Okay, and now these swords we just made can go into the truck for grabbing when we're ready to use the next one. And now we just do status check on everything else. Knife is good. Axe is about half, which is fine. I've got 2 on standby. Axe is just a backup weapon for now. Still in regular weight gain. The bunny that we picked up has notably stopped crying. I don't know if that means it's actually done being stressed, but I'm going to pet it anyway. And then hand feed it, because we're about to leave the area. And we want to make sure that it's not going to... +1 animal care. I haven't even read the book. You know, animal care at lower levels is actually so easy that I feel like it's probably better to not even waste time reading the book until we get to like level 4 or something. But in any case, rabbits eat and drink so little nutritional value that we still have not made it out of 1.0 rounding error on the feeding bottle of milk. So yeah, I think the baby rabbit's gonna be fine. We pick up the chicken eggs, if there are any. Just 1. 2. And on our way out, we shall milk our cow. Cows, plural. We do still have a generator running out in the field. I don't want to say that I forgot about that, but it is something I was not really actively keeping track of in my brain. Now, regarding the zombies, my... Regarding the zombies at the Guns Unlimited joint that we're going to be going to today. Or, I mean, you know, at some point today. First we hit Echo Creek, then we hit Guns Unlimited. Just taking a quick inventory of my guns and ammo. See, one of the reasons I don't shoot a lot right now, I'd love to, but we don't have the latest book. So every bullet we shoot, we're getting a fraction of the experience we should be getting. And that's really one of the goals for Guns Unlimited today, is to see if we can get the books. And if we can't, I know that there's going to be opportunities for Survivor Zeds and Survivor Houses. Now, here's the if I could tow. Here's just an example of where if towing was not so broken that I was just not towing ever. If I could tow this green step van with me, I'd do it. Because it's got all my loose ammo. And what I like to do is combine my loose ammo every time I get a large influx of ammo, which is what we're going to do when we take Zeds Unlimited. Just combine that all into cartons before even coming back to base. I'd rather do that. But because we can't tow without damaging ourselves, we're not going to. So we're just going to have to fucking deal with it. And I don't like that, but it is what it is. So we were gone for several days before coming back here to read maintenance. So our generators can use a good top-up. They're about 25% down on gas. And then we'll just redeploy from there. Alright, so... the one question that I have left in my mind is, do I bring an animal trailer back with me? Because there is a second Holstein cow in the Echo Creek area. But I don't think there's going to be another animal trailer down there. So yes, I am going to bring back one of the animal trailers. Let me make sure they both have got materials in them, because this one's just got a grass cutting and then nothing. This one should have foodstuffs, buckets, and a feed bag. And rope. That's what I'm looking for, rope. This is where I grab another one of these buckets just laying on the ground, so that I have something to feed aminals with when picking them up out of any sort of area. See, because towing trailers actually is functional, I've got to really put myself back in the mindset of, if I'm going to go back and forth somewhere long distance, I need to have a trailer with me of some sort for some purpose. Any purpose, really. If it was not for the fact that I have Holsteins waiting for pickup in Echo Creek, then I would be fixing up this trailer now. This one's a damaged one. Needs chassis work, needs new tires, suspensions, whatever. But I would say a second Holstein cow would be a slightly higher priority. Now, before we pick that up, we actually do have cows here. What I want to do is make sure that... Well, first of all, make sure my Simmental and my Holstein are eating properly. Because we ran into an issue where it seemed like our cows were not eating, and we need to make sure that's okay. But then we also need to milk them to top up our cups, fountain cups. Alright, so Athena, the Holstein, is... Now this is interesting. She's still not pregnant, and yet she is producing milk. We did not have the little marker there that even tells us whether she's pregnant or not. That must be because we just got to animal care level 3. but she's healthy and well-fed, not thirsty. Anita is well-fed and not thirsty, ready for milking. So both of our cows ready for milking despite not having a bun in the oven. Okay. I'm not going to question it. Female physiology is a mystery even to females, so let us acquire some milk from our new Holstein here. And then I've also got some plastic bottles here. I'm going to fill these with milk as well. And I don't think I actually got a chance to pet my new cow yet, so I'm going to pet my new Holstein here. A shadow fix from the devs. Well, I mean, if there had been a hot fix of any sort, we would know about it. Or, I mean, that I know for a fact that the devs do not do, whatchamacallits. Because I monitor changes to my, Zomboid folder. Just to make sure that I don't have anything change when I don't... Okay, I know I was reading something. Angle-headed flashlight needs a new battery on our way out. Otherwise, we are good to go. Loot in here, did I? No, I should have, but I didn't. Honestly, on our way back from the Echo Creek area yesterday, before the close of the stream, I probably did have the ability to, pick up some of the loot that we had left at the crossroads and bring it back with me. I just didn't do it. Logistic skill issue. I probably didn't have the ability to pick up all of it, but I could have taken some. That's fine. We'll survive. Okay, battery replaced. I cannot for the life of me shake the feeling that there's some other thing I could do right now, but no, I think we're good. Yeah, we are good. Oh, rope. One piece of spare rope. That's all I need. Okay, one piece of spare rope, because that way we have the animal trailer we're going to take with us, the prettier white one here. We're going to take this one without the dirt on it. And it's going to have a rope in it so that I can actually move cows without having to do silly things. Phoenix Fire, no, I am... Okay, so... Do you consider a very simple texture replacement to be a mod? Because that is the only thing we're running right here. I talk about that in the description, basically. We've done all of B42 unstable for the most part without any mods, in order to keep things stable, or maximize our stability, as it were. And now that we're in stable, I suppose you could say that I'm mostly just waiting for the best mods to go stable, without any problems. But there's also the fact that I've just gotten used to the game without any mods, and I'm almost averse to it at this point. We'll see about that if I ever play mods. I'll definitely make it very clear if I ever do. Like, for example, this backpack recolor is the only thing on screen right now that would be considered a mod, but it's just one that I ported myself from B41. It's not published right now. So on our way back, we're going to drive past some zombies that shouldn't be there, and I'm going to delete them with extreme prejudice. Then we've got a field base that I established outside of Mad Dan's down here. This one with the S is actually got a generator running currently, because that was where we like dropped off some perishable stuff and fired up a generator. Oh, okay, two things. One, this person should not exist. I cleared Riverside a long time ago. There's no excuse for this. Second, I did forget something. And it was... I need to look at the map again. Electrical book. Yes. Electrical volume 4. What was it? Yes, electrical volume 4. Reason being, I have a lot of electrical stuff sitting around that I want to be able to, like before we get back from our current expedition, I would like to be able to have read electrical volume 4 so that I can disassemble the things that I'll be picking up while we're out in the field, and not have to worry about making space for that stuff on the trip home. So we did forget one thing. It's just a book. Easy peasy. The library is right here. We don't even have to go back inside. What's the reasoning for taking ID cards? No, they are 100% useless. That is correct. It's literally just, I feel like taking it, and something I've always wanted to do but never actually done is I want to make a cenotaph. The opportunity to do that thoroughly has already passed, but it is kind of on my bucket list for Project Zomboid to make a cenotaph. And what is the cenotaph? Cenotaph is that's the kind of memorial where it's got all the names on the wall of people who died in a specific tragedy or something like that, or like soldiers from a specific war or something like that. I would make a cenotaph for the zombies in a specific town or something like that. The vast majority of the ID cards in my collection here are from Riverside. So this collection here would be, I would create a cenotaph for those who have fallen in Riverside and some surrounding areas. But I don't know if I will ever do that, because I've always said that I wanted to and I never actually got around to it, so we'll see. And the one reason I stopped to pick up those leather strips is because we were one strip away from another stack. So we're up to 16 stacks now. And I want to say that means we're on a moratorium from collecting leather strips while we're out in the field. If I've got 16 stacks, I think we're going to be fine. I say that, but I have a feeling that we'll see. I can't really make a call on that until we get to leveling tailoring a little bit more. I also just so happen to have a sheet here. If I turn this sheet into sheet rope, then all this other sheet rope on the floor is stacked up and we'll have 5 stacks. Okay. I know that I am having trouble actually deploying here, but we're getting good stuff done here. Now, when we get to our destination, of course, if we're going to Echo Creek, we're going to be basing in the Echo Creek gas station. That's not even a question. I love that place. It's great. You're probably not going to have problems finding something like a box of nails if you go there. And yet, I'm going to take one with me just in case, because I have several on the floor right here. Now, this leather jacket that we found, I did not scrap it because it has a hole in the lower torso. Holes mean they do not insulate you. Insulation can become a serious problem in the summer. And yet, I kind of want the protection on the arms from a leather jacket, so more on that next year. For now, we are finally set to deploy with no further distractions. Except for any zombies that come across us, because I would much rather not have obstructions on my road. So until we get tired, we kill any obstructions on the road with extreme prejudice. Oh yeah, no. I'm pretty sure it's infinite, Grumbaki. I'm pretty sure Hades is infinite. Like there, we'll always find more. I don't think I've ever found a duplicate of Hades. I could be wrong. I would have to check Danny's collection again, but so far we've found 4 copies on this character. No dupes. I wouldn't call that the entire town and taking their IDs. To be honest, we did blow up quite a few people with a pipe bomb, and I think I never actually sorted through those corpses, so there are definitely, we definitely missed a few places when it comes to ID cards. But yeah, that's, it's a very easy thing to do early game, because early game you're still checking corpses for things like watches and things you can rip up for leather strips and whatnot. In the late game, it becomes a lot harder to actually pay attention for stuff like that. And now it also sometimes I'm just looking at looking at the corpse and I see a ident card that has a funny name and I take it. I didn't even say anything about it, but at the beginning of this stream, I noticed that I had a Nicholas O'Connell, Nick O'Connell, as in the younger brother of Rick O'Connell. If only. It was a light tap, but I still got blood on my hood. I don't think I killed him, though. Nope. Can still get his ass out of the road. Let's go, buddy. Get my fresh sword wet. Yeah, that's right. I just used my drinking water for that. What you gonna do about it? It's easier to get away with right now because I'm using cow milk to deal with my hunger. So I also hydrate myself every time I eat. If we get a chance to level our mechanics while we're out, that would be worthy. It'd be a worthy goal because then I could replace the brakes on this thing without damaging them. Currently we're rocking regular brakes. Performance brakes would have probably resulted in me stopping before I hit that zombie instead of after. Now, because we're towing a trailer, we make much more noise than we otherwise would when driving back and forth on a road. This is why a lot of zombies are in the road now that were not in the road last time we went back and forth. And the simple act of driving down the road now, we might be making noise that is currently bringing somebody out of the forest as we go by that we just didn't notice. And that could end up being somebody just like these people we're clearing now. So we cannot really say that we're going to have a 100% clean road next time we go back to base on this road. It's just going to get a little cleaner every time until they stop showing up. Now about animals. They don't protect their young very well, so I can steal them and stick them in my animal trailer. Maybe butcher them later. We'll see. Maybe I'll take mercy like I did the last one. If they didn't want me to steal their baby, they should have just not abandoned it. You can steal regular animals that way. It's a little difficult when there's no fences to run them up against. Now, idiots like this one right here who just want to do the Prometheus school of running away from things, you can actually pull some shenanigans. It's a question of whether they ever divert. It's diverting. I'm not going to be able to catch it now. Because once it's in the woods, they can go straight through things like trees and bushes. You can't. But if they just stay in the road, then you can literally just thanks for that. Sorry, that was my Microsoft Teams notification from somebody just pinging everybody in an entire channel. Anyway, if they're just running away down the road, you can drive right past them. And what you got to do is you got to wait for them to go right in front of you, and you time the pickup. Time the pickup so that you've clicked the pickup button right as they go by. It's sort of kind of like a UI version of trying to catch a rabbit. Hey, Belchine, how's it going? Oh dear, that's not good. Literally me. I hope that's not the case. Hopefully, it's just something. I mean, honestly, if an EKG doesn't show anything, then that's probably a good sign. But hopefully, it's whatever it is. I hope it's not permanent. I hope you get better, my dude. I'm on the lookout for blood pressure issues myself. We haven't confirmed anything, my doctor and I, but we're taking an eye on my blood pressure, making sure it doesn't go up too high. Hey, look, another one. See if I can pull it off. Nope, it turned around. Wow, that's a smart rabbit, folks. That is a smart one. Sometimes they don't do that. They just keep running away in the same straight line direction forever. Hey, I mean, if I were to pick one up right now, if I were to successfully pick up a rabbit, I probably wouldn't butcher it. I'd probably actually hold on to it, because our goal for taking the animal trailer is to pick up a cow. That is going to leave us with enough room left over for a medium animal. We just, it wouldn't be like another cow. You can never fit 2 cows, regrettably. Color we got here, that looks a little green. It's like, it does have a bit of a cool tint to it, but I mean, it's a pretty good match for the gloves. And that said, I don't really expect that baseball caps are ever going to be in my repertoire. Riding helmets can be worn without consequences on Apocalypse, and so I'm going to. And yet I'll hold on to that. Have I ever played The Long Dark? I have heard of it. I've never played it. I am not too familiar with it. Is it on Steam? Because anytime I get recommended a game on Steam, the worst thing I could ever do is just wishlist it. I think I actually have looked at this. Maybe. I don't know. It's not on my wish list, so I'll click the button. Worst thing I can do is get an email when it's on sale. Threaten me with a good time. So, we're passing through the crossroads now, and we're largely done with clearing it out. There's just a couple of stragglers that keep showing up, like these guys. We'll go kill these guys, but then we've got some loot that is staged for pickup. The loot that is staged for pickup is allocated into segments of 130 encumbrance, so that we can just drive by with a loot trailer. and fill the loot trailer up. Otherwise, we don't have to make it all the way back to Echo Creek right now, because we do still have an outpost, sort of field outpost thing with a generator running. That is where our perishable food currently is. Still 83 kilo and regular weight gain, not rapid. Now, I have learned my lesson when it comes to this particular field outpost that we're heading to. It's got a big old driveway lined with hedgerows that makes it difficult to turn around. We're not going to be messing with that this time, not with the trailer. What we're going to do is leave the trailer on the road outside. And we're going to do the same with the other trailer, because we have actually still got the other trailer here. Now, we didn't really set up here for any specific purpose other than it was right here and we needed a place to stay the night. And this place was less infested than the others. That's really all it was, and we put down the generator so that the perishable foods that we're bringing with us to Echo Creek can be in this freezer here. Otherwise, we're looking good here. Command, good to see you. Kitten, good morning. How is everybody today? I would say we're on track for a good day today. Let us, just for the sake of sake, I will clean up all of the unnecessary lights that are on in this house. Just the foyer. Don't need a desk light. Foyer, kitchen. Where's my kitchen? There you are. Foyer, kitchen, and then nothing else. We'll shut everything off up here. Now, honestly, we don't need this house at all. It would be more convenient to just have the garage. And all I gotta do is steal the bed. That is my privilege now that we're level 10 carpentry. I can simply steal a bed. Just one window to barricade in here. And would you look at that, there's a plank and a nail right here. I usually prefer one more than just a single plank, but for now. Any more nails in here? That would be negative. Well, this is why we bring the box with us. Go pick up your new glasses. Ah, another bespectacled individual. Honestly, these glasses right here have got a very small scratch on them. And because of that, I have long been in the need of getting a new pair. Because every once in a while, if I look at the computer monitor from like a certain angle, then the little scratch on it is actually in my way. But the angle I'm sitting at, I don't see it. And because of that, I'm like, well, I can manage for now. Not a good policy. By dropping a bunch of stuff, I can now pick up a fridge. By picking up a fridge, I can now stop thinking about this house entirely. Regrettably, I cannot pick up the stove at the same time, and that's fine. It was always going to be necessary to do 2 trips. So as an overnight task, after we catch our first sleep, I will finish looting this house because it's right in front of me. Regrettably, it does not look like there will be a basement of any sort. Okay. Suitable little place for a field base. And we are ready for bed. It is November 28th, 1993. Soon it'll be December. Curious to see if anything about my plants back at base will change for December. The hops and the hemp will still be alive or not. I'm not gonna like take all this loot with me, but what I'm doing is I'm just gonna consolidate it all down in the garage, along with all that stuff that we already found in there, so we can triage what to take with us and what to leave behind. All in one place. These little red lamps actually do produce red light bulbs. And if you wanted to, you could put those red light bulbs into a floodlight and create lots and lots of red light. That is not something I usually do because I very rarely find enough of those particularly colored light bulbs to actually, like, you know, continuously resupply a floodlight that is constantly burning out. But otherwise, we have wiped out that house, consolidating its loot into the little garage here that is something we'll be driving past a lot in the future, right? So if I leave this place well defended, it's right here on KY60. I'll be going back and forth anytime I want to go to Ekron, east entrance of Irvington, or Echo Creek. That's kind of interesting. Basically, the contents of the entire house can fit on this one shelf right here, with the exception of the cookware. That's kind of funny. I'm not even gonna lie. The houses prior to the glow up really were light on loot. Anything I can disassemble for electrical is probably going to come with me, because after a certain point, of us being down here, will have probably read the electrical book that we brought with us, so that we can disassemble that stuff. Piece of rope. Pillows and sheet. Couple of welding materials here. Pipe, stick, rod. Flashlight. A hatchet with a bad handle. I think I can do medium handles perfectly now. You know what? Let's find out about that. There's a stick on the ground in here. Multiple sticks, actually. Let me just see what kind of medium handle I get if I carve that up. It is a half-conditioned medium handle, so I am not yet high enough level carving to get a guaranteed shot at a good condition. Okay, there's a good condition handle right there, so it's still variable. Still variable as to whether we get a good handle or not. But since that time we got a good handle, we'll go ahead and yank the bad one off of that hatchet. And slap a new handle on it. And we got a good hatchet right there. We can even sharpen that bad boy. And just like that, we have used up our overnight hours. And after we catch our sleep here, we are fit to deploy. Okay, something I'm going to do, I've made an executive judgment call on this. I'm going to go ahead and, on our way back to Echo Creek starting tomorrow, I'm going to go pick up the loot that we left behind, just one shipment of it. We've got 2 shipments of loot on the route here. One shipment of loot here, this one here, just up the road, is the contents of a gun store. And the reason I'm doing that is I want to try to consolidate the ammo with the ammo we're going to get from Guns Unlimited. So that is the goal for today after we catch our second sleep here. Howdy, 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 howdy. Looks like we got fog today. That is perfectly fine. That's not going to stop us. So because I've decided that we're going to do that pickup, we don't have to grab the generator yet. We will grab the generator after we come back from the pickup. Okay, so the trailer does not want to be hooked up from a perpendicular angle. So I've got to do some shenanigans here to straighten it out. And I do mean shenanigans. I should not have gotten that good at that, but yeah. Just nudge it at the right angle, and it'll turn around on its own. What is that? Thick fog? There's thick fog, and then there's very thick fog. And I think very thick fog is so thick you literally can't see zombie silhouettes outside of the immediate radius here. We like to call fog no shooty gas here, because you can't shoot effectively at all except point blank, which is, like I said, fine by me as long as I'm not I don't have no books to read to shoot with, so it's fine. Sentences you'd actually say for Project Zomboid. I ain't gonna shoot because I ain't got no book. Now, I know that I said that I'm not going to be doing much towing of vehicles. And while that is true, we are probably still going to be doing the occasional back and forth with something, with like a step van towing a trailer. So even though this is going to fill up the trailer with gun loot and kind of sort of bring a little bit of it in the wrong direction, a lot of that is going to be fine because we'll just, any guns that we don't need from this, we'll end up leaving at the Echo Creek field base as opposed to somewhere on the road. And I actually kind of like that a little bit better. We don't need to bring all the guns all the way back to base. It's actually kind of perfectly okay to leave guns at my field bases. Going back to the doctor today. Ooh, yeah, don't be coughing. Yeah, don't be coughing. I always say that whenever you've got a fever, that's your body doing something to destroy something. It's scorched earth tactics. And because of that, I'm reticent to ever let a fever last longer than a day or so, tops. Otherwise, I'm going to be talking to my doctor. Get some of them antibiotics. Help my immune system do the thing without setting everything on fire. So what we're going to do now is shut down the generator, empty the fridge of the perishables, and proceed with this trailer to Echo Creek gas station. We'll clear out the gas station completely, and then leave this trailer there, come back, pick up the animal trailer. Possibly, before picking up the animal trailer, we'll establish a safe place to pick up the cow and bring it to our Echo Creek base. Because then we can actually take care of it there, and it can take care of us. That is very relevant to my interests. I almost did the thing, but no, we have learned our lesson. I am not going in there. Not going in there with the trailer. Otherwise, I'll have trouble turning around. Well, they better not. They better not. That would be horrific to fire somebody for being sick. Wish I could say that it would be not something anybody would ever do, but this is America, baby. People get fired over the dumbest of shit. Your only recourse is to find a good employer, which is sometimes few and far between. Yeah, that lady right there, she's screaming. She's screaming because she couldn't find a good employer. I sympathize deeply. Alright, so before we leave, I'm going to update our marker on the map. This used to be just a regular S because it was just a second floor sleeping spot. It is now a proper defended place because the windows are all barricaded and everything. Right next to the road. I'm a big fan. All right. We will run into a few Zeds as we get closer to Echo Creek. But I want to say that it's not going to be that bad. That's what I want to say. I have no idea. So we're passing by Mad Dan's den, and there's a number of Zeds in there who are contained by the fence. You know what else is contained by a fence? A butcher step van. I'm going to just type SV on the map here, step van, because Echo Creek is actually so small that it is remotely possible that we won't actually find a step van anywhere in Echo Creek. That is possible. and having a step van just that we can do a back and forth driving trip with. Not even to tow, but just to, you know, come back and pick up with a throwaway vehicle. That would be a very useful thing. Out of the road, buddy. Good morning, Duke. How you doing today? Thank you for that. I think today is going to be a great day. No, there's no thinking. Today is going to be a great day. I have decided that. I've decided that today is going to be a great day. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. Reality does not get a choice in this regard. Yeah, I know, right? Oh man, that brings out some really bad memories. I had childhood asthma personally, so getting past it was such a boon. Never having to be on a nebulizer again. I still feel the rumblings of being a childhood asthmatic every time I go to the gym and try to do my cardio. I definitely feel as though I've got some kind of upper limit that other folks don't, but usually doesn't stop me from trying to do a sprint every time I close out a workout. Emphasis on trying. Damn, this is some thick fog. Don't want to miss my turn. Basically just the next turn right here. Yeah. Least represented robot chick in all of art. I think Avengers did not do her justice. And we won't talk about the post-Avengers Nebula. That's okay. We don't have to talk about post-Avengers Nebula. Everything after Infinity War is subject to questionable questioning. There you go. As somebody who doesn't cook for himself very often, please succeed where I fail. I'm not going to be like, I'm gonna tell other people to do it when I don't do it. No. I'm just going to say, I have failed to do it, so I wish you success. That is a better way to phrase it. It feels hypocritical otherwise. And there's I almost missed a turn. So we're now driving past a farm where there's, I have it written as Holsteins, but there's actually, we got one of them. There's a second Holstein, and then there's a breeding pair of Sementals. What we're going to do with all that is, first of all, we're going to Echo Creek, establishing our base. Then what we're going to do is build an animal pen, and from a logistics standpoint, the only animal that's coming back to Riverside with us is the Holstein cow. I have no need for a Semental bull. I've literally got 4 Semental hides from the cows that died for no reason, so Semental, I don't need to butcher it, right? But I also don't need a second bull of the same breed. So the Semental bull, probably the cow as well, will stay permanently at our Echo Creek base. We'll give them enough food to last forever. You can actually do that in this game. You can have enough hay that your animals won't die for decades. But that is the mooing we're hearing. Is some cows that are otherwise good for the moment. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, that's honestly, once you get into the habit of cooking it for yourself, I imagine it's probably a little bit annoying having to go back to anything that doesn't involve some nice cooking. Although I do maintain that if I was cooking for more than myself, I would probably enjoy it more. The few times I've been able to cook for my friends, it's felt a far more fulfilling, as it were. Being able to bring my green bean casserole to Thanksgiving with the family. Yeah, that's a lot of fun. Contributing my contribution, as it were. Oh, right. Those chickens, about that. I may or may not rescue them. I actually didn't know Ova Farms had anybody left in it, but now that I've heard them, something to consider. Yeah, definitely. So I would get out and clear these guys just for the sake of clearing them, but if they're not at risk of coming into the road, priority is getting to our destination so I can get the generator deployed, get these perishables into the fridge. Emptying some stuff out of my backpack so I'm no longer encumbered, so I can more quickly kill these guys. And we're using the axe, because I don't feel like sitting around with my perishables. Leading them across the street. This is enough that it would create a stink pile. Yeah, okay. I'm a big advocate of just killing the zombies where you want them to be, as opposed to dealing with the corpses. We are getting hot. I'm just walking around. That's unacceptable. I'm not currently wearing long johns. Okay, then. That's got to be the t-shirt. That's disconcerting. It's about 7 degrees above freezing right now. Yeah, I don't know. Based on their placement, they were in any sort of group-up mode. I suddenly have questions about these areas, but can't see into them. And I don't like these trees, but we've got no choice. Got to do a perimeter secure. I hear somebody making noise. Coming down the stairs, probably. Breaking a window first. There's no windows on the ground floor that are looking at me, so he's on the second floor. Okay. I have no idea which window that is. Oh, he just... Oh, hello. Oh, come on now. This way, sir. Kind of a tight situation, but we got him. Go around. There you go. Right over here to the pile. That guy. Let's see if he had a key. No key? Okay. Alas. So we're still doing a perimeter check before we go inside. Perimeter check around back is a little bit difficult thanks to these trees, but step back out a little bit, we can see behind the first layer, and I got nothing, so okay. Initial perimeter check looking good. So you see how there's stuff on the floor right here? I think I actually did drive past this place on my initial map tour, and while driving past it, I checked the freezer here for ice cream. I can't remember if I actually saved any. That's locked. Okay, so real quick, I'm gonna check, see if I can get in another way, and maybe get somebody's keys. If I get any set of keys anywhere, then that will open up all the doors in the building. I'm hearing mouth breathing to my right. That is either the bathrooms here or the garage. Doors to the garage are closed. Focusing on left. This door does not provide basement access. Basement access is only from the outside. Okay, you know what?
Hey!
We're hearing somebody on the second floor here. Okay, I give up on this door. Normally I would like to preserve a door like that. I don't have the patience for it currently, because there's no other way to flank this guy without breaking one of those unfixable windows. I can at least fix doors. I don't suppose Mr. Francesco Sykes here had a key to the building. That would be negative. Alright, so we're hearing kitchen times one, possibly more than one. No. Any one of these Zeds could have the keys. Kitchen does have a window to it as well, from the cafe here. Looks alright. So this door right here leads to the basement. And that's one of the reasons I want to find the keys. If I could just find the keys to the building, then I don't have to break the basement door. Just one in there? Okay. I still hear a scratcher, but I have no idea where the scratcher is. Just going to focus on getting this guy outside. And we'll find the scratcher in a moment. Probably upstairs, actually. Because we heard somebody upstairs break a window. We're up to like 4 zombies now. Nobody in there had a key to the joint. Regrettable. Okay, based on the positioning of that, that is most likely upstairs. Alright, that's all doors on the lower floor pop. Just taking a quick peek in here for anything that might have keys. Somebody left their radio running. Mix of car parts and tools in here. Dub torch. That was an aggro sound. Definitely upstairs, yeah. Okay. So the stairs to the basement are on the other side of this wall right here. Once I take over the place, what we're going to do is take out this corner wall here so that we can actually access the basement from inside the building. We don't have to do the go all the way outside thing. The stairs clear. Now, I have never liked the second floor of this place in terms of making initial ingress. Multiple tight corners until you get into the living room. And with that door locked, unless I want to break it, this window is one of my only options. Now this other window here, the one that's already broken, is actually above the stairs because of that, I can't peek into it. I do have line of sight going in like this, like in a direct direction where my character is looking there. I do have line of sight there, and I cannot see anybody from that direction, so I feel a little bit safer jumping in this window. Otherwise, I'm a sitting duck while I step across this cabinet. So this is going to be one of those dangerous things we do right now, is just doing that. Gonna pop the doors real quick and then deal with whoever's mouth breathing there. Okay. Whoever is in here is probably in one of the bedrooms. None of the bedroom doors are vibrating from the scratch. However, I'm hearing I'm hearing in my center speaker somebody right here. But they're not the scratcher. The scratcher is to my right. So we've got 2 up here. Things to be listening out for. Quickly deal with the hunger here. Now, I heard somebody break a window, but I don't see any windows broken on this side of the building. So, I guess we'll just have to find out. I'm going to see if I can wake up the one that's in my center here. There we go. I'd much rather know where they're at in the room, which is why I woke him up and made sure he's in front of the door. So this guy, I'm just going to lead him outside, I guess, like everybody else. He's a fast shambler. Oh, there we go. That's one way to do it. Here's an example of watch my crosshair turn red. See how it turns red before I see him? That's why I always aim upstairs with a gun. Because the gun sees the target before I do. Because of silly game rules at the moment. Remember, I don't want corpses on my base, so we leave them outside before we kill them. Once again, no key. So, last one is going to be probably the most annoying to lead out of the building. And because we didn't see any doors vibrating with this last one, my brain is telling me we've got a closet dweller. Let's see if we can wake her up again.
Hey!
She's given up on scratching, now she's slapping. So there's two closets here, actually. One right there, one right here. Now, just because I know... Yeah, okay, so it's this side. She could have been on the outside of the closet door. It is always possible that somebody is just slapping the wrong door to get to you. That does happen.
Hey!
There you go. Oh, now that's interesting. He faded into view in the middle of the staircase. That's a new one. Hey, Sunday Topper, how you doing? Okay, so this is the last one, and we have now secured. We have now secured the building. And still no key. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to just tear the building apart hoping to find a key. That's fine. We're just going to break into the basement when we need to. I am now going to deploy the generator. Now, be advised, when you place a generator and you keep it running and zombies hear the generator going and they walk towards it, you're better off not having a line of sight obstruction right next to the generator. Gas pumps are line of sight obstructions. It's easy to forget that, but they are tall objects. And if you look closely at the view cone here, you can see that, yeah, can't see anything past it right there. Do I have a gas can with me? I do. We'll have to get another one, replace it in the fire truck. But I would like to be able to fix the generator before we turn it back on. We are running 10 lights and multiple redundant fridges. The fridges are expected. The lights we will want to deal with. Generic loot bag of stuff that I had with me when I got here. Otherwise, we are taking the perishables That is a alarm clock, probably in one of the bedrooms. Anything that's got a freshness stat, I'm just going to stick it into this freezer for the moment. We'll deal with finding out which fridge we actually want to deploy. We'll deal with that in a moment. The way the sound kind of went in and out of being loud, it tells me that it's a window. So one of the bedrooms upstairs. One of the very few times I've been able to successfully find one of these stupid things and turn it off. Most of the time I just deal with it because the number of places that they could be in is just so ridiculously large. Okay. I am now going to do what I did before with the other large house that we stayed in. Just everything in the building gets consolidated into one area. Regarding the perishables, I already took care of those. Never mind. I already took care of the perishables. We are good. Okay, this is funny. Okay, guys, this is funny. I came to Echo Creek to hit Guns Unlimited. I want to hit Guns Unlimited because I don't have Aiming 3 or Reloading 3. This random residential bookshelf at our destination here in Echo Creek has a copy of Reloading 3. Sometimes things just happen, and it doesn't always make sense, but I'm here for it. I just find that to be extra funny, because the chances of just a random aiming or reloading book in a residential bookshelf, that's astronomical. Do not expect to see that happen regularly. If it happened regularly, I probably would have a lot more of those books than I currently do. What I'm doing to categorize what I'm picking up is stuff that I don't immediately have a known place that I want to put it in. Goes into the handbag, and everything that I know I'm going to have a place for, such as food, like this stuff here, this dry food, that can go into the main backpack. Cookware as well. We'll have a kitchen. We'll know what to do with it. Ah, okay, here's another window that was broken up here. Now, this window particularly, there are two windows in this place that have a interesting purpose. These two windows, the one right in front of me, in the bedroom one that you can see there with the curtains, these two you can jump out of and be on the this, which is the outer rim sort of the roof. Now, don't get too excited because we're going to be blocked right here, so we can't just go all the way out to the garage from there. I can't remember if we can do We can. Okay, so the whatchamacallit, this little half triangle here, this half gabled roof, is counted as a tall fence. So you can actually climb over it. So I don't really have too much to say about that other than if you don't have a sledgehammer and you really want to get a rain barrel on the roof of this place, that's how I would go about it. Be advised, you do actually have a roof over your head for some of the parts of this garage area here. In order to tell the difference, you have to watch the lighting levels of your character. So right now I'm underneath the roof. I don't want to put a rain barrel anywhere here, but if I go over here, like another tile, 2 more tiles, you see that she lights up now. That's because sunlight directly on top of her. Sunlight disappears here because I guess there's just some of this area is considered quote-unquote roofed and some of it's not. You can build a staircase here to get up to the 3rd floor, and I think some parts of the 3rd floor of this above the garage will be roofed. But yeah, just a few fun facts about the Echo Creek gas station place that is universally regarded as a really good basing area. And of course, whenever you're dealing with tall fences, this. Lots of that. Good morning, Resvin. How's it going? Good to see you. We have arrived at our base for Echo Creek, and we are now getting it sorted up. Bathroom looks good. I think we got this bedroom. Yes. And closet. Yes. Found a key to the residence. Okay, so this is a container that has a key that says key residence. This place is a little bit more than a residence, but it's all connected. This key is the key to the Echo Creek gas station. So EC gas is what I named this key. And that goes on my main ring. And now we can get into the basement. If I had gotten lucky and found that key earlier, maybe on a different zombie or something, then I would not have had to break the restaurant door. But it is what it is. That's just one door to replace. What I like to do is, once I have a sledgehammer, is turn one of these closet doors into a exterior door. So just take out one of these 2 walls, and the closet door itself becomes a door to the, the outer area. Otherwise, everything in my bag constitutes everything that we found on the upper floor here. So make sure there's no redundant lights currently on. Now we hear another alarm clock that is somewhat muffled, coming from far to the left here. That is most likely one of the friggin' trailers. I don't like it. A lot of garbage bags. So usually, I'll end up using this fridge right here. Mostly because the kitchen's already kind of assembled. Finish that thought in a moment. Would like to do cookware to the right of the fridge, so that's this one right here. So basically all the cookware I picked up from other containers going here. Flushing tool is not cookware. Who leaves a whole ass lacrosse stick in the kitchen trash? This is a strange universe. Strange, strange universe. Food goes into the corner for now. Just all food. We'll sort it out later. Now, when it comes to these double fridges, you don't actually have to drop everything that you're carrying to pick it up unless you want to move it. You can just empty it and then click pick up, and it gets dropped on the floor as objects. Regrettably, regular fridges, you're not so lucky. I'm just kind of waiting to do all the fridges at once I get to a point where I don't have to be carrying stuff as I am now. In fact, I think I'm there. Yes, I can go ahead and I'm going to drop some stuff so that I can pick up a fridge, and then we've got to go upstairs, pick up the fridge in the living area up there, pick up the black fridge here, and then pick up the freezer. That should eliminate any redundant refrigeration. This side bag is already full anyway, so we'll just place it right here. Main backpack. Axe, sword, gun, and gun. I can now pick up fridges. As for where I would place them to get them out of the way, probably somewhere like in this back room, where they can be put into a crate, out of sight, out of mind. Just gonna put this fridge in the cabinet here. Oh, that's right, it won't fit. Fridges are large. It's fine, I'll just put it in the bathroom. Don't need bedroom lights right now. In fact, after we clear... We do need to clear the basement. I'll clear the basement after I consolidate ourselves down to just one fridge unit. Alright, generator. If we turn off just the lights that are on the ground floor now, it'll just be the lights in the downstairs. Oh, okay. Apparently there's a zombie right behind the IRL. Okay. I've had worse. We've got We were in weight loss for a moment there. Kraken, how's it going? Good to see you. Does unroofed mean you can play? Yes, yes, yes. That was what I was getting to with that screed earlier. Is the bathroom light on? No. This should be all the lights, except for anything in the basement. Okay, we got 3 lights in the basement, and 1 fridge. Okay, good to know. Now, it could be the basement lights, it could be the diner light. This thing stops glowing after the power outage. However, if you put down a generator, it starts eating power from the generator without actually producing light. It's a little goofy. Now that we have the keys to the basement. Anybody home? Yes, there is somebody home.
Hey!
Get out of there. I heard that mouth breathing. Yeah, that's right. I'm not gonna have no corpses in my, anywhere in my building. I'm just gonna trust that he knows how to get out of there. Because that's a... No, I don't want to be doing that now. That's my guy. He knows how to get out of there. Into the pile. He might not have been the only one, so caution. Okay, that's all the lights accounted for. We're close to bedtime here. First thing I'm going to do is take this floodlight outside, put it next to the generator. So we got a little bit of visibility outside in front of the joint. But currently we should have 0 lights on. Good, that is correct. Now, it's powering all 3 gas pumps. In a perfect world, I would only be powering 1. I'm going to deal with that, that's fine. As long as we don't have redundant lights, then, well, these gas pumps only use individually as much as a light. And the game does not power pumps that don't have any gas in them. There's technically 4 pumps here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. But one of them, I don't know which was empty, is currently empty, so we don't have to spend the power bill on that. I can afford 3 lights, that's fine. Okay, beautiful. Let's go ahead and bring the truck on inside. First thing that I'll be using my sledgehammer for is these car repair things, the whatever, lifts maybe, elevators, I don't know. They these particular tiles, the sides, they block vehicle movement, kind of make it hard to drive in and out of the joint, so yeah, one of the first things I sledge out of the way. Second is going to be the whatchamacallits, walls between the establishments here. A little bit presumptuous in terms of turning around, but I did want to get the trailer in here so that I can empty the contents into a weapons locker of sort. Get a weapons locker established over there. Detach it and then reorient it a little bit so that it can be hooked back up. I'll do that after we've eliminated the other side of this thing. Muscle strain is waiting to go away. I'm going to continue organizing for a moment. In terms of where it's going to be safe to sleep, I can move beds wherever I want to. So for the moment, for tonight, I don't want to worry about barricades. Just going to get one of the beds down here and put it in this closet right here. Because there's no windows in here, so I'm behind a door. That is what I'm going to do for tonight, at least. We'll then move the bed to a more reasonable spot once all the windows on the ground floor are barricaded properly. I don't have my hammer, so I cannot pick up a bed. So don't let the little orange light fool you. This is one tile too far, so we don't have any illumination in here. That's fine. I've never really cared about illumination in the back corner of this garage. Once I have a sledgehammer, which of course I do, we eventually just take out the back wall anyway. This is just for tonight. I had some spare pillows that I picked up in one of the two backpacks here. Did I not? Garbage bag, then. Okay. It is right on time for bed. Look at that. 2300 is my bedtime. So we catch our first sleep and then resume. Okay, the smartest thing to do would be before going to sleep, do some more sledge work, because then I can just sleep all the muscle strain away. That's all right. We'll be fine. Glad you enjoyed it. It was a little bit of a drag, but needless to say, we made a decision to go up the stairs at that point. The whatchamacallit, that worst situation in 2,000 hours of Project Zomboid, that's probably still true. Because honestly, we can't get trapped by fire anymore the way we used to. The devs just removed fire spreading. So everything in that clip, all the danger in that clip, it just doesn't exist right now because fire doesn't spread anymore. Make of all that what you will. That's a rather silly thing. We have direct access between the three establishments here now. Just got to remove the fryer and the extractor hood here. Now, I got to be cognizant that has left us directly open. because of this door's absence. So yeah, got to be cognizant of that. At least if I close the kitchen door, that's a little bit better than nothing. There's the kitchen lights. There you are. So right now we're technically only running 4 lights. Floodlight for out front, floor lights for the convenience store, kitchen lights, and then floor lights for the garage. And yet we're illuminating most of the ground floor here. I guess the diner floor lights is fine too. So that's 5. I mean, if the kitchen wall wasn't there... Yeah, if the kitchen wall wasn't here, I wouldn't really even need the kitchen lights. I'm not going to delete the kitchen wall yet because that is... we want to be able to get the door replaced and get the barricades out front first. On the ground floor, there's technically only 4 windows to worry about. You do have a 5th window, but it is both behind a gate and it comes already barricaded. So this window is pre-barricaded. This little lot here, great site for animal enclosure. That will be one of the things we do after we get the interior sorted out. There will be absolutely no bushes obstructing my path anywhere in my lot. Thank you very much. We'll deal with the other side of the lot later. For now, we've dealt with what's in front of me. I'm going to get out a second garbage bag and collect everything from the convenience store there. Cheapskate John Chemical Warfare magazine in there. I am probably going to settle for carpentry barricades. I would love to be able to do welding. I did not bring any welding stuff with me except for a couple torches. So any welding that we do will be locally sourced or it won't be happening. Out of range. Oh, welcome back. KTO is capable of seeing now. No more lack of glasses for him. No longer unbespectacled. A person of spectacle, as it were. Once we get these shelves picked up, these ones we can just pop up like this. I'm gonna do a round of sledging. I should have been sledging more than what I've been doing, because every time I have all the muscle strain go away, we should be doing 4 in a row. Never caught me live after B42 Stable dropped. Yeah, Stable has been it's actually eaten a lot of my viewers who enjoy playing the game, because of course now that Stable is out, they're out busy playing it. I see that as a good thing. I see that as a very good thing. Lots and lots of... Now, of course, the ultimate question is, does this feel like a Stable build? I will leave that to the discretion of the viewer, because I have opinions about that, but I haven't fully formulated them all yet. I'll get a little further along before I make a full-on judgment call about whether I think this is stable or not. So I got mixed views on that. Still waiting for that strain. Praying the strain away, as it were. We don't need to be putting mufflers into bags here. Mufflers are way too big. We'll just drop those on the floor. I do want to consolidate all vehicle parts together, so we'll get that at some point. If it seems like I'm just executing a strategy without fully articulating everything, yes, I am. I've done this many times already. This is such a lovely place that I have always based here. Every time I come to the area, and because of that, pretty much know what to do. Oops, sorry. Okay, the crates are freed up. We'll want to move those as soon as we get the opportunity. Start categorizing some of the locally sourced stuff here. All in all, we did find a welding torch in the area. So far, we have not found any welding rods. That would be a prerequisite if I wanted to do welding windows, which if I can, I would like to. But I do not see that happening yet. Where to put these boxes? I like to do storage wall right along here. Okay, and 5 a.m. Look at that. Sometimes things just line up. Are we going to get cold tonight? I don't think we are. It's 47 degrees. I think we'll be fine. What do the arrows moving next to the skills? That means I have read the book. So the fact that there's no arrows next to electrical, that is why we're not currently disassembling any of these myriad electrical items that I've found that I would love to disassemble, because then I could get them condensed into smaller form. The music has died, and it won't be coming back until we fight some zombies, which will happen, but in the meantime, we've got some flow. Now, the reason I didn't just put the boxes up against this wall is because this wall is going to go bye-byes. Or at least it will as soon as the rest of the windows get barricaded. Before I make a judgment call as to, you know, just going to go ahead and use carpentry to barricade them. That's the sound of a guy who didn't check the basement, right there. Lots of crates down here. Lots of random stuff, and there's some dub rods. That is why we checked the basement. More dub rods. Yeah, that is beautiful. For now, we're dumping stuff on the floor. Go through it in a moment. A whole ass carton of screws. I haven't seen one of those in a long time. And some paint. Bucket. Good. Bring that outside. Actually, I would like to empty out this back room because it's all the way back here. Take that stuff and put it out around the corner. Now, all of the wooden walls down here, the wooden walls specifically, you can disassemble with carpentry as long as they don't lead you into the void. If they are outer... Well, actually, there's no wooden walls that would lead you to the void. All of these wooden walls, as far as I can tell, are just dividers between the... So if you really like this place, you want to, like, base here big time, you may delete the wooden walls and get more surface area down here to do whatever you want with. A whole ass propane tank, and otherwise more steel rods. We may get at least 1 or 2 windows just from this place. Anything more than that, and I will very happily disassemble a few things to get the remaining welding materials for whatever we've missed. It's HVAC down here and nothing else. Garbage. Garbage in the garbage. More paint. I don't want to just bag all this stuff and take it upstairs. Some of it is objectively measurably worthless for the moment, and so it can stay down here. What I'd rather do is just get everything into a pile and then go through it. So when we had to destroy a door upstairs to deal with that one Zed, that resulted in us needing to make a door to replace it. So one of the first things I'm going to do is delete the doors I'm least likely to ever need, which is down here. Give me some hinge. I think I can make metal doors now. That I can. It's only a level 3 recipe, and there's no, okay, that's probably going to change someday. It's a level 3 recipe, and there's no requirement for skill, or for like a magazine. That's probably going to change someday. But for now, metal door. Now it says pour in parentheses, but it looks pretty, so I don't care that it says pour in parentheses. It's the lying little shit. And all we need is 3 steel sheets, small, which we should have down here. Look at that. Exactly 3. Both stacks of dub rods. Hey, look at that. 3 steel rods. So we can do at least 1 window right off the bat. But after that, we don't have any more. Yeah, so just 1 window right off the bat. I think I'm going to be fine with a mix of welded windows and regular windows. Welded windows, of course, the ones that are most likely to get slapped right here in the corner. Should have a torch that we found here. And you know, there might be enough steel bars in here for another one. Maybe not. So the problem is you can't use different materials. I can't use some steel bars and some steel rods. That's not how this works. So if we go find another steel bar, in order to make that metal door, I need a knob, and I think there's still a knob there. Yep, the knob is still there. We are no longer doorless. It's not a door with a window like it was before, but the door. So these windows here, a little bit less likely to get slapped. I'm going to go ahead and barricade those with wood. So we really just need 1 more steel bar for this window here, and then we are good on that. I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't actually know of anything you can just disassemble for a steel bar. Rods, maybe, question mark, but not bars, I'm not sure of. What I'm going to do real quick is just check the shed over here. I have no reliable idea what's in here because it seems, if I'm not mistaken, it's random. We use carpentry on this, but be cautious. My thumb is on the space bar in case I need to push. As a basement garage. The problem with a basement garage is how do you get the cars down there? If you find out how to get the cars down there, definitely let me know. I think it's possible technically to drive into an open, like, you know, an open lower level, like some hole or something, building under construction. But I do not think there's any other real way about it. Oh, I know what we're gonna do. I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna do steel sheets on the windows. Some of them. Because I know of a place where we can get steel sheets relatively easily. And we only found 1 welding torch locally, but we found a propane tank, and that's all we need. Put my regular carry backpack back on now. I think that is fine. We are quite hungry. We will be eating momentarily before we step out. So we're taking this welding torch down the road. Down the road, there is a laundromat. And at a laundromat, you get lots and lots of washers and dryers. When you disassemble a washer and or dryer, you get a pretty decent shot at steel sheets. So we're just going to go kill Fred down here, do a quick perimeter check, and come home with some steel sheets. And we'll be doing that instead of carpentry for the rest of the windows. Frickin' trees. Every single one of these is a mini tree that within the next what are we up to? We're up to day 141, so add like 3 to that. So we're like we're still 50 days out from maximum erosion growth. So any one of these trees could eventually become a larger tree. So cutting them while they're easy to cut. Free carving material. Anakin with the younglings on these trees. Catch them while they're young and they don't become a threat. Now, I would steal a washer and dryer for our base. We actually do already have one, second floor. So we can just bring those downstairs at some point. Not have to worry about anything in here. We've got 3 windows that are still left to do. So at least 3 steel sheets would be great. Hey, look at that, there's 2. It's a complete roll of the dice. We're currently welding level 6. So we're getting a decent ROI, not maximum, but decent. I think I am going to go ahead and wipe these things out until I run out of propane. Or if I run out of storage space for stuff. Which I'm about to. Okay, yeah, we're out of here. Now, these do block your line of sight. Oh, I was wrong. There's 3 windows here. Okay. So that's a total of 5 windows that you have to barricade, not 4. That's okay. We should have enough steel sheets for that. So we're getting defenses put up, and we are getting welding experience, which are both good things right now. All using locally sourced materials. Also a good thing. Otherwise, let's just go ahead and now establish one of these crates as our welding materials crate. Eeny, meeny, miny, far to the... Do tools right here. Materials next to that. Electrical / first aid. So that's welding right here. The mask that I'm rocking at the moment is borrowed from the truck, promptly returning. We do not steal from the truck without returning, lest we need something from the truck later and not have it. Unacceptable. Alright, so electrical, materials, tools. So materials can take this stuff now. It's one bag of loot handled. And just like that, that's all 4 of the generic garage loot bags handled. Around the corner, we've got the loot bags from this joint, which is going to have some, but not as much. A little bit of light bulb for electrical, tire pumps for tools, gas can. Just put those up there by the gas pumps, as is tradition. We procured the pink floral wallpaper yet? Not yet. Oh yeah, so most of the stuff in here is qualified as foodstuffs for the kitchen. And therefore, the kitchen be this way. So just locally sourced in this building by itself is a full vehicle set. That'd be a car battery charger, jack, tire pump, tire iron. And with that, plus obviously the wrench that I take for granted because I have one everywhere. All of these powers combined, you are Captain Vehicle Work. I suppose electrical and fire source can be combined here. Fire source, electrical, and first aid. Everything else in my bags is kitchen. We'll put soda underneath the sink here. that is most of the convenience store sorted out. I have been missing lots of opportunities to do sledge work. That is unacceptable. Every time the muscle strain goes away, I should be doing a little more. Four at a time. Now that all the barricades are up, we no longer need to have the bed behind a closed door in the back here. We can place it in a much more convenient spot. So this copy of Reloading 3 that we actually found right here in this building is now going in the truck and is getting marked as unwanted, so I do not need to confuse myself and pick up any further copies. We came across a couple buckets while we were out there. These can just go, or they are not the bucket that stays in my truck everywhere I go. Now, what usually stays in the truck everywhere I go is this trauma bag with explosive crafting materials. However, while we are set up in the field, the explosive bag gets left on top of local electrical storage. So, the explosives bag is now just chilling there. And when we get to making some explosives next, we'll pull first from local materials and then whatever else we need from the bag itself. Is the sledge strain gone? Yes, it is. This corner's still bugged. Yep, I would believe that in a heartbeat. I don't know if I've seen it yet on this character, but yeah, I would believe that. Absolutely. If anybody's not sure what KTO is talking about, we're just talking about back corners like these. When it's kind of like pointing to the top of the screen like this, that kind of a corner. If you've just got two walls, it does not apply to door frames. Just two walls like this, it's going to sledge the wrong one that's selected. So that's an extremely important thing to be aware of. If I had any sledging left before the strain kicked in, I would demonstrate. That's going to be the next sledging. For now, we've cleared part of the opening to access the back room here. This is why I'm fine with the fact that this switch doesn't turn on. We can just deal with it. Get rid of this, because that wall is going to go. And, so I'm going to go downstairs. This military backpack as well needs to be emptied. Any regular clothing that we've found in this house, any regular old clothing that I have no need for, is just going to get ripped up now. I have no need to be allocating storage for regular clothing that has no value to me. That was almost a full stack of cloth to work with. Regrettably, everything else in here is not scrappable for cloth. Didn't we have a dirty rag somewhere? I know we had a dirty rag somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Clean this up, and we've got a stack. Same with the leather jacket in here. Whoa, okay, I forgot. You can't see it, but there is a sink there. I thought I was going to pick up the counter. Instead, she picked up and broke a sink and wasted 20 liters of clean water. So that's silly. But oh, I'm in fast forward mode. I can only take part of the blame for that. That's all right. We've got plenty of water. Stack of leather strips. Stack of regular rags into materials for now. Strain gun. Strain gun. We can do another sledging. Hey, there you go. Anything but the vid. I cannot abide the vid. The vid is nasty. There you go. Hopefully you feel better. That is never good being sick. So, we are now going to demonstrate B42 Stable, everybody. I'm selecting the wall to the left, but observe which wall gets deleted. Stable. Are you guys feeling stable? Yeah, I don't know. That was 1, 2, here's 3, and here's 4. Do some more in a moment. Fire hydrant is an unnecessary blocker to my driving in the local area. I have rammed into it once in the past on a different life. So because of that, gets removed. I don't have any layers I could take off right now. I'm just overheating because I sat down in the car. It's fine. Back here with the rest of the furniture now. Shovel goes back where I found it. I did end up leaving some loot on the passenger seat here that doesn't need to be here. It's this leather strip bundle. Yeah, we can put that in with the other one. Okay, out front is mostly secure. What is the strain looking like? We're good. We are good on muscle strain. That's another 4 sledgings. See, that corner problem I'm talking about could not apply to any other corner than any corner that points upward. So that would be this one right here. Or on the other side here, this one up here. Now, thankfully, all the sledging that I want to do in this entire building doesn't consist of any questionable sledgings like that. So, what was that? I did 1. So if I do 1 more, that's 2, and then I would like to get access to the basement from within the building. So this one, and then this one. See, it did the wrong side. It's okay. We have basement access now. Down in the basement, we still have an entire pile of everything here. It's a lot of everything. I'm just going to take all of the tools upstairs now and dump those all straight into the box that I've allocated for tools. This building here has about twice as many tools than the freaking Electromax warehouse, now that they have nerfed the loot tables of Electromax. Rather ridiculous, if you ask me. Electromax could barely fill up an entire backpack. This is already filling up an entire crate. Yeah. Good thing that there's crates downstairs. We'll be bringing those upstairs next. Moving the explosives bag onto the floor. It needs to be somewhere visually conspicuous so I can see it right there very easily. Won't be able to see it easily once I get these crates on here. Carton of screws. I don't know if that'll come back with me. I need to start splitting up the toolboxes. I like to do gardening stuff at the top, tool/weapon in the middle, tool on the bottom. And then absurdly heavy things like cartons and planks, just not even in containers to begin with. So this carton of screws on top of the containers instead of in. Because that's 20 encumbrance. That's like a third of a container. No, thank you. With planks, I like to just leave them on the floor next to a pile of nails. So if I need to build something, it's all in the same spot. Some of those crates I put down are going to get reallocated to move to another spot. I'm just putting them down for now. So it might not have seemed like it, but we've basically blown an entire day on organization. It's just, thankfully, most of that time has been fast-forwarded. 90-minute days, that could have gone nuts, but it's alright. Got an example here of a hatchet that was found in very middling condition. Sharpness is almost gone. Handle is almost gone, but the head is perfect. So we just yank the head off of it. We'll slap one of these medium handles on it later. Get us some maintenance experience. Just bring whatever I can. It's fine. I have now reached a separation point with materials. Things away 2.0 can go in this second box in the stack here. See if we can get a few sledgings done now so that the strain will start to go away before we go to bed. We'll do a couple more. Getting thirsty. Get some mufflers on the ground here. We'll also have a few more vehicle parts. Let me relocate one of these crates so that it's separate from the others. We'll do vehicle parts somewhere like right here. Problem with crates and vehicle parts is crates will fill up very quickly. Like ridiculously fast. Yeah, every one of these mufflers is 10 encumbrance. Long blunt training for this. Yeah, I mean, you know, if only actually swinging a sledgehammer would teach me something about long blunt. But not in this universe, even though you need long blunt to do it better. Where do those tires go? There they are. Performance for sports vehicle. Perfect condition. Nothing to snub your nose at, but I mean, we couldn't even begin to do that yet. Very dangerous. We just damage them. Here. And I'm going to throw out anything that I'm probably never going to use even for decoration. Never throw out shoes, because you never know when you're going to randomly get a hole in your favorite boots and not have some extra boots with you. Extra boots, that's a lot of encumbrance for a combat vehicle, so I don't usually do that. But it can and it will happen. Murphy's Law will eventually strike you on that. So I won't throw those shoes out. Otherwise, we just need to sledge a couple more times, sleep, and then we are establishing other sorts of storage. Just mostly a place to drop memorabilia stuff, low priority stuff. Get all that out of these plastic bags here, and then we're done. We've got this place sorted. There's 1, 2, 3, here's 4. Something I should be doing is getting those books into this bedside. I didn't just put a nightstand next to my bed for display. Gotta get some reading material there for the nightmares. believe it or not, if you want it hard enough, you can put your newspapers that you find, put newspapers into electrical. Now that might sound weird. Electrical counts as bombs in my mind, and smoke bombs require newspapers as an ingredient. So you can validly, if you can't find other place for them, old newspapers and stuff like that, and into electrical. Now that's a stretch, of course, because normally I don't have a problem filling up electrical boxes. But in this case, we'll be fine. I will be leaving a garbage bag on the floor of anything that I want to bring home with me. Do a little bit more sludge work here. While we wait for that sludge rain to go away, we'll have some doors disassembled that we no longer need. Those two counters I just disassembled are ones that cannot store anything in them, and are therefore even more useless than others. These planks will eventually go towards rain barrels. Not much of a priority because there are no free sky water falling from the sky. But when it does, that's what we'll catch it with. Because these can actually store stuff. Those are useful, as are the shelves. These shelves actually store as much as a counter. So these beige wall shelves, not as useless as others. In fact, if I just wanted to put... No, they do look a little silly from certain directions. How about I put them on the back wall? Gloria, how's it going? Good to see you, good to see you. We have arrived at Echo Creek. We are getting the base of Echo Creek put together. Lovely gas station joint. Been here many times, so I know exactly what to do with the place. Now, we have not confirmed yet whether light switches still work if you want to replace them with the silly thing. If you know, you know. If you don't, I'm not going to bother trying to spread the knowledge on it until I've confirmed it still works. But if you've played this game long enough, you'll know that light switches used to be movable, then they suddenly weren't, and now they still aren't. But you can replace them with something truly funny. But we'll talk more about that once we've actually confirmed that it still works, because for the moment I do not know if it does. This is where we'll put furniture on these racks back here. Otherwise, it's 5 a.m. We can now start a couple more sledgings. Like I was saying before, I do not care if we lose the switch on this wall. But I don't want to threaten this switch right here until I've confirmed that we have alternatives. There's 3, and here's 4. And now we can sleep. Oh, the things that we do. We do lots of things here. Once again, with an upward pointing wall, I'm going to select the one to the left, but watch which one disassembles. Been around for several versions of B42. Be very careful when you're doing those particular corners. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I long ago passed the point of where I have to do everything that I'm doing. We got the place minimum viable functional a little while ago. I'm just continuing because I know exactly what to do, so it won't actually take that long. I do not like the fact that these beige rack shelves are really really low on storage space for the amount of space they take up, so I never use them for anything. I always just disassemble them or delete, whatever. Strain is gone. Starting to think about cooking since I'm going to run out of milk soon. I do have more milk in my other containers, so I can transfer that into fountain cups and then have more milk. To be honest, that is a thing of convenience. I should not be just going nuts with that unless and until I have cows to be milking to replace all that milk. Okay, so we have how many planks here? We've got 16. We can now make a staircase to the upper floor in a much more convenient spot. To do so, one must sledge and or disassemble the correct floors in a 3-floor sequence. So what we're doing is probably stairs back here somewhere. I'm going to step up to the upper floor and identify where, and I'm going to bring the sledgehammer with me so that we'll hit the right spots. the metal shelves over here are allocated for furniture or perhaps vehicle parts. I don't know. We'll decide later on the second half of that equation. For now, it's just furniture. The shelves on the other side are going to be just low priority, decorative or memorabilia stuff. So anything unique on the right, that would be ID cards, other things with names on them. Anything on the left is non-unique, money, printables, and all this crap. Deep storage on books can go up here because we're not going to be able to fit all of them in next to my bed nor when we got a truck. And then just low priority clothing items. The hat is not low priority. We found that, and that is something I want to hold on to. Good morning, Wild. How is it going today? I'm in the zone at the moment because I think we're actually coming down the home stretch on this place. Once we get some stairs up, we can go to the upper floor, get those rain barrels put in, and that is it for setting things up here. We can then actually explore Echo Creek, proceed to Guns Unlimited. Redundant skill books can go back here too. One of the best ways to remind myself that I have spare pillows, just put them on the bed. So I'm now establishing a garbage bag of stuff that needs to come back to Riverside with me at some point. That's how we will separate. It's gonna be that one, okay. So this baseball cap, comic books, RPG manuals, dart. Okay, just like that, we've got everything except for this garbage bag, or this plastic bag here. This plastic bag is just TBA. I think there was stuff on the floor on the other side too. A little bit. Interesting that these magazine stands have changed yet again, and now they are individual items. Okay, no, not rotatable still. So I guess I'll put them on the back wall here. Out of the way. Okay. That is everything above and below. Sorted through. Sledgehammer is already with us still. We go upstairs, we sledge out 3 floors. I'm thinking we're going to do... Oh, that's going to be tough. Bedroom upstairs. Yeah, we're going to do bedroom upstairs. It's going to be the exit point for the stairs we're going to build. Or actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 in from the corner, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Starting in that direction, if I can manage. Then I can just put the stairs so that there's already that wall that we can't get rid of. Problem with that is that's going to eke into the garage here. We don't need no eking. So let's do that 7 in instead. 7, starting at 1, 2, 3, starting at 4 back in. Okay, so upstairs we go. 7 in 4. This is complicated here. This is the back corner here, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 4. That's not the bedroom. I thought that might be the bedroom. Well, if we want to go upstairs and get into the bedroom, we've got to remeasure. Now, what I would do in the past would be sort of like these 3 tiles here. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. As long as we have a general idea of where it's at. So we could use the sledgehammer for this, or we could just disassemble it that way. Now, if I just made a very serious mistake, then we're about to find out. Because the smart thing would have been to remeasure before doing that. So what is that, 7 planks? Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, that's you know what? That's not bad. That's not bad. It's not my favorite spot for it, but there's nothing in the way. So, okay. That is our staircase to the 2nd floor now. Now, this might not be overly obvious, but we actually just created a slight vulnerability. Remember, we don't want any windows to allow zombies to get in easily. But what if one of them wandered up to the window up here and broke into the kitchen here? We now have one more window to barricade if we want a truly secure joint. So I'm going to take a steel sheet, torch, and some rods up there. Chances are astronomical of a zombie actually finding their way up there and using that particular window. But you know what? It's welding experience, baby. Now, I have actually injured myself once on a staircase of this use here. So having something to block myself from accidentally wandering right there, that would be great. Looks like we're going to be rebuilding a door up here. Right here. No need for these little side arms here. Just impedes movement. That should be all the sledging I need to do for a while. So I can leave that. Then we'll come upstairs with some plank and nail and hinge and knob. I'm okay with wooden doors for up top. We would need a couple more steel sheets for metal doors, and I'm not sure. That's fine. We're actually short by a single plank here. I don't think I left any more planks downstairs, but I'll double check. No, we got 90% of everything. What about... I didn't need your pallet anyway. Easy peasy. That's the last of anything we found down here. So with that, minus the paint. I'm not worried about paint right now. If I need it, we'll come back for it later. Basement is done with. Now, I know a lot of people like basements for aesthetic purposes. Functionally, that's just a bunch of space for you to have to run in order to get to anything important. And even if you're trying to play the super duper dangerous hard mode, extinction or whatever, and zombies are more dangerous and you want to have a place that you gotta hide from them, what is a basement except a place that you have only one way in or out of? I would be a lot more interested if we could build our own staircases, but very rarely is that a... I just had a thought. Since there is a basement below this tile, why can't I sledgehammer through the floor into the basement from here? I've never tried before, but now that I'm looking at it, why can't I? That's interesting. Otherwise, we've got the necessary planks now. So if we get another influx of planks, we could get roof access, or we could get a rain barrel, or we could steal somebody's rain barrel. That is more relevant with the newer loot tables, or rather the newer map areas. The newer map areas have got pre-placed rain barrels all over the place these days. Alright, now the sledgehammer goes back into the truck, because that's where it belongs. If we happen to find another sledgehammer later, then we can keep it here. Otherwise, we need a sledgehammer with us everywhere we go. At all times. No exceptions. Never did finish cleaning up trees off the lot. This crap over here is all unacceptable to me. If nothing else, this is a lot of carving experience. Every one of those trees is just nothing but tree branches. All in all, we've only come out with 2 logs. Is this going to be 3, maybe? 4. Excellent. That's actually a rain barrel right there, or 2 of them. Yeah, you know what? Beautiful. Each plank, 3 logs. Each barrel, 3 planks. Or, sorry, 6. That is the sound of Zed. Where? Ah, all the way over there. Okay. Way outside of hearing my generator range. So we're not at threat yet, but be advised. It's not a zombie warning, it's a zombie advisory. Log we got was over here somewhere, wasn't it? Or did we not get a third? Okay, we didn't get a third log. Fourth. So that's fine. What I'm going to do is just go upstairs with... Get anything more out of this, maybe? There's 2. I just get 1 more. Oh yeah, all these, I don't need all of these cabinets here. I don't need all these. They're pretty. Well, you know what? Before I disassemble those, just because they're rare. There we go. So now we go upstairs with 12 planks. Yes. And we've already got a backpack full of garbage bags. And then just some nails. So, I would like to put a sink over here on this wall. Above where the bed is. So it's going to be bed, cabinet, freestanding sink. Okay, so that's 4 tiles in. One, 2, 3, and 4. Now what we got to do is ceiling check it. We have a ceiling over us right here. The ceiling does not go away until this tile. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and put the rain barrel on this tile that, you know, you can see that we are illuminated versus this tile we are not illuminated. I was talking about that earlier. Upstairs on the 3rd floor, there's an arbitrary roof that only covers part of this roof here. So if we put the rain barrel 1 tile off here, we can still plumb to it. Now we can do 1 more rain barrel. Problem is, it would only really be a redundancy on that side, unless we did it on the other side, starting right here. So that's 3 tiles in from that side. We could do laundry on this side. That's what I'm thinking right now. So we'll do that one right there. That's the planks that we have at the moment. And that's not a bad spot down here. We were already not using anything directly under that tile. So if I remove that, get it out of the way, then that's just our laundry area now. So that would be washer on this side, dryer on this side, and then if we find a laundry hamper right there. We do have a washer and dryer here. They are upstairs near the exit. Regarding sinks, I'm going to use the industrial one. The industrial sinks do not require any, whatchamacallit, dice roll in order to pick up successfully. So, wash machine first, dryer second. Hamper is really not essential, just That's where I like to put pajamas. Oh, we could just use one of these, where is it? Give me one of them steel counters. That'll be our hamper. And I already have pajamas in part here. We've got these coveralls. Coveralls are really warm. I call them pajamas, but it's really just what it is. It's just something to put on while the laundry is rolling so that you don't freeze. Nothing else, though. Yet. Coverall's already a great start. That's your whole upper and lower body. Now we just got to plumb it. Oh, we're out of range of the generator. Like, way out of range of the generator here. Should have figured that much. Are we? I don't know. Let's plumb it and find out. I mean, if so, then I'll just switch the positions, right? Because the sink itself doesn't need power. So if I just put the sink on this side and the wash machine on that side, then that's, yeah, that won't be a problem. That's the sink. It's still full of water, so I'm not just going to, you know, waste all that water. Do we even have a pipe wrench here? Yes, 2 pipe wrenches from this location. Plumbing wash machine, and we cannot turn it on, so we have to switch. So washing machine is going to go next to the bed instead. Normally I don't like doing that because, you know, wash machines are loud. It's alright. It's whatever. Now we plumb it. And now... Oh, come on. Is that really out of range of this generator? That's got to be like 1 tile out of range. Oh, that's stupid. Thankfully, generators... Okay, this is probably not going to be this way forever. But generators don't actually block you from driving over them. So, these moving the generator a little farther in this direction doesn't actually present a driving hazard at the moment. And I'm going to maliciously exploit that because... Fuck it. It's already really stupid with the way it works with just, you know, max range. I can't... Level 6 electrical, and I can't make an extension cord. Okay, it won't let me turn it on still. However, I think that's actually because there's no water. Okay, I may have made an error there. I know it's within range now because the dryer can turn on. The washer can't. That's just going to be because there's no water. I plumbed it, but there's just an empty barrel up there. So, got some buckets outside. They haven't caught any rainwater, but we're going to use them to drain the sink and then move it. So it's not very convenient in the slightest, but this is one of our reliable spots for a sink. And now we go upstairs. I'll just put a little bit of water in the laundry because that's lower priority. I mean, I could just move the whole kitchen into here, and then that just eliminates the problem of inconvenient water. But that's a lot of work. I'll only do that if we get to the point of running out of water in the kitchen completely. Now, of course, we've also got the river, just right down here. So if I really wanted to, literal infinite water. I just want to make sure that now that there's water up there, we can turn it on. Okay, so good. Now, about this trailer, it contains the contents that we looted from the whatchamacallit, from the gun shop on the road on the way here. So what I would prefer to do with that is establish some gun storage here. And we'll just end up leaving certain guns that I don't need to make room for to bring home. But we're going to wait to triage that until after we've looted Guns Unlimited. So for now, we're just taking guns out of the trailer and putting them into crates here. Are we? I'm trying to, like, put anything that would block vehicle movement anywhere that it would already be blocked. Okay. Now, we probably did a pretty good job already of not taking guns that we don't need. I know for a fact that we left a few rifles on the floor, and that's perfectly fine. Long time from now, I do suspect we will someday have NPCs in this game again, and NPCs will probably need weapons to defend themselves, and therefore all of the guns that we have that are otherwise somewhat redundant for a, even for players in multiplayer, perhaps someday perhaps those will have a higher purpose, as in arming NPCs to do some regular patrols for you. So these duffels are just ammo. Some leather strips. These long johns are mine. So right next to this military t-shirt, I'll just leave this duffel bag here. This is my duffel bag of warm clothing. Currently, we're in a bit of a warm spell outside for this time of year, so we don't actually have to worry about getting cold. It's mostly just overheating right now. But when that changes, that's what we got that for. Now, we've got a lot of these empty fountain cups that did previously have milk in them. The sooner I get a dispenser bottle deployed somewhere here, the sooner I get a dispenser bottle, the sooner I can get those milks refilled very easily. Dispenser bottle of milk is very prurient to my interests. All right, I was talking about moving the kitchen. I'm just gonna do that now. I'm just gonna go ahead and move the kitchen. It's just gonna make my life so much easier. Everything that I need right here in the garage. Yeah, we're doing that. But in order to move the kitchen, I gotta be able to move heavy stuff. Starting with these large store fridges. I'm actually not going to put them in the furniture shelves. I'm going to put them on the furniture shelves because they are 40 each, so that's already pretty much a full tile. Doesn't even look that bad when you put it down like that. I need my hammer for that. Okay, one slight thing about this kitchen. I won't have an under the sink spot. So if I put the fridge in the corner and put that there. So I want to put the fridge in the corner. Kind of not. Okay, that's not good. I didn't realize that moving the generator actually pulled me out of range of the fridge. So it's a good thing that I didn't go to sleep or anything while working on this. Because, yeah, the fridge was out of power. That was a doof. I shouldn't have done that without checking. I've never liked kitchens with fridges that show you their backside like that, but it is what it is. Interesting. Didn't actually think that would work, but it did. Okay. Basically, we have to put the wooden pegboard down after we put the extractor hoods, and then we can stack them. Beautiful. I don't know why I did that. I have no idea why I did that. That is way too far to be powered by the generator. I mean, I don't even know if this fridge is powered by the generator right now. It is. Okay, good. Got that going for me at least. Trying to make the best of the fact that I'm pretty much stuck with that that wall right there for now. Yes, okay, I like that much better. I'm going to be doing the kitchen here. Pay no attention to the fact that I've been putting raw meat on the floor. Not a good idea in real life. In this game, it doesn't do anything. I don't know why I would try to put it there. That won't work. That spot should work. Yes. Oh, okay. That spot would work then. So, taking the fact that I moved the generator over here, that means I can actually reach that light switch now. Okay. I'm not stopping to think certain decisions through. I've been going a billion miles a minute because up till this particular moment, I knew exactly what I was doing, but that actually changed just now. That's okay. It's okay to do things a little differently. This place does give me more room than I actually need. Quick sip of milk. And then sleep. Just started playing on the home base, couple vehicles. Gotten to the point where you can actually survive more than a few days. What do you invest your time into learning? What skills? Bit of a difficult thing to answer. The blacksmithing is always a destination that I like to have because blacksmithing gets you things. Things like swords and machetes, which are best in slot weaponry. But yeah, maintenance, blacksmithing. Now, when it comes to blacksmithing, there's prerequisite skills to even get started. So pottery up to like level 2. Yeah, pottery up to like level 2. Welding up to 3 so you can rip apart vehicles for iron and stuff like that. You know what? I can actually give you something that it's going to be a little hard to follow, but I can give you a little flowchart that I scrapped together. This is just the flowchart that I made to help illustrate how to get into blacksmithing, and it does come with skill thresholds that you got to meet. Oops. Control V. There you are. Okay, so I just linked in chat this Immigrant post to a rather expansive thing here to get into advanced blacksmithing. And it does have prerequisites to get certain things. So a little bit of welding, a little bit of pottery, a little bit of carpentry. If you don't already have it, usually people have carpentry by the time they're putting together a base. Carving to get a trowel if you don't have one, stuff like that. Usually you can find a trowel before you 20 clay and a trowel to build a kiln. I don't think that's level 4 carving anymore. I think they nerfed that. That's level 0 carving now, so you can discard that particular aspect. I don't even think you need to have any carving skill at all now to actually get into blacksmithing. That being said, carving gets you your handles. So if you were to build an axe head, for example, this right here is what a forged axe looks like. If you were to build one of these bad boys, I love them. They've got more reach than the firefighter axes, but you need to have a handle to put it on. And even at carving level, I'm currently carving level 5, I still cannot reliably make large handles of good condition. You can start making them as early as level 3, but they come out random condition until you get to higher level carving. So, yeah, I mean, if you want an infinite number of really good weapons, blacksmithing is basically always something to work towards. Now, some of the infrastructure that this flowchart teaches you how to build, some of it you can just already find on the map. I don't usually do this myself because I like, building my own bases. But, for example, at Palace Lake here, at the corner of Greer and Washington, there is a little house out there that has its own forge. So that is like Palace Lake in the dead center of the map. Near the intersection at the bottom there. If you just go up Washington Lane, you'll find the driveway to get you in there. Yeah, mechanics is... Basically, there's nothing wrong with leveling any of the skills. You'll eventually get something. It's only a question of what's going to be more immediately useful. So like, people are like, oh man, who would ever want to blow glass? Well, first of all, calm down. You don't have to blow anybody. Second of all, glass making gets you jars. Jars can condense your crop harvests into a smaller container. Very, very niche use, but, a little bit of something for everything. Eventually, I'm hoping we'll be able to make our own vehicle windshields and stuff. Not yet. not yet. Alright, so we've got 2 hours before we have to sleep again. I think everything is mostly sorted. I just got to move the stuff from the old kitchen to the new kitchen. Cookware here. Can't even put that down, probably because of the pegboard. No? Because of the frickin'... Okay. These things are really sensitive. They'll block so many things that don't really make sense. Now I want to pick up the sink too, just to get the counter underneath it. That means that would be a waste of water if I just picked it up. So we're going to empty it first. We'll bring those upstairs later. Success. Okay, kitchen is now transferred. A little bit longer to get everything done here than I wanted it to be, but we've got the job done. And honestly, this is not as bad. This is not that bad as far as kitchens go. Now, since I don't have a dispenser, but I'm really low on cups of cow's milk, I'm just going to go ahead and 3 times 4, plus probably one more. We've got a couple of 2 liters of cow's milk. We're going to refill those fountain cups with the transfer liquid system, since that's the only way we can do it right now. If I had a dispenser, I could just fill the dispenser bottle with all this milk and right-click and hit fill all. So dispenser bottles are definitely useful for that. But we ain't got one right now. These are locally sourced cartons of milk. They probably should not exist without having been spoiled a long time ago. It's okay. And that's all of our fountain cups. So we do actually still have a little bit of reservoir milk. But once we drink through these, we'll have to start cooking again. Ugh. Alright. That's alright. Hey, look at that. It's 5 a.m. on the dot. Sometimes things just work. Bedtime. And now, tomorrow morning, we start cleaning up the town. Yeah, so about reading books. Multiplayer, I don't know if there is a good solution to multiplayer reading. I don't know if there is a good solution to that. A huge chunk of the game. I mean, like, you know, multiplayer just deletes sleep as a factor. Like, multiplayer by default, people don't have to sleep. And I've heard people talk about trying to make it work so that they have to sleep. It's very difficult. Even if you're playing, you know, sleeping in multiplayer is probably like, you know, you'd have to have people all playing in the same area so that everybody can kind of organize that. But then what do you do when somebody has a nightmare? One person wakes up you know, abnormally. Suddenly everybody else does too. It is December 1st. Should I update the stream title? You know what? Why not? I just feel like it. I'm going to do it. I like being honest with my advertisements here. So that's not just the title, though. That's the thumbnail. So our thumbnail currently says... You know what? Let me also give a little update screenshot here. So that... Because this is, you know, this is a pipe bombing from a while back. So let's get rid of that. And let's get it... Let's get that screenshot we just took so that people can see our lovely base. And that will make a very faithful advertisement. Of course, with how big the text is, this is an ongoing conversation with myself when it comes to my thumbnails. If I do it like that, you can see the whole base, but then there's this awkward spot up here. We'll just rasterize that and fade it a little bit. Much better. And then we just update it to, what is it, December 1st? Got a little calculator here. December 1st, 1993. It is 146 days now. Beautiful. Day 146. DEC 1. JPEG this shit out. And we'll update the stream title. Eeny, meeny, miny, bigger screen. YouTube Studio is so silly. If your screen's not big enough, you can't click on the edit button. And we're still echoing our creek, but it is now 146. Abuski. Off we go, boys. We've got a town to clear. Just like that, I'm pretty sure we've got a few homeboys right down the road here. Now this is going to wake the music up. This is going to wake the music up, so we don't have to keep playing it. The game's music breaks, by the way. If you just if you get into a few fights and then you stop, and then you just chill for a bit, you'll notice the music just stops playing. So we just play it ourselves. But getting into combat will fix that, as you can hear. Man in Madhouse, how's it going? As an update for anybody joining, we are echoing a little bit more creek now that we've spent a good chunk of today so far establishing our base. Yeah, that's right. I like stealing these floodlights, putting them in my front yard, to get a little bit more visibility, but we're not at that point right now. I'm just going to take this generator and put it somewhere for pickup. Now, we did have a survivor, quote-unquote, house up here. Survivor trailer, more like. Probably not going to be anything overly impressive, but I'll take anything I can find. Yank the barricade from the family room here. Deal with whoever's coming around that corner. Now, whenever dealing with survivor houses, I usually get a window for ingress, but then I also make sure the door is unbarricaded so I can actually leave. I hate forcing myself to use a window. How long do I have my gens on at base? I've been here for a while. We have been here since the 28th of November, so it has been 4 full days. We can go easily a whole week without worrying about the animals. The generators at base, though, 2 weeks. 2 weeks is the maximum. Now, of course, no, I'm not going to usually push that. A week and a half is probably going to be fine by me. We had a 31 day, didn't we? 30 days has September, April, June, and November. Okay, never mind. We've been gone for 4 days now. That's the number I'm sticking with there. We've been gone for 4 days, so we've got another 3 before we really have to start thinking about it. There should be 1 loose foot mobile in there, and then 1 in the bathroom, as far as I can see. There. And maybe clear? Clear. Okay. So every single loot container in here is a potential source of survivor house loot, except there's only like 10 loot containers total. Some magazine, some of that. Books I've already read. Okay, here we go. VHS Home Welding Guide. That's pretty rare. We've hit 2 VHS stores in major towns and countless small houses collections, and this is the first time we found it, so I would not get very excited about that unless you see it. So just something to look out for. The other one is a fencing guide. You see a VHS tape that has the word fencing in the name. It is a welding tape. Annotated map for Brandenburg. I don't think I've ever had this one before. Neat. We can afford to be a little bit cavalier with picking up loot, because anything superfluous we can just leave behind at our newly established space with room for anything and everything. More milk. Milk sustains me. These people definitely didn't die because they ran out of food. They probably made a silly mistake. Somebody got nicked by a zombie and turned and ate the other guy. That's my headcanon. Here's the alarm clock that had the alarm that was going off. Problem solved. And just like that, we're done here. Rather anticlimactic, to say the least. But at least we can say that we got a survivor house cleared. Let's get this unmarked on the map now that it's handled. Every container in there was technically a shot at a katana. Looks like I marked the wrong one. There we go. I can give, seeing as we're upgrading the map here, give a nice big bright B with a green circle around it now to indicate that we've got a fully fledged base here. Now, speaking of milk, there are Holstein cows right down the road. And we've already got an enclosure that we can turn into a animal farm rather easily. And on the road between our current base and where we were coming from, there is a animal trailer with a rabbit in it. Not too concerned about the rabbit, mostly just spare meat. But yeah, we can go and grab that next, most likely. We'll just need a couple of troughs. We ran completely out of planks back at base. So, would you look at that? We've got a building surrounded by planks here. We'll also have the opportunity to steal some animal infrastructure from the Ovo Farms at some point. Ovo Farms is a place we'll be going past. There are chickens there. We did confirm. At first, I actually thought that Ovo Farms had kind of not really spawned much, because there were a lot of chicken coops that we went past there that were empty. But I did hear some chickens clucking. Who's making noise over here? You are not allowed. Two of you. These guys are getting closer to my base. Now they're not. I can put a big old flag next to my base and not have me steal it. So the little enclosure here that I'm talking about is this fenced area with the sand lot. We already cleared a few obstructions from it. Now if I do a couple of long troughs for food, you can see now what I was talking about with that third floor roof. Just, it kind of seems random when the roof doesn't spawn in, but now you can see it a lot more clearly. Let's do feeding troughs. One right there. And we'll cover it up so it doesn't accidentally fill with water. But water troughs, we'll do some, a series of short troughs on this side. If you're going to do wooden troughs and you're trying to get water, doing a series of small ones will get you total more water than long ones. Long ones and short ones actually have the same water capacity. So, yeah, just per tile. Ooh, tell them about per capita. No trash can in the kitchen? What is wrong with me? Got several in here. I'll just deploy one. Alright, so we'll unload our bags from the survivor house. And then we can proceed to explore the rest of the town. I'm separating these light bulbs from the other ones because I do have a small collection of red light bulbs growing. I'm going to go ahead and read this magazine. It's one of the few magazines I've ever seen in a couple months now that I haven't already read. I'm going to put that in this RTB bag here alongside these schematics and this hunting knife that is a pre-war hunting knife. If you look at the knife blade closely, compare it to the one that's on my chest, the one on my chest is a crafted one. The pre-war ones are prettier, but also last longer, durability better. Usually I'll wait until I'm higher level maintenance to get the max out of that before I start using them. You know, I brought some margarine with me because these tubs are almost used up, so I'll keep those separate. This one is almost full. I'll keep that in the corner. Alright, and with that, we can redeploy. You know, I parked my truck and then I just left it. We've been doing everything on foot. Actually, when I first got in the truck, I was like, wait a minute. Saw that survivor house. That's alright. Now that we're a little farther away, I will come up to this intersection and see if I can pull some people out of the woodwork for me. I can't remember if I did any shenanigans with the vehicle already here. You know, I might have... Okay, this might have been my previous character. Might have been my previous... Yeah, this was my previous character. Okay. My previous character, I fired up either a light bar or just honked and went, like, all the way down to the end of this road and lured away a huge chunk of them. But it doesn't look like I've ever even explored this area, and furthermore, there's no chunks to lure away. Or is there? I may have spoken too soon. Look at that. And there's also a survivor house right here. I can't tell if this would be an early game one or not. KTO was talking about no katana because that was an early game one. This one might not be recently spawned. This might still be early game because we went down this road right here to the right, the main road. We went down that within the first week of the game. So still working on my side swiping maneuvers. The fact that I was able to doot the horn at that intersection and not get hardly anybody, that is a thing of all time. That tells me these trailer parks are probably stragglers, mostly. Okay, never mind. It's an interesting little group here. Looks dangerous. Not that bad. know my limits. Also, we made noise, which means that might have been it for the trailer park. Pretty telling that a third of the trailer park was naked. They were definitely doing something interesting for their last moments. Okay, so some of them were naked. One of them was carrying a thank you letter. All right. Headcanon as you will. Now, individual trailers, I'm not that concerned about the loot that we could find in them. It's residential loot, by and large. The only thing that would interest me would be cardboard crates. It was but a humble cardboard crate where I found one of the rarest books in the game. Long Blade 5. Something that I went several thousand hours of B42 without ever finding. Just found it in a random cardboard box in a residential building. So anything that could have a cardboard box. And that's the vast... I mean, you know, trailer parks have them too, so... You can't discount anything ever 100%. 80 or 90%, sure. But, we also don't actually have that much cookware back at our, gas station base. The residents upstairs at the gas station base did not have much cookware, so... Certain things like bowls and, frying pans, roasting pans. Potentially useful. Pots. But I will diligently cross out anything we hit. Okay, so we had two people getting jiggy events here. Clothes all over the floor in that one, clothes all over the floor in this one. Yeah, that tracks. That tracks. Trailer parks are full of problemed individuals. Now that's interesting. People were getting jiggy in the bedroom. People were partying out here with all the snacks everywhere. And then somebody was having a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You know? This tracks. Everything about this tracks. This actually tracks very well. Multiple musical instruments in these containers. Somebody definitely went to band camp. Had a few one times. But they got good snacks. I'm here for that. Cereal. You get an X. You get an X. I probably left the truck running again. It's a good thing I'm basing it at a gas station. I hear some breathing. I'm gonna check into the bedroom from the outside. Bedroom looks okay. The breathing could have been... Look at that. Look at that. All the way over here. Why are these guys over here and not out in the street where I honked the horn? I might have brought them in from far into the forest. Left. I'm not putting these keys on my keychain just putting them in my inventory so that I can, anything in my inventory can just get dropped when I'm done with the area. Oops. Oh, there is no... Ah, this one didn't have a door. Which units did I get the keys to? This doesn't really matter. Super rare yeast stuff. Couple of VHS tapes I somehow didn't have. Alright, we can mark 2 of them off now. We hit this one in the corner, and we can have the pretty much half of them all wiped out. Nice try, Satan. I know these trees when I see them. Free scratches. No, thank you. Coffee machine. We don't actually have a... the cafe might have one, but now we have an extra. She needs some milk. More milk. She actually does need some milk. Gripping my mouse too tight today. Cooking pot. Is that what I think it is? Oh, poker chips. Ah, they were playing strip poker. Ha ha ha. And that they only managed to get the belt off and then the shirt off. Ah, weak. That is this one cleared out. That is pretty much half the trailer park. And the other half is nice and close to my base. Now, this building right here is a sort of a small mechanic building. I expect there to be a fair bit of vehicle loot in there. Tires and whatnot. If it feels like we're having a very easy time about it, yeah. Yeah, we are. Part of that is due to the fact that I explored this place early on, which means it's the main street spawn counts are going to be early game. The other side of town, though, we took a quick brief look at that earlier. There are more spawns down there than we would have had anything early game, so there is a challenge ahead, a little bit more so than anything we looked at so far today. We'll see what that has to offer us once we empty our loot here. Don't actually have a home for alcohol yet. We'll put alcohol in with canned food for the moment. For some reason, I doubt we'll actually get enough canned food to fill up any containers. So these VHS tapes that I did not have before now can go in here, and then once they're in this bag is guaranteed RGB, I can mark them as unwanted, because now I have them, right? Make sure I don't pick them up again. If anybody's not familiar with the B42 unwanted system, right-click on something like a book you've already got a copy of, hit mark unwanted, and the text turns gray for everything that every copy of that you find elsewhere. Lots of electrical here. Tools and materials. The rare reading material like photo books, picture books, those go into RGB. Common reading material, go over there. My bag sorted. Keys to the local doors into local memorabilia unique. And we're out of here. We're going to get started fighting the Zeds that are over to the top side there. We'll get started. We'll see how far we can get before we get tired. But we're going to be doing a lot of sword work because we are very close to Longblade level 5. We'll probably get there tonight, but then we'll still be read through to the next level after that, so we'll get the level and just keep going. The only thing we stop for is the sharpening. Speaking of, my machete is getting a little low. Since I didn't think to bring spare machetes. I haven't been breaking them very much, so that's a bit of a skill issue. I'll hold on to it for now, but eventually I'll just probably slap a hatchet on that slot and then put a spare sword on my back. We'll see. Hey, welcome. Hope things are going all right for you over there. Lots of crazy stuff going on right now. The leaders of our countries are having a bit of a nerd fight. Just hit Q and see what happens. Any of y'all want to react to that? Fair amount. A lot of them are slow. Let the fast ones come through the group. That's why we level Longblade. We are only level 4. We're about to be 5. Imagine what we're like when we're level 10. Cop zombie, but he did not have any weaponry. Fucking not a fan of ground swings still. Got me killed once. Never trust ground swings. Sword is dual sharpen, switching blades. Should be clear for a sharpen now. Switch to your side blade, it's faster than reloading. Alright. Blade reloaded, water reloaded. Let's hit Q again, shall we?
Hey.
If I was a little bit more confident about the numbers to the right, bottom right there, probably would just fire off a shot. My good old trusty 38 special. I'm not quite that confident just yet. Longblade level 5. Our power grows. Very slow. Basically, with every level we get, we one-shot them more and more often. The only ones will, at level 10, the only ones we'll fail to one-shot are going to be the tough ones wearing the leather jackets. Otherwise, it's subject to moodles and blade condition. At a perfect blade, on a good swing, the only problems we'll ever have will be tough zombies or armored zombies. Armor usually only comes in the form of those leather jackets. Sometimes, every once in a while, a military zombie with a intact military jacket. Good lunge. Good miss. Good bite. I'm gonna use my gun here. Pull anybody who is in the woodwork right now out of the woodwork. And up to where that gunshot was. Looks like we got some action in the backyard up here. A little bit. We'll do the same. I don't wake up anybody I might have missed in this area. But it doesn't look like I missed much. It looks like that was the largest concentration for the immediate vicinity. I've seen this house many times. We won't be seeing it much more. Last one of this template was Muldraw, but Muldraw has been glowed up. So these houses with this build, this layout, you can think of one in Riverside, one in Muldraw, one out in the country. Those are all gone. Echo Creek is now the only place I know of off the top of my head. I did have a zombie in one of these closets once. If it's a tile, it can spawn. Give me a frying pan. No frying pan. I'll take some flour, I guess. I could technically make bread now. We got yeast, we got flour. Bread equals sandwiches. Sandwiches equals a meal that has no dead weight from the container itself. As in, like, you know, normally you have a meal, the bowl weighs 0.5, and then the water from the stew weighs way more than that kind of stuff. But sandwiches, there's pretty much no dead weight. Everything is nutritional. On the flip side, though, you need yeast, and there's no making yeast. You have yeast until you run out of it, and then you have to go loot more. There is no sustainable way of making sandwiches. So they are forever limited to a fun thing. In this universe, there is no such thing as flatbread. In real life, if I had to make extremely convenient food for myself, something I should be doing more often. I can literally make flatbread now. That is in my repertoire. I've got the ratios memorized. Don't even need salt. Salt's just good for good texture. The recipe will tell you to have salt, but you don't need it.
Hey!
So it does look like my gunshot down here did attract a few people, as it was intended to. And just like that, this particular... Oh, look at that backyard. Why didn't those people show up for the gunshot party? Questions. It is the quietest gun in the game, 38 special air. It's only 70 tiles. The shotgun is the loudest at 220. Come on. Let's see if we can I be a Team Fortress spy? Nope, I can't. That would have been a guaranteed backstab, but I think somebody clocked me. No, nobody clocked me. My hand was raised. That should have been a guaranteed backstab. Maybe I just wasn't behind them enough. If anybody is coming from B41, you may remember that in B41, a jaw stab was a guaranteed thing. It was only based on range. If you were in the correct range, doesn't matter your level, you just jaw stabbed. That is not the case anymore. The Indie Stone saw fit to make it a random thing, scaling based on level, unless you're behind them. So this guy, if I successfully get behind him, instant jaw stab. Hand is raised. He ate my blade, the bastard. Give me that back. That's also a scaling based on your level. What likelihood for them to eat your blade. This house has a basement. Basements have a chance at being potentially interesting. This basement has tight corners and a broken door. Broken door tells me somebody came out of it. I'm on the space bar. Don't know who came out of it. There wasn't much room down here. It's alright. Somebody really wanted the ability to pump their tires. Now this is why we bring a sledgehammer with us. That garage has no windows. So we run back, get our sledgehammer, see what they're hiding in there. Otherwise, we've got this survivor house over here to the right, pretty much secure. We've done a broad perimeter. We're going to do a tight perimeter before we leave. I will loot that survivor house as an overnight task. I love it when my headlights do the thing. As you can see, the headlights are on, but they don't show up. This just always happens after a while. If I didn't know better, I'd say it's a memory leak thing. Thankfully, my flashlight still works. Oh, so we can use welding to disassemble these. This is relatively new, using welding against garage doors. For the longest time, that has not been possible. Sledgehammers, though. Padded jacket. Long John bottoms. Wool hat. Ski goggles. If only I could ever wear them. In this universe, there's no such thing as a ski goggle that can fit over your glasses. No, in this universe, ski goggles must necessarily block your glasses. As somebody who very often... Okay, let me put it this way. If I could have an excuse to wear ski goggles once a year, every year, I would. I skipped this year and last year because I'm trying to save money, and going snowboarding is very expensive. You get your lift tickets, you get your scaling cost based on how close you are to the slope to stay the night, and all that lovely problem. Bro wants to save money. Bro is not going to be engaging in many of his hobbies. Actually, I have a literal picture of me. Hang on. Whenever it's relevant. Literal pictures of me in my getup, as you can see. That's what I look like without the whatchamacallit. That's what I look like with it. Easy. They fit. Literally everyone that I've ever seen has been able to go over glasses, and yet in this universe, 0.0% of them can. I'm just putting a couple of things into the trunk to free up some room so that I can resume looting, maybe wipe out this house. We got the basement, we got the garage. Let's just go ahead and check upstairs real quick. Yeast, more yeast. So all that about sandwiches, we can at least make several here. I think I might make some rabbit sandwiches. Something I'll be eager to find out is if they fix the problem of bread not carrying over after you slice it. So once you make bread in this game, homemade bread, you can add spices and stuff to it. Problem is, once you slice the bread into slices to make sandwiches with, suddenly you can no longer, the slices of bread do not retain the whatever it is you added to the bread. So it seems to be a wasteful thing to actually do that right now. But that was 4219. Let's see if Stable fix that, shall we? When we get home, we'll do that. We are quite hungry after all. As convenient as milk is, I would much prefer to have something substantive. If you're in need of tongs, always check your local fireplaces. Not this one, but it is a thing that happens. Comics and RPG manuals. Nice. Whoever lived here had good taste. I mean, honestly, I would do that. I'd do the hell out of that. There are types of bread. Oh, okay, so when I was at the grocery store, I never directly worked at it. My title officially was a baker, but I didn't actually get to bake anything. The better title would have been thawer. I just thawed stuff out of the freezer. All the baking took place at corporate. We were but a humble retail location. However, there was craft bread. They called it La Brea. Real fancy name. Real good shit. Real good shit. Tried some of that bread. Liked it way better than anything I've ever had from standard grocery store shelf. The price was according. You want the good shit, you're gonna pay a little more. Damn. Smack my windows. Jump scare. A man opens his window and get bit, and you think that of me? No. I am the one who slapped. I'm really just grabbing this place because it's on the way home. Public service announcement that meat cleavers are axe weapons. So if you start out in a house and you have a meat cleaver but not a hatchet, no, just use the meat cleaver. You're good. You are good. Gooder than you know. Backpack is now full. Because of course it is. That's why we have second backpack. Yeah. I mean, hell, if you add the right stuff to the flour, you cease making bread, you start making cake, but, you know what? I'm an American, baby. Just inject that cake directly into my veins. Carpets are a great way to fix up your... You've got a base that is like a garage sort of base, full of very bland flooring. Yeah, carpets are a very easy fix for that. I'll put this under my bed. Alright, let's get some markers on the map, shall we? We've actually wiped out house, and then, marking you as a survivor house. So that's what we'll hit after we go home, empty bags, sleep, and, come back out. If it takes longer to empty my bags than I thought, then we'll just do, we'll cook some bread. And we'll see if, special bread with, we might make cinnamon bread. I think we can add cinnamon to it. I found some cinnamon. See if, cinnamon bread slices. Let's see if we can do it. Why can't I put that there? Game doesn't want me to put it directly underneath the bed. Alright then. Guess I'll use this last piece of rug as a doormat then. We picked up a few Christmas ornaments. Those are extremely rare. However, I actually have a bit of a collection of them back at Riverside now. So we'll merge them with these. And we'll actually have decorations on our base for Christmas this year. First time I've been able to do that for a first Christmas for my characters. Second Christmas, of course, that's always basically guaranteed. This is a spare copy of First Aid, which is a book that I'm currently capable of reading to pass the time, so I'll put it over there as a quick grab. Let us unite our cookware supplies. Got plenty of pots now. Now it is bedtime, but I'm gonna be a little late for bed because I want to make that bread because we're really hungry. I think all we need is bowl, rolling pin, some water, and flour or corn flour. I put that in the truck. We also got ourselves a teddy bear for the bed. In my humble opinion, teddy bear should improve sleep quality for a restless sleeper. It doesn't, so it's just a decoration. So I need a rolling pin and a bowl. So now all I need to do is stand in this corner. We can prepare bread dough. So we got bread dough. From there we can decorate it with things. We can add... Okay, we can't add cinnamon to it. That's cursed. Okay, I can make chocolate bread. You know what? We're going to make some chocolate bread. Yeah, we're going to make some chocolate bread. And we're going to see if the chocolate is still there when we cook it and then slice it. So I'm only wasting half of a Smirker's bar on this. While that's cooking, we got a couple things I can put away. It won't take long, though, so be careful with that. Yeah, cooking bread in this game is a lot faster than real life. In real life, that is a lower temperature, longer duration sort of thing. But in this game, temperature just doesn't have that big of an impact. Alright, so, Smirker's bread, also known as chocolate peanut butter bread. Now, what we do is slice it. And of course, in this stable... Okay, so it doesn't retain the name. It doesn't say Smirker's bread anymore. However, it does say that it contains it. So from a nutritional standpoint, it should still be there. Now, also, the fact that we put chocolate in it, it's chocolate bread, it should reduce it should give us happiness to eat it. So that is what it is. That is what it is. I'm not that mad about it. We're gonna make some sandwiches. That's going to require me to cook the eggs and tomatoes here. Just gonna cook them all. No reason not to fry these tomatoes while we're at it. Eggs, hard-boiled. Potato. Baked. Tomatoes. Fried and red. Tomatoes don't have to be cooked, but because they can be, we cook them. Oh, we can't put potatoes on sandwiches. That's cursed. We can't slice them either. So I can't make potato chips and put them on the... Frickin' cursed, dude. Okay. That's fine. We'll make egg and tomato sandwiches for now. I'll do a rabbit sandwich later. I believe you can only put 4 ingredients. Yes. Okay. So we got ourselves a tomato and egg sandwich with chocolate bread. Allegedly. Again, with the chocolate bread, I don't think it's retaining any of the happiness, which is half of the reason we would add anything to the bread. That should elevate the baseline of what it's using. But the fact that it at least says that it contains it, yeah, that's pretty good. Now, we could have added margarine to that sandwich. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not that bent out of shape about it. Margarine is for when we're ready to gain weight. Multi-seed bread. Common in German grocery stores. Dark flour filled with linen. A linen and sunflower seeds. Now that's interesting. found another dub torch while we were out. So, because we stayed up late with the cooking there, and we went to sort everything first, I don't think we have a lot of time to do the survivor house. That's going to require some triage. So I'm going to spend the next hour and 20 minutes here. We're just going to go down the road to the mechanic shop and see what it has to offer. So I'm more reasonably assured that the mechanic shop is just pretty clean. That it's unlocked. There is a second floor. I can't recall if it was not overly substantive. I mean, there's crates, but ooh, welding equipment. Okay. For some reason, I didn't think we were going to see welding equipment here. I will take it. Okay, that's a lot of large hooks. We don't need more than what we've got. We see so many of those that, yeah, I'll take 4 dub rods in 1 container. That's more than we ever found in Riverside in 1 container. Luck of the draw. If anybody's not familiar, welding rods, or dub rods as I call them, you cannot make them. You must loot them. And they limit everything you can build with welding. So gates, doors, floors, anything. It's not propane, and it's not material. It is welding rods that will eventually kill you if you just want to build a lot of stuff out of welding. First of all, don't try to build a lot of stuff out of welding. You'll just be disappointed. You'll run out of welding rods and you'll wonder what happened. Just do it sparingly. Spare yourself the disappointment. More dub rods. Hell yeah. And another battery charger and another torch. This has been very worth the 40 minutes we've spent here. Did see some wheels that I probably want, so we're taking those in the backpack here. Now, something that I marked on the map is we found some, we found a step van on the way here. So, on our way, I'm thinking about a thing here, strategy, to acquire that step van and also acquire something else that we need. I will get back to you guys on that strategy momentarily. It involves throwaway vehicles, and I see one right in front of me here. Towing backwards has a high chance to break the chain if you fuck it up, but a lower chance of bumping into your own trunk. The trick that I've found is to push it a little bit before you start, and then come to a very gradual acceleration. You know, gradually push the keyboard button. Alright, so we've got 2 throwaway vehicles here, actually. We've got the one that was already here and the one we just brought. What we'll do is we'll take one of them down to go pick up that step van that I'm thinking of. But we'll also take the animal trailer with us on our way back from picking up the step van. because the animal trailer is actually on the same road but a little further up ahead. I'm just putting mechanic stuff on the ground. It's really heavy stuff. No point in putting it into containers, for the most part. Quite far from the point where we can make use of spare engine parts, but we still pick them up because they're still very useful. So a little late for bed on our second bedtime, but otherwise we had a successful looting. Alright, now, the machete that I'm currently rocking is pretty close to breaking. I'm going to go ahead and clean it up and turn it into a decoration and replace it with some other one-handed weapon that can go on my belt. I need a one-handed and a two-handed on my belt all times. Now, normally if I want to switch to axe, I pull the one off my back. But I need something to switch to that I'm good at, so we're going to do there should be a hatchet in the toolbox. Yep. Now that means I could, if I wanted to switch back and forth between swords, I could do a sword on my belt as my primary, and then replace the axe on my back as a secondary. I will think about that before I make a decision. I am going to hush the hunger up by drinking milk, but then after we sleep, I will cook a proper sandwich for myself. Proper sandwich as in it contains rabbit meat, something a little bit more foundational, on top of the tomato and egg. We got rain. Do we? Yes, very, very, very light rain, but rain. What that tells me is I've got to build a roof over top of where I want to put these feeding troughs. Easy peasy, just got to get a few planks. These ones are the ones I want to fill up with rain, so they just stay where they're at. But seeing as today's goal is to go pick up the vehicle and the aminals that I'm thinking of. First we cook. Put the rabbit meat in the oven, but then I never turned it on. I should have this first aid book that I got over here. I'll put that next to the kitchen so that I can read a little bit while we cook. I also like to be able to sit down while reading. So I'm stealing one of these stools. So we got ourselves a slab of rabbit meat that has been cooked and has a metric lot of nutrition in it, so this will get us A couple of rabbit sandwiches, as it were. Now, this is where sandwiches become inefficient. I can only put 5 hunger worth of rabbit meat onto these. Like tiny-ass slices of rabbit meat. Like pathetically small. Yeah, that's almost small enough to be worthless. But we can at least get these sandwiches up to 34 hunger. All right. Well, that's one full day's of. Okay, now here's the thing. Now that we've created the sandwich, the bread doesn't even show of containing the chocolate anymore. So these are not chocolate and rabbit sandwiches. These are just rabbit sandwiches. The chocolate is now officially completely gone. That's whatever. We'll put some barbecue sauce in these. Or barbecue sauce, probably a great match for rabbit. Put some hot sauce too. It's not exactly calorie dense, but it's probably tasty. Okay, that's food for today. Proper cooked food. I'm going to go ahead and remove the trailer. I could have done that a while ago. Should have done that a while ago. So this is an awkward hookup angle here. And I did not make anything easier by making the decision on the stairs there. Putting the stairs there has limited my freedom of movement in my own garage slightly. I would, if the stairs weren't there, been able to move a little more here, but now I got to do a 16-point turn just to get the trailer back out. And even worse, I'm going to have to nudge it a little bit to get a better angle. That's all right. We just won't bring the trailer inside next time. I mean, it was always going to be a little tight. Now we can hook it up, I think. This is pushing it. We're at the right angle, but we're like really off. Yeah, we can't hook that up. I can probably hook it up there, but then I'm going to have trouble reorienting to get out of here. Yeah, this is a mistake. Bringing the trailer in here and then placing furniture that makes it harder to move. And you would think that we left plenty of room, but no, not really. That's not how this works. Trailers require way more room than they used to. But we're out of here. As long as it doesn't get caught on the crate. Nope, we're good. Move the trailer out of the way over here by the side of the road. Now this red generator is going to be left behind here after we close up shop when we're like completely done with Echo Creek and the entire surrounding area. We take the yellow one with us because the yellow one is better in every way. The red one we can leave here if we ever have to pass through here in the future and we want to have just a quick and dirty setup that works. But you don't want to have reds or blues running constantly for, you know, short-term or medium-term use. So I'll place it a little closer over here. I also should establish a generator bag. If I have any bags. If I do, they probably would have made their way over here. Tool rolls, that won't count. I could just do a garbage bag. How about a plastic bag? Won't work. It's got to be big enough to fit a gas can, and then some electrical parts. So all I got to do is pick it up when I'm ready to. I guess I'll sacrifice. These duffels are pretty. I don't want to sacrifice these. Those are coming with me. The pajamas duffel, though, sure, why not? We'll use that. I'll just place them on the bed. These are just clothes that are it's too warm to wear still. Temperature is not yet cold enough. So now we put the gas can and some electrical parts so that we can repair and refuel all at once. Bit short on electrical parts. I'm holding off on a lot of disassembly because I don't have the book read. So I'm just going to do like the easy stuff, like these, simple items. Simple items are always going to give a low ROI, but we should save the radios for if we've read the book. Buckets real quick. I'm just going to dump these two that I've had on standby into the barrels up top here. Place the barrels somewhere where I can see them. Or the buckets, rather. Should be able to see that even with the roof gone. Speaking of the roof, we need to extend it a little bit so that we can put down the animal troughs. That's going to require a few planks. I'm just going to go back and cut a couple trees. Five planks ought to be enough. I just went to the left and the right of the doorway. We're gonna need. I'm gonna need my sledgehammer because the doorway, rather there's a wall here. There's a wall here, and I'm just gonna sledge a hole in it. Nails. So what this does, this just covers up the, and I only have to do this because it's raining, but this covers up the, where I want to put the animal food troughs, so that I can actually put them down and actually put food in them and not have rain instantly block my ability to put food in them. Since I have 2 more planks, I'm going to go 2 more in this direction as well. How many more planks do I have? I've got 4 more. Doesn't look too awful bad. it could use a door. If I was going to base here like super long term, I would absolutely put a door up there, so just so it would look right. But that's fine. We just want to get something to make it functional for now. Now, one of the reasons I'm making so much room for food troughs is I want to be able to leave animals here indefinitely. Not as a critical matter of cause, but mostly just because I want to. There's nothing deeper to it. There's cows nearby, and the only way to save them is to bring them here. I also don't want to do 200,000 trips back and forth to Riverside. So leaving them here and having them being able to say that they're going to be fine indefinitely, that would be prurient to my interests. Ah. Sandwich. Delish. So with that, we can go not only get animals and the vehicle that I want to get, we can also pick up some troughs and place them underneath these overhangs so that they won't fill up with water. We do already have smaller troughs over here collecting rainwater for them, so they're good there. I'm going to go ahead and top up the truck. Probably going to need some gas in these smaller cars that I want to use as throwaways. That one's already got some. Probably a preserved vehicle. The step van that we're going to might not have any gas in it, so a couple gas cans to transfer. Where to park? How about right here? Yeah, that feels good. Still sneak by if I need to. I've been using peanut oil for frying. I mean, air frying, but I still consider that frying. I actually am using okay, so I have an olive oil sprayer, and I'm using peanut oil in it instead of olive oil. And it's still working fine. I don't think there's such a such a difference in consistency that it would damage it. But it's been working out pretty good for me. Ooh, there was a 1911 in the glove of this thing. So that's, yeah, we don't want to leave that behind for a throwaway vehicle. I'm going to go put that in our gun collection. I don't think I'm ever going to use a 1911 in this game. There's no need to. If I'm going to be shooting 45 ACP, it's going to be from a trapper carbine. Make the same bullet go farther. There's no math there. Did the rain really stop already? It's probably going to be off and on. I seriously doubt that it would tease us like that and never come back. It's true. Yeah, air fryer, it works, but it's calling it an air fryer just sounds gratuitous. It really does. It's a fucking hot air blower with a halogen light. That doesn't mean that it's incorrect to call it an air fryer, but there are things that you cannot do with an air fryer that you can do with a real fryer, a deep fryer, an oil fryer. And therefore, I don't like calling it an air fryer anymore. I just like calling it my my hot air blower. Hot air blower with halogen light that maintains temp for me. Not a bad spot for a base here. I have had people tell me that they've based here. I've evaluated it and determined it is almost as good as the gas station. There's just no gas here. Gotta go across the river to get gas. But those garage doors are pretty nice. It's got a bigger garage over here. I'm mostly just killing these guys because they would eventually end up in the road. And I don't want that. No, thank you. An air oven. I mean, that's, you know, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. I'm guessing that the one thing that makes it different from an oven is just the rapid and consistent distribution of heat. Oven is very ambient. It's not like spreading the heat around. The way it forces the heat around with the blower enables the heat to penetrate a little bit better. So this is where the chickens are still alive, in this corner pen. I'm gonna go get the animal trailer before I worry about them. Now, what we're taking this car out to do, first we're gonna go to Mad Dan's Den and swap this car out for a step van that I sighted there, because the step van is valuable to me for its trunk. That step van will be how we get some of our haul from Guns Unlimited back to Riverside. But a higher priority than the chickens will be one of those cows. Should be a Holstein over there. This is why we're very meticulous with clearing the roads. Don't want to be tripping over Zeds while we're trying to bring animals that don't like Zeds. December 2nd, 1993. I'm going to set a target of December 5th. That's my target. I'm not going to set it as a hard target, but definitely a target that I'm going to want to consider going back to Riverside, check things out. Sharpen while we drive here. Be advised that these little concrete barriers, you can pick them up. They weigh 25 encumbrance each, so you're not going to be carrying very many of them. But you can pick them up and carry them around. Probably going to be more relevant to the extinction mode players who need their low fences to counteract large groups of sprinters. Now I wish I had my sledgehammer. Yeah, so we got to go all the way around. I don't know if I've ever been in the Mad Dan's Den before. I don't know if I've ever been. I've gone past it 200 billion times. I am only assuming that it is off of 60 here. Really? All this? It's a good thing I don't have to go back and forth on this road anymore. I've always hated this road. Sorry, that was 144, not 60. 60 is... Yeah, that's 144. Oh, there's a survivor house on 144. Shit. Well, we're about to pick up a step van. So... perhaps. Maybe. We'll see. Let's get that step van and see what happens. Who knows, maybe the trunk is actually really damaged and I just couldn't see it. Took more hits than it should have. Plate a sandwich. Got somebody coming from our left. Walk while we eat. Couple on the left. You know what?
Hey!
Let's just get them out of there. There's a skeleton in the woods there. Kind of hard to see. It's on these tiles right there. Not sure what's going on with that, but I guess they ate somebody. You guys, don't you fucking ignore me.
Hey!
I said Q. You say A. Q, A. Oh, come on. What is up? This sword cannot be breaking already. No, it's not. I'm just... Oh, she's not ignoring me. She's stuck. Possibly in one of those new XXL trees or something. Interesting to know that they fully block zombie movement instead of just slowing them down. I feel like I hear another one back there. I don't care. That's good enough for now. This is one of those fake radios, isn't it? Yeah, this is one of those fake radios. You try to pick it up, nothing happens. Try to disassemble it, nothing happens. Imposter. Pretty sus. That one was stuck in Z-berth. I pushed that guy a little far. There we go. Damage. Homeless, shelter, garbage. Zeds. Different kind of... Holy shit! Okay. Yeah, that's, come around that corner, why don't you? Fucking... They're alright, just... I don't like having that many close to me, even if I can kill them all at once. If they're gonna be that close to me, I'm gonna know about it, or they're not gonna be that close to me. Found all the Mad Dans, dudes. Might have to pull out the axe for this. That's a lot of herb. Look at all that herb. Got Karen up here coming up to ruin the windows. I probably can't stop her. So there only were a couple that were actually stuck in the lot here. And we probably already nailed them. Just, we got Cynthia over here. We'll just give her a little bump from behind. I heard she likes it that way. Somebody inside, probably. I heard a cough of some sort. This is our target, friendly butchers. They're probably not as friendly as they sound. Some dude just lives here or something. Imagine living next to Mad Dan's den. I guess that's where Mad Dan lives. Yeah, that's this must be his actual den, and this is his quote unquote den. Yeah. For a building with that much real estate, it does feel sus to be that empty. Got her way in, I guess. Oh, she's got undies that match desert camo. I think I probably already have a pair. For some reason, my brain is telling me I found one. But, if not, now I do. Because I have no idea exactly everything we're going to find in here, triage is going to be a little complicated. I want to say I've been running a pretty solid deficit on welding supplies, so steel rods, iron pipes. Okay, any iron pipes I find from this point on in this area, bombs. Because I want to have a few bombs to handle Zeds Unlimited down the road. And I think we're in the market for that. So I saw a couple of pipes on those shelves over there. If we see any more, they're mine. Ooh, construction crates. So, that's 5 steel sheets right there. So we're definitely pulling out a garbage bag and filling it with welding supplies. Because that's what all these steel sheets are, really, is welding supplies. Garbage bag in the offhand. Axe in the main hand. It sounds like the rain is picking up. So if we get a lot of, like, a heavy storm build up here, then I'm just going to continue with some base work. Over the next couple of days, I am not going to challenge Guns Unlimited until it's at least clear enough that I'm not drowning in sound. That's really what I care about most, sound and visibility. Light rain barely affects it, but heavy rain, yeah. I probably should actually check, see what we're dealing with here. I did bemoan the possibility of a damaged trunk. No, it's perfect. Beautiful. So if you have a lot of rain, a lot of sky water falling down, get yourself a 2-liter bottle or something, fill it up with rainwater right off the ground, and then turn around and use that to clean leather strips that you pick up. In this case, we only got one, so that'll be useful. Speaking of water, I do need to refill my canteen. So there was already a bit of gasoline in the step van, but now that's 20 more liters right there. Hot wire this bad boy. Looking good. So, just load up this. This is a garbage bag of steel sheets. Canteen, yes. Canteen is now 1.8 liters. It goes on the same slot as the satchel, but I've decided that having 2 liters of water is more important than a satchel with terrible encumbrance reduction. That is my bargain on that. We've located that other Zed I was hearing. It is locked. I'm going to see if I can flank it. I don't know what to expect in here, so eyes up. Kitchen. Sounds like multiple over here. No? That would be nice. Doesn't look anything overly impressive in here. Those were construction crates, but no steel sheets. Perhaps a couple of tools. Dub rods. Guaranteed grab. Not a bad spot for a base here if you are not particularly obsessed with good locationing. Me, I'm very obsessed with good locationing. But if you just care about the amenities, the garage door right there, you can pick up all these shelves, get them out of the way. I have a nice little garage next to a place that is already fitted to sleep in. Also, not only is it fitted to sleep in, but there's no windows in the bedroom. So you don't even have to barricade it to have a safe place to sleep. Just don't play extinction mode where zombies can open doors, and you're good to go. I usually take that for a given, because it's not that I can't handle zombies opening doors. It's just the most tedious goddamn shit you'll ever have to do if you want to actually survive. I always say this, but extinction mode is for people who just can't feel anything unless they're watching their character get ripped apart. If you're unable to have fun when you start feeling safe, then yeah, extinction mode. Have fun, guys. Enjoy. It's not my cup of tea. Otherwise, not a lot of resources here. At least not for us. Randomness will... The one thing I will say about extinction mode is that's where they turned the, that's where they turned back on the loot scaling with how many zombies are nearby. So you can say that extinction mode, where there's heavy spawns, you can at least say that there are... Ha! I've never seen this before, but there is coffee in this mug. This is coffee in liquid form. What's going on here, guys? I've never seen this before. There's no way to make this. If you go to a coffee machine and make coffee in this game, it's a discrete food item. It's not a liquid that you can transfer. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that beautiful light brown liquid there. That is coffee. 200 milliliters of it. So this is the, like I said, I've never seen this anywhere else in B42. Either it's brand new, or it's something that can only spawn on a very low chance in some dude's microwave. Take your pick. What I will do is transfer it out of that mug and into this bottle. I don't loot residential because I don't expect to see things like that very often. My biggest question is, why can't we just make those ourselves? But yeah, that's what we always want to know these days. On one side, we do have a toaster here. Seeing as we're in the market for bread, yeah, we can make toast now. I'm probably gonna sleep here tonight. I mean, just so that I can explore the place. We're already here. I've never explored this place. I would like to see what's here. It's right in front of us, so I'll do just a little pass-through. I won't try to loot everything. But we didn't exactly have any pre-allocations for what is in the step van. We were just expecting to come and pick it up. So if I will be staying here, then I will make it so that I can drive into the garage, which means this corpse is getting out of the way. I want to say this isn't Mad Dan, but I wouldn't know. No ID card. I'm probably post-scarcity on long sticks. I just can't stop myself. Not until we've done the great drying. Once we've done the great drying, I can finally rest. Until then, negative. Garbage bag F for food. This is one of the few places I've been to where the display containers don't actually have anything in them. I think we spotted... Did we get all the steel sheets? No. One more garbage bag of welding supplies. That should be anything that I wanted out of the nursery area here. If you ever want plant decorations, and lots of them, Mad Dan's Den got you covered. I don't think we have a pillow on the bed here. Negative. So if we can find a display pillow in the building somewhere, that would be nice. This place is also not very convenient to navigate. Not very convenient at all. Still can't pick up the cribs, I don't think. We can. Holy shit. However, we cannot... Okay. What was preventing me from walking in this direction right now? What is preventing me from walking in that direction that is not preventing me over here? Is there some sort of invisible... No? My character can do it with walk too. I guess okay, so there's an invisible wall right here for some reason. Okay. But yeah, we can pick up the cribs now. For all of B42, we have not been able to do that thus far. I don't think we can sleep in them. They're a little tight. Probably not a good idea to try. You would have to be somebody who really likes being in a prison to try to sleep in a crib. I always think of that scene from Back to the Future. Better get used to these bars, kid. So there's some art here. If I really wanted some decorative art, I'm pretty sure this is one of the hefty ones. Mount Never Rest. That's only 10 for all 3 tiles. I'm going to steal these red lights, seeing as I've started a collection. But it looks like Mad Dan's is one of the few places out there that never has anything in the display cabinets. Interesting. At least we got functional radios. And we do have functional sinks. Alright, let's check upstairs, see if we can find something with a pillow on it. Assuming we won't find anything back here. I would like to see the rest of the first floor. So we're going to check the back room behind the nursery. Construction. More construction. If only because we didn't have the paintbrush at our main base for the area. I might take that cyan paint home with me. That is one of the few colors we don't actually have at Riverside. Oh, great. Oh, great. I think we are in for some forever water, boys. It just changed from rain to snow. So, the devs of this game don't... I'm not going to make any hard accusations. My theory is that the devs of this game don't play the game very long. And so, for all of B42, they have not caught the fact that if the temperature changes and it goes from rain to snow, and it stays snow until it stops, the puddles on the floor stay there forever. That is something that's been there for all of B42. Okay, if this is all... Yeah, this is all construction. Okay, we don't have enough room for this in our backpack. And it's about to be bedtime. I will come back and look at this after we catch a sleep. First, I just want to go upstairs, see if there's any beds with pillows on them. Appliances. Lots of appliances. Come on, give me bedroom furniture. We didn't see much downstairs. Well, we got bedroom furniture. But, of course, do any of the... Now, in a proper, self-respecting mattress warehouse, of course they'll have some pillows on the beds so that people can lay down on them and see what they feel like with a pillow. But, in this universe, no. No, that's all right. Okay, well, we don't have a bed with a pillow anywhere. In that case, I don't see much of a point in going all the way back downstairs because it's bedtime right now. I'm just going to sleepity sleep. Got a little cold. And that's going to be because I didn't bring any of my warm gear with me. It's fine. There is nothing in this building that I want, as far as I can tell. Just a quick glance through everything on the second floor so far. Nothing has jumped out at me. Like it's literally just stuff that you can find in houses if you look hard enough. Whatever your starter town is, I guarantee you, if you just check enough houses, you'll find anything on this entire floor. It's just the fact that everything is all together here. I don't think there's a third floor to this place. Now, if I wanted to come here and disassemble a bunch of stuff with welding, I could get some decent returns, but we run into the same problem as I would if I was disassembling cars. Going out of my way to do it doesn't really make sense when I'm this low level. Well, this low level being 6. Again, it's all relative, right? It just doesn't make sense to me to not get as much as I could be getting. I don't really think very well in terms of bad ROI. Now, what I'm going to do is bring the truck around back to the other side. There should be a loading dock where we killed those zombies. That should be easier to load up all that construction stuff. I spotted a propane tank among it. Yep, there we go. Now it's not unlocked. Now okay, so here's the thing. The devs made the puddles disappear. This is relatively new compared to the problem, but listen to my footsteps. Why am I still sloshing? Now, if we were getting like slush, you know, if we had gotten like some freezing rain or something, and it was a mix of icy rain and snow or something like that, beautiful. But where is it? I don't see it visually. I'm going... Right now, my headcanon is my character is just going insane a little bit. It's alright. We won't judge her too hard for it. I hear somebody mouth breathing to the right somewhere. Tree... Okay, there we go. I'm gonna poke this one. You gonna make me go all the way around there? I think he is. They can't attack this fence for some reason. This one and the one around Guns Unlimited can't attack it for some reason. And there's another one. I've got to deal with him now, otherwise he's just going to be standing there waiting for me when I go around and open the door. So let's just get ahead of this shit right now. Run a little further down here, see if there's anybody waiting to come around. Don't see anybody immediately. Boards can be very inconsistent at the intermediate levels. Half of the corpses on the ground right now, we one-shot them. And then that guy took 5 hits. Whatever. Okay, going all around. If it feels like we're moving slower, yeah, we are. Because of the puddles. You know, those puddles that you can see all over the floor? They make you move slower. It's not just the sound of the sloshing that kills me. It's what the sloshing represents. The failure of long-term game design. Hey, a dub torch. I'm going to create a garbage bag for paint because there were a few colors that I don't already have at Riverside. This is a low priority grab, but we'll grab it. Light blue paints in forms of cyan and actual light blue. LBP. I'm going to go ahead and move the steel sheet garbage bag to the passenger seat because that's pretty full already. And then we'll take some of this stuff, put it in the glove. Those on the seat. Okay, we've made a fair bit of room there, so we don't have to worry about getting stuck. Now, because the snow just stopped, I don't know if it's going to be off and on, and I'll be with you guys, I don't care. I am not dealing with the sloshity slosh and the movement speed slowdown of forever puddles that are never going to go away. Now that let's just say that the snow was done. If the snow was completely done, it didn't come back, the sloshity slosh would be there forever until we close and reopen the game. So we're just going to get ahead of that. We're just going to close and reopen the game. Easy peasy. Da-da, 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 da-da. I am a game that doesn't function very well in winter. To be honest, the snow clinging to, decorations and whatnot, kind of pretty. I like it. Looking forward to seeing it more stable. A little bit of stability for my stable build. So I heard a few things about another game over the week this week. It's a game that is currently in early access, made by a couple of British guys over the past 14 or so years. Does that sound familiar to you guys? One of the Brits is named Chris, by the way. Yeah, does that sound familiar to you guys? When I looked into it, I had to do a double take. But no, Star Citizen has a very similar origin story to Project Zomboid. And they recently had a very interesting media debacle. Rather embarrassing one. Like, the kind of shit that can really ruin games. Now, that's where the comparisons end. It's not on Steam. You can't buy it on Steam. And it is... Apparently, it's very difficult to play to such an extent that the developers who tried to live stream an encounter from the game had a very disappointing experience and had no qualms communicating their displeasure during the live stream. Imagine the... I'd say a lot of things about the Indie Stone, but they would never make that mistake. They would much sooner err on the side of never going anywhere near a live stream. Probably for good reason. Just going to dump all this on the floor so you can see at a glance what we got. A couple of large handles I kind of want, but that's going to be a lower priority grab. Nails and twine are pretty much an instant grab. Okay, carton of nails. Hell yeah. That's very relevant to my interests. A couple of things welding related we picked up can go into the dub bag here. And this is sort of just an everything bag, but it's almost full. Now it is full. just establish another one of them everything bags. Okay, still got about, what is that? About 50 or so encumbrance in the trunk. We are good on tools. We don't need more tools. Wooden mallet, yes. We don't actually have any wooden mallets at our field base. They're rarer than you would think, and if I wanted to find an excuse to level masonry or something similar. Carton of screws. We already have one back at main base. Screws are extremely niche right now. They should just be a straight up nail substitute for anything that you build with wood, but it's not. Rather hefty oversight in my humble opinion. This literal enclosure here that my monitors are mounted on, 100% built with screws. I would never want to use anything else. Nails just, they don't feel reliable. They don't feel like the tie is as anywhere near as strong. Could be wrong about that. Maybe it's just a skill issue, but yeah. I was taught to use screws. Pickaxe. We do have a few actual blue paints back at base. Actual blue is a lot darker than a lot of the furniture in this game, so if you're trying to make your environment match your furniture, regular blue paint is gonna have a little difficulty with that. Dub rods. Give me all of them. Ooh, sweet. Kind of a small pack of dub rods there. Honestly, all the stuff that we found here, we could probably assemble another forge if we wanted to. Like a full-on, just proper... minus the leather, of course. That's always one of the most critical ingredients, is the leather. Otherwise, done a pretty good number on this place. Only because the van is not yet full, and I don't yet see myself... Well, hang on. Check these before I even finish that sentence. Another couple cyan and light blue. Did we find any red paint? We cannot fit another paint into the trunk. But we do have a red here that can go in my backpack. Okay, we're out of here. Now what I'm going to do is we're going to take the van down to the place that I have the animal trailer, because I have a bed with a pillow there. So even though we're actually pretty late getting to bed here, it is okay, because we're going to get a higher quality sleep now. Now we are very carefully avoiding any zombies. This is actually one of the only step vans in my fleet that has a perfect trunk right now. So we will govern ourselves accordingly. No side or trunk collisions, please. That means all you. And you. Frame rate almost caused me to turn all the way around. We're good. We're good. I completely forgot about the survivor house. There is a survivor house right there on 144. We'll be fine. Right? We'll see. That guy is going to make his way down here. What I'm going to do is move a few things out of the trunk of the butcher truck and into the animal trailer. Yeah, I see ya. I see ya. Get you in just a moment, pal. Okay, this won't fit. Gonna have something slightly lighter. You know what? I'm not gonna think about it too hard. We're gonna put the carton of nails, and then the wood glue. I think that'll be a fit. Yep. So that does leave us with a very small amount of room, especially if I'm willing to sacrifice a few things. Like the rabbit. No, not right now. I'm going to put all this paint that I picked up into a separate bag. We'll call it PLP. Paint low priority. Tentatively leave it behind. I also see another garbage bag here. It's just going to be called LP. Got 15 there, and then the painting. That should be more than enough space to take the truck down the road to pick up the stuff from the survivor house. Yeah, we got like 50 room now. Okay, I'm getting cold, and that's actually not going to get any better once I go indoors. This is one of the few situations where I'll probably actually yank a piece of clothing off of Zed's if I can find some. You shouldn't exist. What the hell are you doing? I cleared this place very thoroughly. I don't know where he came from. A hunting knife in this dude. Nice. Don't ever expect to find something on a zombie easily that doesn't have full of holes. Does not have... is not full of holes. So I still need to sleep again. Making sure the vehicle is off. Honestly, at this rate, it'd be easier to just build a fire pit so that I don't get cold. There is warm stuff on the shelf here that we stole from the house. So I'm just going to put on this t-shirt, because I don't even have anything on the shirt layer right now. And then I'm going to do the easy thing here. I'm going to put the bandana on my face, and then I'm going to put my hood up. That is just basically a way of using my current gear to be more bundled up. There's less head protection because the hood blocks the helmet for some stupid reason, but otherwise. Well, would you look at that? I had a nightmare, and now I've got a bunch of stress. How could I make that stress go away? I drop the rabbit on the floor and I pet the rabbit. Next thing you know, I'm not stressed. The words easy win come to mind. So what I'm going to do with these garbage bags here, because they're lower priority, I'm going to hand carry them, but I'm going to have to fight my way to that survivor house. So when we get to the area where I need to fight, I'll leave them behind again, and then pick them up if I have room for them. Otherwise, nah. That's one way to do it, kids, yeah. Whatever your engine quality is, always remember it goes down when the cold comes out. Now, a reasonable person would turn on the heater, and I sometimes consider myself reasonable. However, I also get in and out of the vehicle a lot while generating body heat. And if you have the heater on in the vehicle, body heat plus heater equals overheating. So, almost never. Now, when it comes to this rabbit, zombies being close to it will make it stressed. But the thing is already stressed because I stole it from its mother. I would have taken its mother too, but its mother decided to run away and abandon it, so that's more of its problem than mine right now. So this is where we're going to run into more interference. I'm just going to go ahead and leave the trailer and those bags of loot here, so it's easier to fight. This is why we stuck some of that loot into the trailer. We're going to lose the road soon anyway. Driving on snow is not as big of a problem, but actually seeing the road is. So make of all that what you will. Bro is unhinged. Gonna have to make some more. Yeah, it's not like I expect to be mobbed here on 144, but it does seem to be one of those congregation zones where Zeds just show up through the migration system and then just chill here. So if anybody's not following the order of operations, what we're doing today, what we've been doing for a little while here, there is a plan, and it's rather important. We came out here with a throwaway car because we knew there was a step van here. We used the throwaway car to get to the step van. We filled the step van up with loot at Mad Dan's Den. That was more improvised. I acknowledge the possibility, but I didn't really think of it much. But then, after picking up the step van, we went up the road to where we had a field site. That field site had a animal trailer with a rabbit in it. We've recovered that. But the reason we were getting the animal trailer in the first place is because there are Holstein cows that we're going to drive past. We are going to want to get one of those cows in there. Not to worry, it won't trample the rabbit yet. Sure, the devs are hard at work on the... Don't put big animals and small animals in the same trailer. Now, I don't really need to get in and out of Vecron, so turtling my way down this road, not really required. I'm just doing it. It's my road. I will not have zombies in my roads, for the most part. We pick our fights where we can. I haven't really been speaking out about it every time it's relevant, but we have saved so much time today by being capable of just pulling out a fountain cup of cow's milk and shutting up that hunger moodle. Every single time you see me drink a fountain cup of cow's milk, remember that I might have needed to spend God knows how many minutes of IRL time meal prepping instead. And then remember that cow's milk does not currently spoil, but someday it will. And because of that, the ease with which I am doing things is going to go away. I'm currently playing the game in a way that's very convenient, that it's not going to be that way someday. I could make reasonable bargaining requests. I could say, hey devs, do you think before you make this system more inconvenient, you could maybe just kind of wait until we've got NPCs to do that meal prepping for me? To maybe have a chef in my base who does the cooking and, follows bills like RimWorld would have him do. So people in RimWorld don't complain about meals, because after a certain point, meals just get solved automatically. Somebody makes the meals for you, and you just come pick them up. Easy peasy. And if there's a problem with ingredients, like, the ingredients that you decided to make the meals out of suddenly run out of something, then you deal with that problem when it comes up. You don't have to sit there and decide the ingredients manually every single time. God. Hey. Dodge my swings. Anyway, we're here. This is the survivor house we're targeting. I don't have high expectations for it. It's probably an early game survivor house. Hey, look at that. We're back to rain from snow, which means all this beautiful snow on the screen is going to disappear after about 30 seconds of rainfall. Because that's how the game works right now. So if we go into the survivor house and come back out and all the snow's gone, you'll know why. Looks like we got bedroom. I usually expect to see at least 2 zombies in the survivor houses. Which is why I'm going to go ahead and get paranoid. We're at sound cap. I really don't like that. There could be multiple zombies that I'm not hearing right now because we're not hearing sounds. So this is the I'm pausing. This is the second time this has happened to me, and it happens only when there's snow on the ground. We very recently restarted the game. Again, this is like 10, 15 minutes ago. We restarted the game because of the problem with water getting stuck on the floor. But now, there's a different problem, and this one could get us killed. I rely on my hearing very, 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 very much to survive in this game. If I can't hear something that I should be able to hear, then that is just objectively, measurably not fair. So as far as... Okay, give me a second. I'm going to open the Indie Stone forums. I can't remember if there was a specific thing that we could do to file a bug report and like do in 7 days they called this a debug shot. It would be a screenshot, but it would also like do a memory dump of a couple things and like it would take a screenshot but then pack it together with some other information that you could send to the dev. I can't remember if Indie Stone has something similar. The Indie Stone forums bug reports. B42 Stable bug report guide. Mods must be disabled. Okay, so right off the bat, I can't just, even if there was a debug mode, or debug shot that I could take, rather, I would not be able to just do it right now because I have a very lightweight, simple texture replacement mod. I can 99.9899% chance guarantee you that it is not what's causing these sound overflow problems. But the mod, or the bug report would get rejected out of hand because they would see that I have a mod installed and they don't have time to know that I'm a dude to actually make sure that there's no Lua code in any of his mods. They'll know that. They don't care. They have way too many problems to deal with to have the mental cycles to go through that. So do I close the game and then pull the mod, the texture replacement mod out, and then see if we can get this to happen again? Because I don't, knowing my luck, it's not going to happen again. This is just a niche thing that seems to happen when there's snow on the ground and the weather changes. I mean, bug replication is key, right? If you can't replicate the bug, then I don't see a need in trying to report it. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do it. We're just going to proceed. I was considering it. Just going to proceed. Okay, so, I'm going to assume there's at least 2 of them in that room. Somebody's attacking the window. If I pull out the gun, she targets the window. That tells me other side. Interesting. It's a tiny-ass bedroom, but it's clear. Okay. There's not going to be much loot in here. I definitely over-prepared in terms of emptying. I mean, so there goes the snow. Snow is gone, as I predicted. And yet, the problem of sound is still here. So, once again, I'm just going to close and reopen the game. Because whatever is causing that problem where certain sounds just seem to stop playing, I know for a fact that closing and reopening the game will fix it. The only question was, will it just come right back? Because it does seem to be correlated with snow being on the ground. That's the only real, I can't reliably replicate it. I just know that it seems to happen when there's snow on the ground. So, thanks for that. Got that up there. Yeah, no, that's Grimbaki, you're 100% correct. But the problem is, that only really is valid for feedback. Bug reporting, no. They won't take my bug reports unless I uninstall my mods. Mod singular. There's a single mod. It's a texture replacement. But again, that gets my bug reports denied. Now I could be sneaky about it. A texture replacement mod, you can just bake it into the base game so that it doesn't show up in the mod list and they would never know. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. That just feels dishonest. I'm going to go through the effort of a bug report. It's going to be for something that I can replicate after doing my due diligence and removing the mods like they want me to. Otherwise, I just won't do it. And because I'm not confident that I could replicate that bug, especially now that the snow is erased, the snow has been erased by the rain, it's fine. We are here to loot, I believe. That's a big problem. You have no idea how big of a problem that is. That is the biggest of problems. I would have to change my entire look. I could make Olive Drab look good. That's not the problem. The problem is the amount of effort it would take. And I've already done that. That was anime in a nutshell. I made Olive Drab and Forest Camo specifically look great on her. But that got old real fast. When I started realizing that I was locked into the same decisions over and over again. I was like, no thanks. We're just going to change it. It's a very, very, very simple change. Okay, this is already the most disappointing Survivor house ever. Of the few containers that could have loot. Two of the biggest right here. And they had nothing. The bedroom literally doesn't have anything in it. This in the closet is it. So, yeah. Multicolor pen, if I didn't already have one. That would be one hell of a find if I didn't already have one. Okay, then. Yeah, this was an extremely disappointing Survivor house, but it was marked on the map, and we're marking it off now. Mission success, for what it's worth. Hang on. Sound testing.
Hey!
We're good. Okay. I mean, honestly, I just wish everything applied, or dye applied to everything. He had the ambush, but he didn't use it. Effort for trying. Oh, wait, trips at the finish line. So I can still hand carry those items I left on the floor. And so now our goal is... I don't care about 144 anymore. You would have to pay me to care about this road now. Now that we've gotten what we wanted and we're out of here. Okay. Those zombies can just go back to the road. It's one of those roads that just keeps it just keeps pulling them in. Keeps pulling them in. Main backpack has room for one, and backpack has room for the other. I'm just gonna kill that thing when we get to our destination. Oops, maybe I should actually hook it up. But yeah, no, I'm good on butchering experience and getting some more rabbit meat. I just don't see it being worth de-stressing. It's going to be locked at stress for a little while, and you can only pet it with effect for once every 24 hours. I get 1.1 encumbrance out of the trunk. Then I can fit trunk is now 200% full. And we are picking up the Holstein cow. But this time I'm not going to worry about navigating that ugly yard. We're just going to walk on in there with some of this rope that we've got waiting for us in the trunk. Because I am a little bit less of an idiot this time, and I actually remember to bring rope. I think the Holstein was on the other side. Look at her eating like a good cow. Look at her eating like a proper functioning animal, as opposed to one of those animals that was not eating, like those cementals. Let's check her. Well fed, not thirsty, adult, healthy. This way, lady. Oh, she was stuck in there. Okay. I would actually expect her to be a little stressed then. And yet she is not stressed. She's been stuck indoors since the last time we visited this place. But she is a good cow. And therefore she is not stressed. I think that's actually a perfect fit if I want to take this last trough. So I am hearing a rabbit out there. It's not mine. It was in my top, like, center right, somewhere up that way. So there might have been rabbits somewhere in this field at some point. In any case, we've already got our allocation of locally sourced meat. Now, when we go past Ovo Farms, we will have a little bit more room, but I'm not going to get out and just start killing zombies, because we have a lot of stuff. Regrettably, we cannot just pick up this trough now. The rain started again. If we do so, the moment we take the food out of this trough, The moment we take the food out of this trough, rain starts falling in it, we can't pick it up. If there is 0 ml of rain in there because of a floating point math error, because that's how little there is, doesn't matter, can't pick it up. Stable, everybody, stable. Feeling very, very stable at the moment. I'm gonna let you guys. It's nitpicks, it really is. I'm not gonna act like it's a serious problem. It's just it's a problem compounding on a problem, because what is my solution if the rain was just going to be falling for the next 3 days, but I really wanted to move that trough? There is a solution. I'd have to build a staircase and then a roof to the second floor and cover up the roof over top of that trough. So it's a stupid problem, but the solution makes it even stupider. And boy howdy, there's a I could talk a little bit about vehicle towing, but I'm not going to. I could talk about a couple of other things that are really stupid problems that really should be solved before introducing more problems intentionally. But that's not the game we're playing right now. And okay, so I'm gonna be real with you guys. After seeing what happened to Star Citizen recently, and just going down the rabbit hole of how badly that game has been done over the years, how the devs have made almost $1 billion fucking dollars. That is not an exaggeration, billion with a B. And yet they are still 14 years in early access, so horrifically unstable and unreleased that they can't even play the game on stream and do a single instance encounter, scripted encounter, whatever the fuck they were trying to do was the Siege of Orion or whatever the fuck. I don't know. I don't care. You couldn't pay me to care about another unfinished survival crafting game right now. Hit me up when it's finished, I guess. But that did really white pill me on Zomboid, because, I mean, that was an example of how not to do it. And it showed me just how much worse things could be. But now that we've got the roof, these will not fill up with water. I can put these animal feed bags in it, and the next thing you know, the animals that we put here will be very well fed. And they're already very well watered, because we've got those troughs on the other side that have been catching rain this whole time. Won't be the last of trees to just appear out of nowhere. That will continue to happen until day 200. Yeah, I mean, honestly, again, if the game was finished, I wouldn't really care that much about what, whale hunting is something I've dealt with in video games before. I've gotten away without being a whale myself, and I've still enjoyed the game tremendously. Now, was I on the way to becoming a whale in Heroes and Generals? Possibly. Possibly. I tallied the numbers. I had spent about 1,800 in that game over the course of about 10 years. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's, hang on. Let's run some math that I forgot here. It's continued. Where's the H's? Heroes and Generals. It's still in my Steam library. You're not gonna gaslight me here. If Firefall can still be in my Steam library, then so is Heroes and Generals. We'll just search. Oh, of course, I hit it. This was before it went offline. I hit it for myself so that I wouldn't be tempted to play it again. But 2,100 hours. Sorry, 2224. So, 10 years is how long I played the game. 2,224 hours divided by 1,800. Approximately. So that's about $1.25 per hour spent in the game. Now, I know that can, to some people, that's going to sound rich. Spending $1,800 on a game over a decade and being like, nah, I'm not a whale. This game you could go nuts with. If you wanted to play the general side of the heroes and generals, or if you wanted to, really be, really let yourself get milked and play the action game and have a ribbon for everything you did, and make sure that you or just skipped leveling. You could pay gold to skip leveling certain things, but you would be. Certain games are built to milk retards of their cash, and that's one of them. That's one of them. And yet, it was still a really good game, and I'm gonna stick by that till the end of time. It was a good game because you didn't have to do all that stuff. It was there for the people with extremely low impulse control. They were the ones getting farmed. Low impulse control with lots of money. Yeah, Redomoto would have farmed a lot of money out of you. And it is what it is. I mean, if you have that little impulse control, you're willing to hand away money that easily, that's your problem. If it wasn't Heroes and Generals, it would be something else that would be farming you at that point. We are renaming this to Echo Creek Junk Farm. So it's got a grand total of 203 liters of water and 50 units of food. What is a unit of food? That would be a good question. 2,100 hours of build 42, and I still do not know what a unit of food actually is. I just know that 50 is enough for a very long time. And I mean a very long time. But make of all that what you will. I'm going to throw this garbage out. Garbage in the garbage. We're going to put the rope back, and I think we're going to spend the rest of the evening transporting the rest of the cows, because there's 3 more. I think there's a Cemental, male and female, and then an Angus female. The only one among any of them that I actually care about is this Holstein here. This is the only one we're going to be bringing home with us to Riverside. I'm just grabbing the other ones because I can, and it will also assist with getting this one knocked up, because she's not currently knocked up. So having a bull on hand while we're staying here will assist with that. Oh, right, the roofed area. No, you're correct. You are 100% correct. We do need roofed area. That's actually probably something we should go ahead and do now. Because if it's going to be raining, and rain causes problems for them, then yeah, let's get them some roofed area. We were already putting up some roof on this side. So let's just cut a couple of trees and saw a couple logs. Anything in my backpack needs to be emptied first. We might have lost the music again. I'll reassess that in a few minutes. Happened pretty fast, but sometimes it does. I think the music is actually playing. It's just really hard to hear over this really obnoxious rain. Yeah, it's playing. Okay. Oh, right. A carton of nails in my hand. I'm just going to drop that on the floor. I have any... No planks in here? Okay, no planks in here. The sound of chopping wood, I think, actually does cause animal stress. So getting a little bit of distance probably is good. I have exactly 1 plank on me right now. but we're about to get 12 more. Make sure I actually shut the engine off here. Yes. Knowing my luck, the moment I finish these floors, it's going to stop raining. I don't think we're going to be that unlucky. Look at that, she's already going for the roof area. Okay, that's good enough for the immediate moment. I have just enough time to go pick up one of those cows, I think. As an overnight task, after I've caught a sleep, we will go ahead and... 8.86, come on now. Okay, I just wanted to double check and make sure that's actually filling up. Because it's really close to a edge there, but we're good. But now one thing we can useful that we can do with that roof is put the buckets here to refill our water with, and we can see when they fill up. That's what I prefer. I'm going to go ahead and leave the loot van here. There's no need to take the loot van when we've got something with a much better engine. Made a roof above your cow pen as well designed to convert to a balcony. Hey, very nice, very nice. Do be careful about the, whatchamacallits. Shooting around your animals, you'll stress them out, but they can survive a few shots, and their stress does go down over time. So a few shots, and it'll still passively decay. You don't have to take active action. It's okay to park on top of the firearm loot because we're not adding to that yet. Okay, as an overnight task, I actually am going to have her read because I do have to step away briefly IRL after we capture this next aminal here. I'll do the bull next so that we have our bull here and he can get started working on the cow. Victory for France. There. Oh yeah, absolutely. Sniping towers. Hey, I mean, maybe someday you'll need to defend from something much worse than zombies. That is always something I'm thinking about. That was one of the last things I did just for fun on Jericho Base when I was cleaning things up on Dana the Drifter before her run inevitably got broken by the update. I just built, finished up the roof of Jericho Base and added a watchtower from the very top. Easy spot to snipe from. So we still got an Angus and the Cemental Bull. Did we have a Cemental Cow here too? I thought we did, but I only see 2. I'm not that worried about it. We got the Holstein, and we got the Bull to do work on him. You know, I'll leave that water there. Yeah, that's fine. Honestly, that went a little smoother than I thought. Fewer random zombies showing up in the road. We can thank the remaining chickens of Ovo Farm for that. That's one of the few places left that could still spill. But the chickens are acting as a magnet, pulling the zombies in. Otherwise, we would have a big old corpse pile next to the road right about here. But every time they hear us, they immediately hear the chickens instead and just stay next to the chickens. If you want to be real cynical about animals and zombies in this game, you can execute the Recolor plan. You can actually execute the Recolor plan in this game right now. That's only going to mean anything if you've read the World War Z book. Great book. Recolor plan involved people and not animals, but the principle was the same. Create positions, well-supplied ones, and allow the zombies to get attracted to those positions intentionally. Do not just pull everybody back to safety, because if you do so, then it's not going to be safety anymore. That's where all the zombies will be going. Very ruthless to do that intentionally to people, but it was necessary. And just to drive home how necessary it was, there were several instances of Special Forces guys actually volunteering to stay in Recolor zones. They call them blue zones, but they Recolor zones. I mean, Paul Recolor was the war criminal who planned it all out. I think I am going to go ahead and grab the last bull, or the last cow. That was a really smooth trip. I think we can make it happen before bedtime. But yeah, World War Z by Max Brooks. Just disassociate it with the movie in your mind. If you saw the movie and you thought the movie was subpar, you're not wrong. It was thoroughly mid. Not a bad movie, but not that good either. The book is 1,000 times better. Separate them in your mind and you're much happier. So this Angus cow we're about to pick up, I'm just going to bring it home. Now, Angus cows are valued for their meat, not their milk. They produce, like, less than a fountain cup. It's pathetic. I'm amazed that they can still breed and feed their own young, but somehow they do. So they're not all that much useful for anything other than butchering. But if you want to butcher them sustainably, then you need a herd, a breeding herd, and I don't have an Angus breeding herd anywhere. So I will not be butchering this one anytime soon. To be honest, if the bull here can get the cow pregnant while I'm around, then that's great. Put in the oven to cook for God knows how long that's going to take. I still have not had a successful live birth of a cow on any B42 version since the change to animal growth times. It was nerfed into the ground. I don't know what the numbers are now, but we used to be able to have births within, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 months. Whatever it is now. Danny the Drifter, my previous character, had a cow that was pregnant for about 18 months and going by the time her run ended, so I don't know. I just work here. But if they give birth, they give birth. If they don't, they're still producing milk, so I can still have very good use out of them. Gestating was the phase she was stuck at. Gestating. She was just tating. Glad I was able to dodge that guy. And look at that, we are home in time for bed. I am actually quite proud of that. Successful op. I shall introduce you ladies, reintroduce as it were. You know what? They get a nightlight. Yeah, that's right. They get a nightlight. He's wasting no time. Look at that. The moment I dropped her off, he comes over here to do his business. Whenever they walk straight to a female after bringing them on the lot, yeah, that's there's no animation, but you know what's going on there. Go ahead and reposition the trailer for pickup here as such. So we came in with one more small metal trough. Let me just update this wooden one here. Nighty nights. Oh, of course, this rope belongs to the trailer. We shan't forget about that. Now the cooldown for petting the rabbit to make it stop doing the E sound. Sounds like a bunch of lowercase e's. Just gotta pet it once every 24 hours. and I don't remember how long it's been since the last petting. The pettings will continue until the E's stop. Where did I leave it? There it is. I guess it didn't feel like being under the roof. Okay, bedtime. Very successful day. Very, very, very successful. Oh yeah, trapping can be great as long as you got good bait. Good bait is just it's a recipe for amazing trapping experience. We've got a freezer full of carrots, so if I wanted more rabbits without having to go through the effort of catching them, easy peasy, 1, 2, 3, easy. Just gotta go out there, put a carrot in a trap, and come back a little bit later. We get the rabbits, and we can either kill it straight up, or we can... Rain must have cut off early. It's fine. We can actually fill it up with these puddles. So we're up to about 110 liters over here. For my bases, I usually like a lot more than that, but it's okay. We can probably stop thinking about it too much after we get both sources up sufficiently. Now, I don't know if spacing them out by one tile actually helps them fill faster. But if it does, then I'm doing it. Sort of a just-in-case thing. It's my buddy Justin, just in case. He's on the case. I'm going to step away briefly IRL while she reads a little bit of... What have we got up here? First aid 1? Yeah. Spare copy of that. Okay, and I'll be right back just a moment. And when I get back, we'll get things prepped to start moving down the road towards Guns Unlimited. Well, actually, before Guns Unlimited, I do want to recover those chickens. So we kill everybody around those chickens, we get them out, we bring them back here, and start the de-stress cycle, because I'm pretty sure they're stressed. We've driven past them while they're surrounded by zombies quite enough for that. All right, they're back. Alright, so I've returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Maintenance. Looking good. Okay. It is a Friday, my dudes. It's absolutely Friday, so we've got 1 hour left here. My flashlight needs a new battery. We're right near the edge. Now, when it comes to animals and stress, there's a couple things the player does that builds up animal stress. One of them is running around them, and I think it is only if they see you running. So I think the fact that I'm running around inside my own base, out of line of sight of them, I think that means I'm okay. I've not confirmed this. But if we suddenly hear them start making stress noises for no reason at all, then we will know that it is possibly because I'm running near them and they can sense me running, as stupid as that might sound. I would not put it past the current state of the game that we might have some animal sensory things going on there. But all this milk transferring shouldn't be too necessary once one of those cows starts producing milk. So if anybody watching is newer to my overall strategy for the game, I have field bases. And this is one of those proper field bases. I haven't actually established a good, true, and proper field base yet on this character. I have, well, I guess the closest thing I've established has been in Ekron, but that was far more temporary than this. I never stay in Ekron very long. If I was going to stay in Ekron, I would have done a more than just a simple residential base. This one here at Echo Creek is one of the first big ones I've built. Now, Phallus Lake, it's a gas station base, but it's not like I put a lot of effort into it. Once again, it's, despite the glow up, it's still not quite big enough to lock in and stay there for an extended period of time. Not like this place. This place, especially because I can strike out through all of Echo Creek, I can go down the road to Guns Unlimited, and if I want to, I can skirmish Ekron from here. It's a drive, but I would much rather go to Ekron and grab stuff and then come back here, which I might actually do. This is a survivor house right here. I always mark them when I see them, so we may be going to Ekron at some point, but that would be after we go down Smith Road here and clear out Guns Unlimited. That is my collection of fountain cups refilled. I don't suspect that any of my cows are currently producing milk. Yep, they are not currently producing milk. And that's okay. They will at some point. But that means that we're out of milk to refill these cups with. So we've got 3 days of milk, just drinking easy peasy for not having to think about food. But then we actually have to think about food again. I should probably meal prep a little bit. It's 5 a.m. right now, but after I wake up, I got to start using up some of this rabbit meat, otherwise it will go bad. There's a lot of it in that slab, but that if we don't use it up, rabbit meat slabs, even just in the fridge instead of the freezer, they can go bad pretty fast. The clickety-clack of their hooves can get a little weird, but they're fine. Normally I wouldn't like doing soups, but that is what I have the most utensils of right now, so that's what we're making. Now, my concerns previously about forever water being on the ground, because there was never any transition to snow, I think we're fine. I think it actually will go away. But I didn't get a chance to like monitor it overnight, so I don't know. We're going to start with 2 helpings of rabbit in each of these soups and see if that eats up this slab of rabbit here. I think it did. Beautiful. And then we'll do tomato and potato and egg. Okay, so their base is all right around 60. Are we in the position to... You know what? I really want to use up this margarine. I do not want to be bringing it home with me. So I'm going to use it even though I don't have to. Now, because these soups are not for weight gain, I gain nothing from overeating. I just want to eat them when I'm hungry and not overeat. So what I'm going to do is put 2 of these away. And I'm going to rename this to 40. Said I was going to... I meant to put them in the fridge, but they ended up in the... Okay, I'm going to do this. Now, the reason I'm renaming the other one to 40 instead of 80 is because I'm going to divide it into bowls. So it is 2 bowls of 40 as opposed to a single bowl of 80. Because it does not let you rename bowls. That is a more efficient way of going about it. Now what I'm going to do is put away half of this cow milk because I don't need all of it. I'm just going to hold on to like 5 cups. That's enough for a full day. Would be curious to know why this intersection keeps getting them. Would you look at that? It's an intersection just outside of a town that just seems to keep filling up with zombies. What could be going on there? Where have we seen that before? I mean, we're driving back and forth, so I can't rule that out. yet. I want to kill everybody outside the fences first. I can't trust this tower. I can't see behind it ever. Odd encounter. Pop, had a magazine, got it. Okay, this field is clear. One up here, no chicken. No chicken, no chicken. No chicken, no cry. No chicken, no cry. Couple of them outside over there, but that's not far enough to be bothering chickens, so I actually don't care. Dealing with these pens would have been much easier before the overgrowth started kicking in. All these bushes and trees wouldn't be here. The small ones, at least. Big ones, nothing stops those. Those are pre-placed. I just knew that I needed to sharpen. Sorry, I haven't been able to keep up with chat for a minute or two here. Big Money Ben, how's it going? Honestly, splitting this soup is probably not going to help me that much. I'm still going to kind of want to just eat half of these bowls whenever it's hunger time. Maybe cancel eating. Yeah, that'll do the trick. One jacket over here. I don't remember. I don't care. Okay, so the fields down here have nothing in them. It's really just the one corner over there. So I really just care about getting the main sidewalk down here cleared out. Don't ask me how I did that swing. I just did it. All of this just works. Open. One. Just came over. Lunge? No. Jacket. show yourself. Okay, so I'm thinking about extinction mode sometimes. Fences are a godsend against sprinters because they have to pluck themselves up and flip over them first. And these chain link fences create a lot of warning, early warning for incoming anything. I'm not saying that this would be a good base location, but I am saying that if I was in that paradigm, I would absolutely consider it. So it looks like we've got one doofus outside. I was trying to get ahead of that, but whatever. Now, I'm not just going to give up on the animal stress and just start shooting. I could do that, and if I knew they were at 100 stress, I would, but I don't. They probably are at 100 stress, but, I mean, that's one brave chicken right there. That one just doesn't care. Yeah, I mean, honestly, extinction without respawn would be a lot more attractive for long runs. Okay, those last two are outside. Now, do be advised, roosters can attack you. It doesn't happen very often, but that was one of the few ways that Annie Mae III actually received a scratch. Was from a fucking chicken of all things. Lower torso. Went right through my clothing. Okay, so that is all the zombies that are within any distance of these chickens. So if we still hear stress noises, then we know that they're stressed. Just wait until they all stop running, and then we can assess. Okay, that was a stress noise. Probably from somebody who wasn't running. So that means some of them are stressed. Stress goes down over time if you just hang out with them. So if I bring these chickens back to my base, and then put them in the base, and then just hang out at my base, read a book or some shit, it will go down over time. So I'm considering my options in that regard. We do have a sledgehammer. I can erase part of this fence back right up to the corner. And I could probably put chickens into the trailer without having to jump the fence. That would be very amenable to my interests. So let's clear some obstructions here. He's going to try to jump the fence. No. No, not doing that. Now, if some of them are stressed but others aren't, that's probably a great way to decide which ones we just butcher and stick in the freezer instead. We don't have to take them all home. We can just put a couple of them into the freezer instead of the field. Putting them in the freezer is a bit of a euphemism here. Now, we don't actually have a rooster yet, anywhere on the map, ever. This is the only rooster that I know of right back here. So even if this rooster is being a cock... Sorry, I had to. Technically correct phrasing. But no, even if this rooster is being mean, he's staying alive because chickens do actually die of old age in this game. Because the age rate for everything has been slowed to a standstill compared to what it used to be. It's not as big of a problem, but it still is. It still happens. So, if you're playing super long term, then breeding pairs are essential. Sledgehammer is acquired. The fuck did I just hit? Huh. I don't know what I broke the first time. 3 ought to be enough. And it is December 4th already, yeah. Stuffed chicken for Christmas, maybe. I don't see no turkeys around here, so... Alright, so we are trying to identify them by stress levels. As you get higher in animal... Hang on. No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. Fuck you. Fuck you, we're not doing this. I don't care if you're stressed. Don't you fucking run at me. Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna try to pet it. Probably not a good idea. I will kill the bitch if he attacks me. Okay. Well, I wanted to pick him up, not pet him. Come here. There's a 24-hour cooldown to getting rid of stress by petting, so... Petting is a game of diminishing returns. And I can't open the animal segment from across the fence, so I still have to jump the stupid-ass fence. Okay. Well... I'm getting more and more annoyed with the water on the ground. It's been like 6 hours now and it's still just here. I'm gonna close and reopen the game after I get these guys home. My kingdom for these things to be pinnable so they don't move or resize or anything. So I need to keep in mind that the last time I pet these things was afternoon. So if I wait until the evening to pet them again, then we will have full cooldown. I'm gonna get 3 of each breed, I suppose. We don't have very many leghorns here, do we? No, okay. Now, we do have more leghorns back at base. So in terms of having a few of each breed, it's not like this is the only leghorn. What is my capacity looking like? Oh, we could take everybody. We could take everybody if I wanted to. We've got another field up there. So just 2 fields, really. Looks like, yeah, just 2 fields. Let's see if the ones up here are less stressed. Because if they are, then I've already taken more stressed ones than I want. it. Okay. We're not done yet. Now, there's a certain intensity to the stress clucking when there's a zombie nearby. We're not hearing it right now. Oops, tree. Always check barns with a bunch of hay bales in them. As you can see, there are tools that pop up. These tools, every single one of them, is something that could have been a sledgehammer. I have seen sledgehammers spawn on these before. In this case, we're seeing fucking jerry can full of gasoline. Okay. That was not what I was expecting, but I'll take it. I'll take it with a smile. Now, don't get too excited by these shelves. I'm 80% sure they are all just eggs. This place has been like 80% egg in terms of its loot tables, and because of how long it's been around, those eggs will all be rotten. So really, it's just fertilizer, if anything ever. Yeah, it's all egg. It's 100% egg. No surprises there. Just double checking. Same as this whole factory down here. The whole factory where it says Ovo Farms there. Whole thing is nothing but egg.
Hey!
Oh, that's not a fence you can jump over. I'll get him the poke. Now, do be careful. You can jaw stab through fences like I just did. Just be careful that you might lose your knife. If I lost my knife, if I got stuck in him, then my knife would be stuck on the other side of the fence. Factors to consider. Where is this place? TSDR, this is Ovo Farms. It is outside of Echo Creek. I'll give you guys an M real quick here. So if you look on the map where Echo Creek, where the letters are, here's the gas station everybody likes. You go down Payne Road just a little bit here, and voila. Big old farm full of nothing but chickens. Lots and lots and lots of chickens. I can delete this sign here that says Holsteins, because we've gotten all the cows out of there. Oh, this is sad. These guys were never zombies. As you can see, there is no damage to their bodies. They are just RIP. Yep. The magazine, or the M9 with no round in the chamber. If this was a cop drama, I would be putting the gloves on and then placing it somewhere nearby for evidence collection. But usually when I come across these, I bury them properly. This guy has a note on him. So he also has a coat. I'm taking his coat because he doesn't need it anymore. But I'm going to be burying these guys. I've just got to secure the premises before I consider such things. What was that sound? That sounded like that was a vehicle collision that we just heard. Okay, guys. Our fire truck has just sustained very serious damage. I have not seen this happen since the dark days of Unstable. But it does appear that if you leave your vehicles connected by a trailer and you go a long distance, get ready for some really dumb shit to happen on occasion. And I already know that it sustained serious damage because I can see glass on the floor. Yep. Look at that hood. Look at the side of the vehicle. What can we do? What can we do? The windshield's gone. The hood is gone. Please tell me you didn't take engine damage. I really want to hear what the actually crowd have to say about this one. I don't think they're gonna have anything to say about this one. I think if I posted a video with this as a clip, I think they would just I don't know. They probably just wouldn't even watch it. I don't think they would have made it this far. The last 3 videos about towing, where stupid shit has happened, about 1/5 of the people came by to dislike it. You're actually a dumb man. That's realistic. Is this realistic, guys? Is this realistic? Is towing working right now? Should I really expect that leaving my trailer connected and walking away to go clear a house should result in me coming back to my vehicle completely fucking destroyed? I'm gonna do an epic zoom on this for the clip, but that is a 0% engine right there. We took 100% engine damage from whatever just happened. I knew it the moment I saw the glass on the floor. This has happened to me only one time before. And it was a vehicle that I didn't care about, but it got completely ridiculously destroyed. I thought that was like getting struck by lightning. But no, the thing that we did that caused that I've actually been pretty vigilant about avoiding since then, was leaving a trailer connected and walking away. Woe betide me for assuming that stable was going to actually be stable. Okay, so shift in tectonic plates. Thanks. Yeah, Grumbaki got a good prediction there. I'm sure that's something we'll hear. Now, I mean, okay, so let's say that we didn't have engine damage. If we didn't have engine damage, as fate would have it, we got a donor board right here. We can steal parts from this vehicle right here. The glass work, I don't care. The doors, I don't care. The windshield, I don't care. But the hood was completely destroyed, and the engine beneath the hood was completely destroyed. I didn't know that it was physically possible to have a collision so powerful that it went through a 60% engine. I'm sorry, a 60% hood and just went straight to the engine. I've never seen that happen before. I mean, if my character was in there, she would be dead, but I don't think that would happen with a character in it. The only reason that happened is because we were operating at the edge of the loaded cell. That's the only trend that I've noticed with this, is that when it happened to my vehicle near the beginning of Danny's journey, it was a blue bull driver, kind of like this one, only blue. Anyway, I can't fix engines yet. I won't be able to for a long time. I basically have no heavy combat vehicle right now. I mean, I'm standing in front of one. I can use this thing until we can fix it. The question I'm asking is, do I deal with this? Do I just deal with this and move on? Or do I open up debug mode and just fix the engine? Again, I don't really care about the glasswork, the doors, the hood. I can't fix engines yet. I won't be able to for a long time. I'm mechanics level 5. You need to be 7 in order to even start, and your efficacy fucking sucks until you're level 10. So you're pissing away parts if you try to repair engines anything earlier than mechanics level 10. So it's just, yeah, I'm debugging it. I'm not dealing with this. This is the equivalent of Danny Nora caught on fire once for no reason. This is like my vehicle catching on fire, basically. It's just as damaging. We didn't put up with it then. I'm not going to put up with it now. So, debug mode, how does it work? Quit the desktop and open up your Steam settings here. Go to the game and go to the settings wheel here. Go to properties, go to dash debug. Voila, you've got cheats enabled. I don't like opening debug mode usually because it fucks or it can fuck other things up. It's fine. Just remember that anytime you turn on a cheat, you have to turn it off manually. Otherwise, it sometimes stays on when you go back to regular play. That's one of the reasons I absolutely despise opening debug mode, because I like to have my playthroughs be as clean and legitimate as possible. And so this kind of feels like I'm leaving a lingering stench on my save by doing this. I don't like it, but I also don't like losing my only combat truck that I've found. That is the only D6 that I've found. Its engine quality was only 81, but I don't care. It's the only one that I found. I'm not put up with this. No. Yeah. I know, right? I won't get all those achievements that we can get in this game. Anyway, when you're in debug mode, all you got to do is go to cheats and go to, I'm pretty sure there's one specific to vehicles. Mechanics cheat mode. I think that's it. So what I do now is right click on the engine and go to cheats. Set part condition. Okay. I mean, parts got literally deleted from existence. I'm not gonna like spawn them back in. And like I said, I don't care. Let's just say that something really fucking stupid happened, and it took some damage because of something. I've got replacement parts right here that I can steal from this other car, so I'm going to. We've solved what I wanted to solve. I'm going to turn that back off before leaving. So basically, you want your save to be clean. You have to step into debug mode for a moment. Just make sure all this shit's unchecked before you leave. And I'm just checking my fitness stats to make sure that didn't get broken, because I lost count of how many times that's happened to me. Every time I opened debug mode in the past, I'd have to be paranoid about my fitness stat just getting reset. That's part of our character build, is that we start at level 10 fitness because we don't want to have to go through that shit. So, yeah, I know, right? Okay, so problem solved. Shouldn't have been a problem to begin with, should it? I wish I could... So I can't necessarily say how to replicate that bug. I can just say that it seems to occur, it seems to be an extremely low chance of happening if you leave the trailer connected and spend a lot of time running around just outside of the draw distance of the vehicle. Because those are the two things, right? Both when this happened on Danny, near the beginning of her run, and now. Anyway. Let me get a timestamp for that. 7 hours and 38 minutes, something like that. About 2 minutes ago. 7:38:00. That's where I look. Okay, well, we at least got ahead of the problem of, whatchamacallit, the stupid water getting stuck on the floor. So we're going to need a new window and a new door. And a new hood. Thankfully, these are parts that we can... I mean, honestly, it costs me nothing to do this. In fact, it actually gets me experience. So, I don't really care about these particular parts, replacing these. I wish it was being done under better circumstances, but yeah. Birds are lucky they don't take damage from collisions. If they did, I'm pretty sure that would have wiped them all out. Now, you can actually use welding to fix hoods and doors. Hoods you don't even need to take off, but when they get all the way down to 0%, which almost never happens to me, you can't do anything. You just gotta yank it off and get rid of it. It's broken. So basically what happened was whatever silly little physics problem occurred, perhaps some division by zero somewhere, I don't know. It resulted in a collision beyond anything you could ever imagine on the front and side of the vehicle. So the front, that's how the hood, windshields, and engine all got wiped out, as well as the headlights here. And the side, the right side, that's how the window got broken. And now we're not out of the woods yet. You might think that it's detached. I didn't hear the sound. When a trailer detaches, you hear a specific unique sound. All I heard was the sound of crunching glass, and like metal at the same time. So it was glass and metal. I did not hear the sound of a traumatic disconnection. I heard other trauma. So what that tells me is that it's actually possibly still connected. When that happens, you generally want to kind of just reposition it so that it can hook back up to itself. Give me just a moment to take this stuff out so that I can get in the side seats, and then I'm going to drive forward and get back into position, but I'm going to be careful about it. Okay. If it was technically still connected, then it would have popped back into place. Doesn't look like that happened, so... Just going to hook it up and unhook it real quick. I don't know why. I just feel like doing that. Okay. Back into the passenger seat with my gear. Okay, so now what we're going to do is not think about the house anymore. Y'all see where my having empathy for the dead got me? No, I tried to have empathy for people who died in that house who never became zombies. And see where it got me. No, we're not doing that. We're just going to proceed. I don't think anybody should be reasonably afraid of seeing that particular glitch happen to them, as long as you remember to detach your trailers before leaving an area. That's all you gotta do. Generally, I've not had a problem with that in the past. There's a reason it hasn't happened to us. It's because we've been pretty good about just not doing that. I did not expect it to happen that easily for that. So these animals, some of them are stressed, okay. I'm not hearing stress noises from these guys, but I guess it doesn't matter. I do see a rooster in this field. So because of that, I know I can't take everybody. And I also know that the animals don't gain stress from collisions, because that collision was so traumatic, based on the vehicle damage, that if they gained stress from collisions, then there is 0.0% chance they would only be stressed and not agitated. Agitated is what it says when they are at like peak stress. Got another volunteer here. I think this one might be a mama. Because I think that chick over there was running towards this one. Now, the roosters won't fight each other inside of the animal trailers at the moment. I predict that they may do that someday. Probably just a not implemented mechanic. Because realistically speaking, if you put two roosters next to each other, they'll wipe each other out, especially if they're in close quarters. There's literally an entire underground industry, of cockfighting based on that notion. You put them in front of each other, they'll kill each other, even if there's no females to fight over. It's just what they do. Speaking of, this is a male chick. So I think I'll take it. But the moment it turns adolescent, it'll start getting attacked. There is still one more redhead. I'm gonna take them all. Like I was saying before, if any of them don't de-stress, then I'll just put them in the freezer. Ah, there you are. Isn't that a city in China? I don't think I have enough room to turn around here. We're just gonna have to go straight. Or try to stay straight. You know what? I'm not gonna let that incident that we just had, I'm not gonna let that turn me off from what I wanted to do. I wanted to give those dudes a proper burial. The ones who were never turned into zombies. That's just something I do here. When I see people who never became zombies and then just died, that, unlike meta events, is actually, in my humble opinion, much more compelling storytelling. Because you can actually see, instead of just hear some random audio file being played. Oh, I never checked the trunk. Trunk never took a hit. That's really funny. That's actually really funny to me. That's how you know that it was only front and right side. I also have no idea if there might be a generator in this shed, so that is a potential target. That would be a negative. Welding tools, maybe? Sure, yeah. Now, these zones don't actually fill the entire fenced area, which is, that's just really funny to me. That's just really funny to me. We had one job, just draw the box and make it encompass the entire thing, and it couldn't even do that. Which means there could be chickens along the fence who we would not see in the zone listing. But I don't see any, so I think we're good. We were cancel eating this soup. If you guys find those noises annoying, I sympathize. Don't worry, we'll spend some time reading books at super fast forward speeds. And as long as we spend time around the animals while they're stressed, just chilling, then they get de-stressed. So that's a good thing. So this time, if we go inside and I want to bury those guys who made it all the way to the very end but couldn't do anything further, we'll have to deal with the annoying clucking. But otherwise, I don't think they're gonna mind if I disassemble some of their furniture to make their graves. In fact, it'll be slightly poetic. They spent a lot of time on this couch, probably. Now they get to spend a lot of time under it. Pretty sure it's just 1 and 1. No, it's 2 and 2. That should be everything we need. 5 now. Yeah, we're good. So only one of them had a note. The other had the gun. I'm going to be... I don't think he'll begrudge me. I need the gun. So I'm going to hold on to the gun. But this guy, darker skin up here, he had the note. So whenever I find a note on them like that, I will put the note on the headstone that they get. So I'm just going to make sure to remember to bury the brown skin one on this side here. You can't read the notes. It does not actually show anything on them. Okay. So don't be fooled. These are humans who just didn't make it, but when we pick them up, they're going to change into corpses, or zombie-looking corpses. And that's just because that's what the grapple system does to them currently. So he's going to transform in a moment, but he's still actually a human, not a zombie. I have respect for anybody who, if they have to end it without becoming a zombie, I prefer they not become a zombie. It's what I would do for myself if I had the willpower. I wish I could say that us hanging out next to the chickens like this was helping them de-stress. Now, I don't think they are capable of losing stress while they're in the vehicle, so I don't actually think this is helping out the animals per se. That's okay. There's not too much else we could have accomplished today anyway. So we are in the realm of having safe diversions here. Alright, RIP. I'll take good care of your chickens for you. Some of them are going to go in the freezer. I don't think you'll begrudge me that. very nice. Is it one that can install Graphene OS? Because if not, that would not be my taste. Recently, the Pixel, which is my preference. Pixel, what was it, 11? Something like that? I don't know what they're up to, but I do know that Pixel phones are what Graphene is most compatible with these days. So unloading is much easier than loading, because we can actually pull in, and as long as the cows don't give us too much trouble and block us, which is possible, don't want to bump into them at all. All we've got to do is pull them directly out of the vehicle. We don't have to close the menu to do that. The only one that I will not pull out of the vehicle will be one of the two roosters. Damn it. I have to take like half a step away so that they are not too close. I have found out through trial and error that if they are too close to the trailer, when the trailer starts moving, it will count as a collision. Shit. Fuck. Get away, get away, get away. Don't you fucking... God damn it! Fuck! Oh, fuck my life. I can't do anything about this. Once they start running, they're just gonna keep running until they're done. I know I should have gotten out and killed those assholes on the bridge. That's all right. I think we'll make it. Just a setback. No, Athena, please. Oh, whatever your name is. You're Bast, not Athena. I haven't named her yet. You will not be anywhere close to the trailer when it starts to move. Alright, so... Alright, I'm gonna be real with you guys. If there's one or two chickens that are too close... Come on, even the fucking rabbit. I'm just gonna, like, walk back and forth really quick. If I can push them away, then I just did. That's the most I'm gonna do. If I bump into one, because they're just that stupid, then I can't stop it. Yeah. I just can't, I just can't, I don't have the action economy for this bullshit. I really don't. If it wants to stand there underneath the fucking wheel and I can't see it because of the isometric bullshit of this game, then fuck it. I didn't want to kill it, but what can I do? I literally can't see it. So I just click until I can get the menu for it. Frustrating, very frustrating. Now I've got blood on my sand, and I don't like that. I don't think that would have done anything good for their health. But at least that's one less stress noise. Now, this is going to be a little silly to sound, but we actually hit
a threshold there. That extra zombie that we just killed. There's now a bad smell next to the pen. Fuck, there it go? Oh, good. In my inventory. Oh, I just shook the rooster. I didn't put it down or anything. Didn't want to risk it biting me. Honestly, we're home in time for bed. So as much of a shit show as today has been for multiple reasons, we are at least getting into bed on time. I wouldn't call it a bad day, just frustrating. In terms of this game, I have had so much worse than that. I mean, especially since we were able to just quickly fix that problem with debug mode. If that had been a problem that did not have a straightforward debug mode fix, if I didn't know exactly where to go to right-click to fix the problem, that could have been enough to make me just call it early for today. But we're good. We are good. I have no idea what the shelf life is looking like on these eggs, but I'm going to go ahead and put them into cartons, put cartons into the freezer. Hey, look at that. Okay, so we've got an empty magazine of 9mm, but then one that's almost full. And as fate would have it, we have a few loose bullets. We can top it up. So there's another full 9mm mag that we can stick into the combat truck. Kind of wasteful, but it's fine. Then I can say that I've used up that sink. Alright, so when it comes to making the chickens feel better so they stop doing the stress noises and chill out a little bit, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to butcher the animals that we had to kill, whether the ones, we ran over them or we just had to kill the rooster. I'm going to drop them on the floor back here out of line of sight so they can't see me ripping them apart, and then we'll get some butchering experience and some meat to go into the freezer. Now, why did the game want me to use butchering level 5? Why did they want me to use my hatchet to butcher with when I had a perfectly good knife already in my hand? I cannot explain that. I'm not sure what's going on there. I would think that a knife is a little bit more precise than a hatchet. One of these chickens is worth very little nutrition. That would be the one that we ran over. One of them is worth a lot. That would be the one that we choked ourselves. These slabs of rabbit meat are barely worth anything because it was a baby rabbit and it was underneath our tire, so a lot of the meat got squished out. R.I.P. R.I.P. in peace. Like this if you cry every time. So I've got a bowl of 40 left, and then I've got another soup here. What we're gonna do is just spend a little bit of time reading next to the animals. I'm gonna get a couch, bring it outside, and we'll start that tomorrow. So we'll just pass the time, fast forwarding a lot, next to the animals, and that will reduce stress over time, as well as get us through some of the books we brought. As fate would have it, this couch is actually underneath the overhang, so even if it starts raining, we'll be good. I'm going to tally the books that I have with me right now. We should have Reloading 3, First Aid 1, Electrical 4. In terms of priority, Electrical 4 is actually probably the most, like, pertinent right now. I don't expect to get injured. First aid is just background noise. Electrical reloading doesn't matter to me much until I can shoot. I want to be able to shoot. Yeah, it's got to shoot before you can reload. And I don't have aiming, so it's kind of academic. Yes, that's right. Reading a book is kind of academic. That's right. We don't have a lot of time. I'm just going to spend a half hour reading and then sleep. Now I'm going to go ahead and put my warm gear on. Long John's military tee. Because we're going to be sitting still for a while outdoors. That is a recipe for getting very cold. I might even need to go get the vest. Actually, not the vest so much as if I put the hood on with the mask. So hood up, bandana on face. I am now very, very, very well insulated, because without that I am not very well insulated on the head specifically. But now, glasses on, bite of soup for breakfast. And we can hit the fast forward button. I'm still getting cold. I should figure. It is about 10 degrees below freezing. And so we can fix that. We have the technology. This is where the vest goes on my chest. Our full body insulation is now bright red everywhere. 2.0 and above. That might not even guarantee to get it. We'll see. Oh, electrical is next. You can already notice a marked decline in the amount of angry clucking. There's still a little bit, but after we get to like 1,400 hours, around 1,400 hours, we can go and pet them all. And we'll be reasonably sure that it's been 24 hours since the pettings. Now, you can auto-hotkey this to E. Just stand next to them and hit E. As long as there's nothing else for E to interact with. I don't know exactly how much stress this gets rid of, but it is a number. It's rather significant for the player. If the player is, like, at stress modal 1, it's enough to make it go away completely. So I want to say something like 20 stress. Okay. That should be just about everybody. Electrical time. Long overdue. Now, if we run out of books completely, honestly, that's okay. And there's some of the ones might still be making stress noises. It's fine. It's fine. We'll have made a huge amount of progress with this, and the rest of it might happen over time as we continue, before we leave the area at least. It won't be until we are ready to leave the area that I'm going to be like, okay, anybody else who is still making the angry noises can go in the freezer at that point. I don't think there's anything I can do to be more insulated right now. So I'm still a little bit cold. I wonder if there's a stress factor for the fact that they don't have a coop. I have no idea if that's the case. If it is, then they're just going in the freezer. That's it. It's fine. Ooh, okay, we got wind chill, and it's another 10 degrees colder. So I would put a heater down. Problem with that is if it's an open flame, they will walk over it and catch themselves on fire. We have, not because we intentionally did it, but we did see when we were trying to deal with a bunch of zombies earlier in this character's journey, like part 2 or 3, something like that. We set a bunch of zombies on fire, and we witnessed a ram. I think it was a ram. It was either a ram or a lamb. A sheep of some sort. Just walk right over a campfire, catch itself on fire, and burn to death. Yeah. They're not known to be the brightest. That being said, I probably have the tools and the talent to make my own barrel oven right now. and that would get me welding experience, so it is prurient to my interests. I mean, hell, if I had a oven outside, I could sleep next to it. Not saying that's something I would jump at, but metal barrel oven requires 2 small steel sheets and 2 large steel sheets. It is a level 5 recipe. As fate would have it, we got plenty of steel sheets right down the road. I just need a welding mask, which we did source locally. We do have a local welding mask now. Good. Actually, what am I doing? What am I doing? I've got a truck full of loot here. I just haven't sorted it yet. And among this loot, steel sheets. Plenty of them. This gives me something to do with all of the small form lumber I've cut in the area. I think it's just 1 scrap. Just 1. Alright, what am I missing? I didn't take the rods. Bear the rods, spoil the project. Easy 200 experience for welding. I'm actually going to rotate beds real quick, because being able to sleep outside next to them will help me de-stress them even faster. I don't know if the same line of sight rules apply, to whether they'll lose stress if the player's nearby. But if it does, then being indoors doesn't help me with that. Sleeping out there next to them would help me. So even with the bed out of the way, I can't put the carpet down right here. I don't know why. The game really doesn't... Oh, there's trash on the floor. Ah! Problem solved. What I'm going to do is put the blue bed outside in the... Well, I'll go upstairs and steal the bunk bed, bring it down to put it where the blue one was. Reason for that is the blue bed I can sit on and read. What's going on here? Alright, it's time to grab some small form lumber. I do love it when it spawns with something in it already. So even though it is chilly out here, very chilly, that's nothing's going to stop me from sleeping now. It's going to be actually very comfortable. And we will be within line of sight of the Eminals, so if line of sight is required for them to de-stress, then this will make it a lot easier for them to de-stress, theoretically. This worked last time I tried it with cows. Back in Irvington on Danny when we first collected a bunch of cows. But just as good measure. Hood up. And that cuts some of the wind chill too. Okay, I'm starting to think that this is a... I don't know. The fact that they're still just all making that same fucking noise. We'll see. If after 1500 that I'll be able to pet them again. And if they're still stressed after that, I'm going to give up. Alright, 1500. It's basically 24 hours plus 1 for good measure. Okay, I'm... putting away the axe before the temptation sinks in. Let's just assume that the problem is a lack of chicken coop. Let's just operate under that assumption. And, it would not cost too many materials to build one. Five and 5. So if it's a lack of a chicken coop, then that is my last idea. If they don't start de-stressing after a night like that, then that's it. The ones that are still stressed go in the freezer. I know I've been threatening that a lot, but I mean seriously. After a certain point, there's nothing else we can do. We are devastating our action economy for a couple days for their sake. Carpentry level 10, everybody. Now, even if I run out of books to read, I do still have carving to level, and that is a very time-consuming thing. But I have lots of materials. That's one of the reasons I was hesitant to be burning too many of those sticks. Looks like there's no rotating this. In that case, I'm putting it back here. I actually couldn't remember if you could rotate chicken coops or not. Looks like you cannot. Okay. I have no idea if the meta event could happen right in front of me, but if it could, well, we just roll it out. Now, I'm not going to be doing that regularly. Absolutely not. A couple days tops, just in case that is... Maybe the chicken's sleeping in the coop safely, with the coop being clean. Maybe that will help them de-stress. If it doesn't, like I said, quite a few of them will be going in the into the freezer. I need to rename. We've got Bast now. Bastet. Angus over here. You are Anetta. And we've already got our Brago. So you are Braga. Okay, cows get names, chickens, no. We don't, I need to give names to every one of the chicken. There's a lot of them. Now, we are going to spend a little bit of time carving, starting with the saplings, of course. So we just carved a bunch of small handles, and every one of them will now become a smoking pipe. Ideally, we'll keep an eye on the knife, make sure it doesn't need to be sharpened, because if it does, we'd rather do that. Maintenance experience and whatnot. Alright, foot up and head to pillow. Oh dear. Ran out of fire overnight there. About 70 carving for each one of these. I wish I could just put the smoking pipes into the fire as well. Seeing as they're all just made of wood, I should be able to do that, but I can't. The pipes that I use in real life are ceramic. They are not made of wood only. Because that would be silly. I have no further need to have the reading glasses on. We've read all the books that we can read. Among them is electrical, so now I take everything that I want to disassemble, bring it outside with me, chill with the animals, and get a little disassembly done. And now we will do rip and tear until it is done. Radio edition. Actually hot for a second there. Alright, that's all the electrical disassembly I can do. I'm going to go ahead and put this out and sleep inside tonight. And now we are once again capable of, anytime we come across something electrical, we can just disassemble it on the spot, as we always should have been. Seeing as I have spare pillows, let's make sure that we've got a pillow in each bed. So I will leave one here for when we bring the bunk bed downstairs. But also, right upstairs, we've got the mahogany bed. It's perfectly acceptable. Just needs a pillow. Because it's bulky, it can stay up here. You were loading mags while towing your step van collection home. Yep. Yep. If only we could still do such a thing. All right, so now we let the chickens out of the coop, and we start assessing whether we hear stress noises. If I still hear these stress bok, some of them are going into the stress freezer. I'm already seeing a calm rooster. I mean, I too would be calm if, well, I was about to make a joke. I don't think I would be very calm if I was locked in a tight space with 18 females overnight. No, that would not be very calming. That many ladies, no. And some of them are stressed, but some of them aren't, so we at least have proof that their stress levels are generally going down. Okay, this one. I'm not sacrificing any of the leghorns because I don't have very many of them. So the leghorns will keep no matter what, but, you. Come with me. You're going to a cold place, even colder than this one. And for choking the chicken. Don't ask me why we can eat chicken feet without cooking them. I probably would not want to do that, IRL. I have no idea if line of sight is enough to make them not get stressed from hearing them, or, you know, some of them dying nearby each other. But I'm going to assume that taking them down into a basement is much, much, much easier. Don't try to raise animals in basements. If they're above ground floor or below ground floor, stress goes up, as opposed to just getting stuck where it is. No, it starts going up if they're off of ground zero. So there's no sky gardens in this universe, and there are no sky animal farms. There's just, they got to be at ground level. It's just too easy for you if they're not. So they make sure that the stress forces you to not. Welcome to Project Zomboid. If something's too easy, then the devs will just introduce some real bullshit to make sure it doesn't happen. I think this might be the last stress one. If nothing else, these feathers will help us with tailoring at some point. So will the skulls. We can make a skull necklace. We can make feather pillows. Fun stuff. I do still hear a stress noise. Who else is going in the freezer? You're good. You're good. I don't think any of the leghorns were bad off. But even if it was the leghorns. Now, sometimes you'll hear that cluck that sounds a little stressy, but it's not. Yeah. There's a very specific sound that you'll never hear unless they're stressed, though, and I have not heard it yet. So I think we've gotten them cleaned up. Beautiful. Okay. We're going to be doing the hutch thing. Then we have to clean it. Otherwise, they'll shit themselves to death in the hutch. So, where's my UI? There it is. It's a lot of eggs for one night. Looks like 10% dirtiness for one night. How do we fix that? Broom or mop and a bucket of water. Reliably finding a broom or a mop is sometimes really annoying. Okay, that was the stress noise. Just there. That little... It sounded almost echoey. One of these things is still stressed. It's one of the roads. Yes, this one. Okay. You're going in the freezer. Come here. I've had it up to here with birds not de-stressing. We've got mating pairs now, so we can get more birds. It's fine. Someday we'll have more birds. The butchering level that we got earlier was 5, so we're still right up through 6. Now, sometimes their eggs will end up being fertilized. So far, I've not seen any. I've seen hens fertilized, but I've not seen any eggs get laid as fertilized, so I'm going to assume that that's not currently happening much. I did notice that one of our cows is now producing milk. And I think it's the Holstein. So I'm going to take those two. That was another, like, tertiary goal of going out there and reading and spending some time carving and, you know, de-stressing the birds. It was also give the cows plenty of time in our eyesight while we're around to start producing this lovely stuff. Okay, so I think we're in a good spot to start transitioning to fighting our way towards Guns Limited here. Taking a quick peek at the map, we do have some fight-ins. We never did hit that survivor house. It should be clear. We'll want to clear the rest of this neighborhood, make sure that there's no other survivor houses hiding there. It is December 7th right now. Tomorrow, December 8th, I'm going to need to go back to base. So, we're going to need to spend some time loot sorting. And what we're going to do is go back to base with the friendly butchers here. We're just going to load it up with everything we can. And then come home with an animal trailer carrying the Holstein cow. That will be the first transition back. But then we'll come back here with a throwaway. And the combat truck will be waiting. I will bring the animal trailer back with me, because I want to leave. Most of the birds are coming with me now. We have a few chickens at Riverside. But we don't want to be leaving behind chickens, because that's just free eggs that we should be taking with us. Another one with this, the crafting menu fluctuates. It stops letting me refill torches periodically, so I can't do them in bulk. Nice collection of welding stuff between Mad Dan's and what we found so far here. Seeing as we've read the electrical book, all this lovely electrical stuff, it's waiting here for us. I'm just going to put those 12 electrical parts right out into the bag for the generator. But that's one of the reasons we got to head back, is the generator situation back at Riverside starts becoming in question after the 8th. I know for a fact they'll still be running, but I think we'll start cutting it close after that point, so no need to mess with that. No need to mess with that at all. We should have gotten enough nails here to assemble another carton. Well, that's what I say, and then there's 11 out of 10. Sorry, 11 out of 12. Came home with some foodstuffs here. No idea yet what to do with this coffee that's in a liquid form. Wish I could do something interesting with that right now, but that's all I can ever do anything with right now. There's nothing else to work with in that regard. 200 milliliters, and that's it. We can now assemble another carton of nails. These pickaxes that we found at Mad Dan's Den may get purpose towards being weapons. We'll see. We're at that stage where we could use pickaxes as a weapon very effectively. And we could just turn our brain off. We don't have to think about sharpening because pickaxes don't have sharpness. It's great. I love it. But they're also pretty good. Like, you're not losing out on too much damage. The swing speed is a little lower. Otherwise, they're pretty much on par with regular axes. That's it for materials. Shit. I'm gonna put all these handles in with gardening. Much better. Alright, we have gotten this step fan emptied out completely. And as counterintuitive as this might sound, we're actually going to be loading it right back up. But what it's going to be loaded with is very different from what was already in it. A huge chunk of what was already in it is just going to be staying here. But, some stuff of what we've been putting away here is going to be coming back with us. Some of it's not. I'm mean, honestly, that whole collection of steel sheets that's on the passenger seat, I can stay right there. Because, yeah, steel sheets, we're not exactly running a dearth of them, but I want them back at base. Or M16 in the hunting shop. Nice. That's, well, 30 to 50 wild boars. It's literally the meme. So we could pack a couple of cartons here. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Okay, so as fate would have it, it actually is more or less worth it to bring the step van home in its current state if we load up the rest of the encumbrance in it with some welding essentials and then some paint or something like that. Then we can take it home full trunk, clean conscience, and empty it out and come back with it. Because Guns Unlimited is going to have a lot of stuff. So I think that's going to be how we proceed. Honestly, I was very interested in doing a load of laundry, but that's not a very good idea unless I can keep myself very warm. All I have is a pair of coveralls. We don't have a good full set of stuff. So if you're trying to get yourself washed up and it's the dead winter, one thing you can do is do it in chunks. And just make sure you've got your warmest stuff on already, which I already do. Is there somebody over here? On the other side of the river, maybe? I do hear noise. Yeah, there's somebody over on the other side of the river here. Oh, here, right here. A vagrant. Works for me. You basically do that in shifts. Take a break from it when we get cold. Alright, so these 2 garbage bags of paint can go back to Riverside because I don't have a lot of those colors. But everything else I should have plenty of back at Riverside. So these 4 stay here. In fact, because I feel like it, labels. Alright, birds are in the birdhouse. Birdhouse close. I'll replace the bunk bed downstairs finally. Not my favorite site. You know, I'm gonna swap. I'm gonna swap. We'll put the bunk bed outside and the regular bed inside. We should not need to be sitting around outside anymore. Alright, pillow's still in place. Ready to sleep whenever the time comes. For now, we are going to finish what we started with the cleanup here. If I sprint, that'll get some body heat going. Buy me a little more time. Alright, so my current sword is in pretty good shape, and we've got another on standby. Got a performance tire for heavy duty here. Couple of performance tires for sports cars. I'm going to want to get these slabs of rabbit meat into something here. We're going to make a couple more soups. I will resume that after we sleep here, because it is 2300. Perfect timing. So most of these are in the mid-30s. That one got all the way up to 45. That'll take a minute to cook up. In the meantime, we've got a few things we could carve. So one of those came out to be 60, the rest are 45s. I guess I need a crafting surface. Just about carving level 6, actually. One more of those, and we're there. Okay, so carving level 6, we can now read the next book, but we don't have it with us. And that's okay, because we're going in the direction of main base soon here. That's just something we'll pick up while we're there. Pickaxes can go into the truck. And books that I've already finished can come out of the truck. Napping 5 is something I found while we're out here, but I won't be able to use that. That is just something that I found that needs to be brought home to the library. So we're going back to base. We're doing some library swappings. Taking the Holstein cow with the animal trailer, and taking everything that's currently in the butcher truck. Plus, there's like room for 20 more. What is worth bringing over here, I wonder? Engine parts. Heavy-duty performance stuff. Yeah. Actually, literally anything heavy-duty is worth bringing home. Alright, go to sleep. What is the level I stop crafting random quality? I don't know. It's going to depend on the recipe. I know that it's going to be like... What's going on here? She's just not sleeping. Let's try that again. There we go. No idea what happened there. But I do want to say it's like probably whatever the requirement level is. So like it's level 3 to get large handles. It's probably level 3 plus, I don't know, 3. So maybe 6. Maybe we'll get large handles good now. If I had a plank, I could find out. But we don't currently have planks. So at some point, we will check and see. That's the sound of a lady who realized that she had been making subpar handles. Don't let it creep up on you, kids. I don't have any pressing need for a performance sports car tire, but that is probably into my interest someday. Just because we don't currently have any race cars doesn't mean that we won't. With vehicle towing being as destroyed as it currently is, I literally would never want to use a race car. Like, the one niche that it had was that it was really good at towing. That niche is gone. So race cars are just basically fun little memes. That's basically all they are. You can get fast from A to B, but you can't carry anything. Kind of defeats a lot of the purpose of vehicles. They have literally some of the smallest trunks in Project Zomboid. Cannot even fit a full military backpack into it. Even a Corvette can do better than that. So we can fit another, what is this, 10 back here? Something like that. Welding rods. I will leave like one stack behind for now. Otherwise, yeah. It is okay to leave behind some. Now we're at a bit of a dearth of wire back at base, so 3 stacks wire coming with me. Everything else we've got lots of. Scrap metal I'm splitting in half. Also, these red lights can come with me. Okay, looking good. Just about everything else is not something we need lots of right now. I really don't need to be min-maxing. I know it's a trip back and forth, but it's not like, you know, world-stopping. Look at that, she's already in position. Bless her heart, she knows. Fast knows. I don't even need to. Okay, that's awesome. I love this. She knows that she's the one. She's the chosen one. About the chickens. Yeah, alright, twist my arm, why don't you? I'm not going to take all of them home, I'm going to take the rooster. Actually, I'll keep the rooster here for now. I'm just going to take 2 leghorns, 2 roads. Oh, you know what? I'm going to leave the rooster here to fertilize hens as time progresses while we're here. But then I'll leave it here permanently along with a hen or something so that I have backup chickens in case anything happens to mine. But also, we've got a male chick here. So we take that with us. Because then it will grow up and eventually we'll have a breeding set back at Riverside. One of these leghorns is the thing's mother anyway. Yes, okay, that's the mama hen is in there with baby chick. Gusto. I do want this jerry can, but the gas in it, I don't really need that as much. We're going to put that into the truck. Jerry can carry 20 fuel, as opposed to just 10. So its dry weight actually does make up for some parts of it. We're running a bit of a tight ship on our freezers back at base. So it's okay to leave the eggs, the cartons of eggs in the freezers out in the fields. I don't know if you guys saw that. It sank for a second there. That doesn't bode well. So when we get back to base, what's going to happen is the Friendly Butchers here has got a lot of loose ammo that is really close to being a full stack. What we're going to be doing with that is combining it with the loose stacks that are in the other vehicles. So back at base, we've got a loose ammo carrier already. A lot of almost full stacks in there too. So just going to consolidate all that. At that point, we should have a lot fewer loose ammo boxes. Generally speaking, I like to keep those with me so that I can pack, you know, when I'm looting gun resources, I can pack cartons together as I see them. But honestly, that doesn't save us that much space. It really doesn't. It's 2 boxes, basically. So if you have a carton and then 10 boxes of something, the carton and the 10 boxes weigh is the same. So you're really only saving 2 boxes of whatever it is you're packing together. Now I do have a little bit of room in the in my main backpack. What I'm going to do is, as we drive past where the camping store is, a little bit of loot on the floor in there. I'm just flags, a couple things, easy stuff. We don't have enough for like a full complement of anything, and that's fine. Geez, 9 hours already. Okay. I don't have any upper limits today. Today is a free day for me for the most part. When I get back, I will be stepping away briefly IRL, but then I will be good for another... I want to finish Guns Unlimited today. That's not even a question. We are finishing Guns Unlimited today. Now, I gotta be careful making declarations like that on one of my characters. I think this last happened on Annie. It was on Annie where I I went over the 12-hour limit on YouTube because I was just going nuts with finishing up Guns Unlimited specifically. This is why we always just put everything in a pile together if we aren't immediately prepared to take it with us. Then we pile it up and come back when we have a little bit of room to just scroll through and see if there's something we want, and if so, grab. Boom. Beautiful. This is like, yeah, that's like a little teeny bit of wire. This is 1/10 of the spool. Useless. If I had a welding torch right now, I would be very tempted, but that's okay. Rabats. I have no means of capture right now. Yeah, I'm really heavy. If I were to get out right now, carrying way too much stuff, wouldn't be able to run. More zombies on this road than I wanted to see. Haven't lost the road yet. The snow kind of camouflages it. Alrighty. Back into Riverside we go. Whew, that was not a good spot for some rando to be standing. Trees lining the roads on both sides. It's okay. We'll turtle our way back with extreme prejudice. But for the moment, since my hands are so full and I have animals with me, we don't want to be getting out right now. That was a very broken moo. Home sweet home to the Riverside Municipal Complex. Let's see how bad our generators got. They're still running. I don't hear them, and that's concerning, but I have the there we are. They're still running. That's good enough for me for the moment. So first we get the chickens out and put them all in the chicken coop with the others. Just straight up drop these performance tires right here with the rest of them. Oh shit, those are sports car tires. Oops. Well. Here is our second of 2 jerry cans, so now we can switch over to jerry cans for fuel refilling. Just gonna check in all of my books really quick here. Swap out for carving, and then I can put the backpack away. Hopefully they don't have any reason to go anywhere for just a moment. pull forward slightly. There we go. It's an ongoing art to make sure that I'm not too close to the door. Got a baby rabbit here. The baby rabbit is well fed and not thirsty. If it was not well fed, we have a feeding bottle here with mother's milk to feed it with. Now, the baby chick here is a male, so at some point it will grow up and make more chickens with all these hens. For now, they reside here as they are. Should have known that I don't actually have a lot of real estate to put flags up. I suppose I could start on the second floor walk, but otherwise let's get our new cow to her final destination here. I am admittedly a little bit paranoid about driving a sensitive vehicle like a step van down the pier, so I'm not going to. We'll leave the trailer there momentarily, take the step van inside, and I'm going to empty it, and go use the ranching truck for the next stage of this. I can't wait to find Anita dead, because if she was not feeding herself, then she may have starved by now. That was, I think, this is the current running theory, is that the 4 cows that died early on for my character, if anybody didn't catch my theory for that, I'm pretty sure they just didn't eat. And the only reason I suspect that is because the only other semental we have currently, the female semental, Anita, who was up here, I caught her not eating, so I hand-fed her. She's still alive now, so if there's anything wrong with her, then hand-feed her again, I guess. I mean, she is, we'll see. Bastet joins the cohort of Riverside. All in all, we probably have enough Holstein here that we could easily, very reliably, milk an entire 10-liter across the 2 of these ladies. And we'll churn this into 2 sticks of butter for the next time we need to gain weight. Beautiful. My Holstein cows are named after goddesses for a reason. Well, I can't pet them, so... There we go. Alright, Anita, are you still eating? Well fed, not thirsty. That's what I like to see. Wish I didn't even have to be slightly concerned about that, but, well, yeah. It's the game we're playing right now. That's the game I'm playing right now. I do have some people report to me that they also had cows die for apparently no reason. But until we can compare notes on what could have caused it. Theories were abound. Any of them are just as likely as the rest until we get some sort of official word. I have not had the willpower to start digging through the logs yet. Gloria, great news. What's going on? How are we doing? Oops, wrong way. Oh, if you meant great news on the cows, then absolutely. I am happy about that. Very happy. So we are taking the animal trailer back with us. If nothing else, I want to grab the Angus cow to come back with us. The Simmental bull can stay. I have no space for another Simmental bull, but I do. There's no limit to how many cows I can bring home right now. Not really. We've got enough food up there for forever. But seeing as it's one cow per trip, these are the things I must be cognizant of. We're almost done with the random trees. Almost. Now, I want to churn 2 sticks of butter using the 10 liters of milk in this can. But if I start doing it, it'll use the milk from my backpack. But the backpack's on the floor, so never mind. Actually, that being said, we've run into floating point math errors with this. So what I'm going to do is take 1 cup. Leave it on the floor over here. So in case we run into any floating point math errors where somehow this 10 liters is not good enough. It's this time we won. Beautiful. 2 sticks of butter, and that'll be coming back with us because we might still need to gain weight while we're out in the field. Not sure. This gas can, since it's supposed to be for milking, can go into the rancher truck. Oh, that's right, I was going to do these flags upstairs outside. I even looked at the generators. I just saw that they were still running. Let's take a peek. Make sure they're not, like, on the cusp. Because otherwise I know I will go to sleep and then they'll burn out. Nah, they're not even half. Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, this one is going to be ahead of the other one. I think this one's going to be ahead of the other one. Ever so slightly. It's not that significant, but yeah. Let me just proceed with emptying out here. So we've got another book that I need to be getting out. We've got carving, animal care. I mean, we're in an awkward phase where if we just tank it out a little longer, we won't even need to read Volume 2 here. I'm going to anyway. But then we'll just take 3 with us. We're a long way from needing the next butchering book. We will not be able to level... I'm actually losing a little bit of steam here. Damn. Yeah, I woke up earlier today than I normally do. Even earlier. I already wake up at like 4:30. But this morning I woke up at about 3. And I just couldn't get back to sleep. Restless sleep for a moment. Because of that, I can feel myself tapering off a little bit. Know thyself. No need to challenge your limits. At least not in a game like this. That's how you die. Still don't have a lot of brakes at the moment because I can't actually extract them from vehicles without damaging them just yet. So what few and far between we have are just ones that I got lucky. Open attachments. It's nice to see my welding rod stash get replenished. We almost took ourselves broke there. Beautiful. All of the paint I've collected over here. We want not for paint except for green now. I think green is the only color that I don't have, and I'm really highly unlikely to use it, but it you know, we happen to see some, and we have literally nothing else. taking a couple of roasting pans back with me because I can make as many as I want while we're here. Okay, everything else that is in the friendly butchers here is either the steel sheets on the passenger seat or the ammo in the trunk. And the ammo in the trunk is going to get united with the ammo in the trunk of the other step van that is carrying all of our loose stuff. Backing up, backing up, backing up. We do some trunk-to-trunk action here. And you have to pay extra for that usually. And all we gotta do is click pack box into carton. And she'll take what she needs from both of them. Pack and stuff until it is over. So that's almost a carton of everything there. What we're doing next is we're going to take all these cartons out of the loose ammo van here, because they don't belong in here as much as they do over in the... One of these two black step vans is not 100% full yet. That would be this one. Yeah, chat is pretty quiet today. It is a Friday night. I actually generally feel Friday nights are actually some of my weakest performances in terms of just usual viewership. I mean, if I look at my dashboard, it does actually show me when most of my viewers, both subscribers and just people who watch my stuff, are actually on YouTube. And I want to say that Fridays are pretty quiet. Doesn't mean I'm going to change anything about my schedule. It wasn't on this one. Analytics? Yeah. Yeah, analytics. Under audience. Here we are. Little. Look at that auspicious little empty gap in the middle of Friday afternoon, and then as we get to like 6 or 7 p.m., it just gets darker and darker shade. So actually more than other weeks, according to this, but that tapers off after 4 p.m. basically. 4 p.m. Eastern, and it's currently almost 6 p.m. Eastern. And it's at 7 p.m. that it turns very dark, which means most people are off doing other things. It's actually surprisingly even. Yeah. And this is just rolling for the past 28 days. I don't get historical data on this. I do not know exactly how long this goes before it considers somebody new versus casual versus regular. It does make sense that all of my numbers are going to look really good because, of course, this is when we started. That's when B42 Stable came out. Massive, massive spike in regular viewership because of 42 Stable. So that is actually throwing off all of my numbers. I can't really make good sense of them at the moment. But, long story short, that is when chat tends to get quiet when there's not as many people around. We've got 2 books, Animal Care 3 is after that, and then Carving. Okay, that's what we'll be reading tonight is Carving. Now, if I had found another step van of any sort down at our destination, then I would probably use a different vehicle to get back, but I didn't. So we're going to use Friendly Butchers to get back. I think that's going to be the overnight task. Yes. I've got about an hour and a half before it's official bedtime here. We're going to read through that. But then, as an overnight task, we'll commute back. Because I would like to end things for today at Echo Creek, so we can get started tomorrow, bright and early, with a little bit of cleanup at Echo Creek to get warmed up. And then we're going to punch into those survivor houses and take Guns Unlimited. We'll have the full day to work on it tomorrow. But give me just a moment. I will be right back. And then we will proceed with that part of the operation here. Be right back, folks. Podcast mode. Yep. No. Still about 30% of my viewers are on YouTube TV during the week, especially. And that means the YouTube TV app doesn't even have a chat function to it. So shout out to those folks as well. Be right back. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. A little bit late for bed here, but we are hitting the sack now. On our way out. Okay, so I was going to say that we're going to take the journey as an overnight trip. I want to be able to kill zombies on the way. So we're not doing that. What I'm going to do instead is... these 2 garbage bags are empty. Hang on. Just messing with my brain here. What I want to do instead is go milk both my Holsteins again. And the reason for that is we're not going to have a Holstein at our destination anymore, so we won't be able to just go out there and get fresh milk whenever we want. So taking a couple of large containers with us is going to be prurient to my interests here. Where is... Did we have a dispenser left? We have an amphora. I'm not going to do an amphora of milk. That would be overkill. The base weight of the amphora is just a little too high. To this day, I don't know if you could accidentally fall through that, and I'm not going to challenge it. Okay. I don't know if we have a dispenser base, but I will take the dispenser bottle that we have here. We'll use that. Fill that up with milk. That would be more than enough. Yeah, I mean, honestly, y'all have been, hanging around for somewhere around 10 hours now. Have you guys seen me touch my phone once? I love this thing. It works great, but I have literally 0.0 need for it 90% of the time. And when I'm in public, that's actually that's my zen moment away from screens. As somebody who enjoys spending a lot of his life in front of a screen, I have also learned the value of just, staying away from it, enjoying the world without it. I feel like that is something that more people should do. Even if you're in a situation where, your day job and your hobbies all have you in front of a screen. Nothing wrong with that, but it just means that time away is going to be even more valuable to you. I'm taking a vehicle kit here into this step van, because this step van is kind of just going to be one of our go-tos for the moment. We never even put anything into the glove here. I guess while we're just right here, let's see if it needs any new tires. I mean, honestly, this thing is great. Literally just one of the tires, and holy shit. Okay, so I never even looked at this. It's only striking me now that I looked at the trunk, I saw that it was perfect, and I was like, I don't really care about anything else. I wanted this thing. But I mean, really, with the exception of the gas tank, which is small, that's a little weak. Tires are all performance, perfect. Brakes, all performance, perfect, except for that one. Sus, all performance, perfect. This is literally one of the best step vans I've seen on the map. And I didn't even know it was until I just now looked at it. It's so good that the only thing I could do to make it better would be to swap this rear right here. So I'm going to do that real quick. I've got this lot full of tires. Why not use one of them? What else am I collecting them for at this point? Now, the engine quality is not the best on the lot. I do have step vans with slightly higher than 64. That's okay. That is actually literally fine. Couldn't pay me to worry about something that small when all the rest of the parts that I can't even replace yet are that good. This is probably the longest I've gone without just locking in and leveling mechanics all the way up. I have all the books. I'm just dragging my feet because most of my best vehicles already had good undercarriage, so I haven't been forced to level yet. But we're just coming down here to milk 15 liters out of the ladies here on our way out. I sure hope that what's his face? Abrego there is not getting upset at me. He's going to have to get used to being surrounded by ladies. I'm just going to do half and half here. Half from Athena. 7.5 liters. Oh, she's already empty. Okay, then. Well. Hello. Estet. Milk. There we go. Okay, we emptied them out, and we still don't have a full 15 liters. But that's where Anita can finish us off. Now, whenever you're milking a cow, you're getting experience over time in animal care, which is one of the reasons that I felt like it's silly to just bother reading the book when I'm already 3/4 of the way through level 4. Be wary about cows getting stuck in fences. I had a calf die because it got stuck in a fence once. It was technically outside of the zone. Puke green classy cleaver. Ew. Yeah, well. You know, I remember looking at the generators. I don't remember actually filling them up, so I'm going to do that real quick before we leave. But then we're going to fight our way back to the destination. We're going to fight our way back to Echo Creek. And then that's where we call it today. Whenever we get back, we'll call the stream there. Because I don't quite think I have enough life left in me to do the full entirety of Guns Unlimited, but like effectively, right? I know I could get started. The thing is, I would start. Oh, hey, our hemp and hops died. It was December, boys. Okay, we've learned something very important here. It is still 100% impossible, but it's because of December. Because they were all fine until just now, but I already see one of them. They look sickly green, but also the one of them's just fucking like destroyed. Yeah, they're all fucking dead because they've been broken for all of B42. They've never once successfully grown for me, and that has continued. So just for the memes, we planted them again. We got to watch them fucking die again. This will be the 4th character in a row now. I'm not even mad. I just wanted to make sure that it still happens, which it does. It still happens. It doesn't make it past. I didn't know that December was the magic month, but it is. Because they were perfectly fine. I was checking them periodically, like every couple weeks. And they were perfectly fine up till the beginning of December. But we spent most of the beginning of December away in Echo Creek so far, so we actually did not get to notice this until now. But, yeah. Anybody who wants to say that they're feeling stable, just don't plant any hemp or hops, because it will, it'll dispel some of your notions. All the other winter crops are fine. Literally fine. There is nothing wrong with the barley, the Okay, I don't know what happened here. There's no fucking zombies back here. This literally shouldn't have happened. So I got nothing on this one particular flax. Everything else is looking great. Now, if it was a disease, it would have spread. So if it was, you know, if it got mildew or some shit. I've never once seen a crop actually die of mildew, but let's say it happened. I feel like there's a 0.0% chance it would not have spread to one of its neighbors before killing the crop. That's literally not how diseases work. They have to spread before they kill their host, even the worst of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't exist. Oh well. I suppose attrition is not unexpected. There is still a thing that, as far as I know, I think it is still possible that you just randomly get cursed crops. I know that cursed is a mechanic that happens if you plant them in the wrong growing season. I know that happens. Cursed just means they have lower top HP. But, I'm taking that copy of glassmaking with me. Don't think you'll ever reach this far in Project Zomboid, not patient enough. That's perfectly reasonable. This game it's a very specific type of taste to play it on default settings to get this far. Takes a lot of time. Takes a lot of time, and you have to enjoy the loop. Both of them. There's two loops. One of them is logistics, the other is combat. I enjoy both tremendously. Didn't get a lot of combat done today's stream, but yeah, there's ebbs and flows. Tomorrow's going to be very combat heavy because we're going to be hitting guns unlimited. And speaking of which, I do not currently have any spare pipes. If I did, we'd be taking pipes so that we could do some pipe bombing. But that's okay. We will get more pipes. I'm at a dearth of sheets at our destination now that we've brought everything home. So I'm just going to take a couple with me, just in case we may need to effect repairs to something. Otherwise, we're out of here. The other generator was just topped up. This one is about to be topped up as well. I do wish we had better controls for certain things. The logistics side of this game would be a lot more tolerable for people who are less patient, if and only if the controls meant that you could accomplish critical tasks with many, many, many fewer clicks. But regrettably, that's not the game we're playing right now. It takes many clicks just to do the most simple things, and that's a big turnoff. That is a very big turnoff. Kind of lack the words for how big of a turnoff that could be for some people. Very reasonably so. To be entirely honest, I am somewhat afraid that if I get to a certain stage of my life, I'll never have time to play Zomboid again. That might be a bit of an exaggeration, because, you know, no matter how busy your life gets, there's always retirement. And if there isn't, well, you've done something wrong. I'm just double-checking this generator, because I'm 90% sure we checked it, but I might have gotten distracted by the crops. Yeah, we're good. Okay. We shouldn't need any loose ammo with us. I'm going to take this box of shotgun anyway, just because it's the only one over here. I can fit this whole thing with 38 Special in my container right now. Okay. And you know what? Because I have enough 9mm to do a full magazine, sure, I'll do that while I drive. Because I just read the reloading book. .34 9mm magazines just chilling here. Now, this would be the time where, you know, the music died, so I would be fixing it, but, no. We have one task left today. I'm not closing and reopening the game just to finish one task. Let's get that knocked out and get out of here. Besides, it'll probably fix itself when we, come up on a few zombies on the road. What is the best loadout for each container items, like when using it during the expedition? So, each container items, do you mean like things that I take with me when we go to places? Or do you mean like sorting stuff after I get there? That's probably the most critical differentiation between what you mean there. Because like when it comes to stuff I bring with me, that is a constant conversation I'm having with myself. You know, the essentials. This vehicle, for example, we outfitted it with vehicle maintenance tools for most part, and then a crowbar. But that's because most of the rest of my critical tools that I don't have a lot of duplicates of, like a sledgehammer, for example, we got that in my heavy combat truck. Heavy combat truck is basically just one of everything, and then lots of combat-related ammo and replacement weapons. For example, we're working on swords, so I've got 2 backup swords on standby in there. 2 axes. Also now, recently, we found a couple of pickaxes. We'll switch to pickaxes at some point because they don't even have sharpness. After a certain point with pickaxes, you can just sit there and kind of go brain dead as you stab zombies with them. We're going to start seeing people in the road right after the gas station, I think. And that's when the cleanup begins. Talking about both. Well, my field kit, I'm quite proud of. This is one of the things that I just has almost a little bit of everything in it. Just gonna screenshot that real quick. Screenshot that for my own reference, and I'll upload it as well. Link it in chat here. Field kit as of 42.20.3. Now, of course, I hit the upload button, but Steam doesn't actually give me the link immediately. There we go. View on my profile. That works, I guess. Right? Steam is not good at sharing content. It really isn't. It needs to get better at that. But if I go to my content page and then copy that. That is something that I've put a lot of effort into putting together. All the critical first aid stuff to repair yourself from any horrific injury, with the exception of a splint. My heavy combat truck gets a splint left on its driver's seat, since there's not a lot of room for things in driver's seats. But yeah, if I break something, for example, which did happen to us on Danny, I just did a stupid and accidentally fractured her foot because of a stupid jump that I wasn't expecting. But unfortunately, I don't have a good reference for a vehicle kit right now. Passenger seat of my vehicle is generally where I'll put things like shovels and like a shovel, an e-tool specifically. E-tool is my favorite shovel. E-tool because you can put it on your belt as opposed to your back. But then also things like armor. I don't have any yet, but eventually on this character, we will get to a higher level tailoring, and I'll be able to make things like a coat of plates to give myself really good chest protection for when we go into close quarters combat only. For example, right now, outdoors, I don't feel the need to deal with the stress of wearing heavy armor. Not worth it. Not worth it in the slightest. Makes it harder to carry stuff, and slows me down. Slows down my swings, everything. But when I'm indoors, there are certain situations where I'm going to have to go indoors, and having heavy armor on to bump all these numbers up here under the protection window. That's the kind of thing I keep on my passenger seat, right alongside the sledgehammer and other tools that I don't always use, but sometimes do. Club hammer, mason's chisel, if I need to do some masonry in the field. Improvised weapon crafting. I mean, what about the military backpack? Usually I try to keep it clear. I try to. Right now, the backpack itself is, I wear it, and then I have a second one inside of it and then some garbage bags. The number of garbage bags is just constantly in flux, because in a perfect world I won't have too many. I haven't really identified exactly what too many is. I just know that it is possible to have too many. That recently happened to me when I was like, had like 30 garbage bags in my backpack. I'm like, okay, what am I even doing? No spare respiratory filter unless I'm in Louisville. If I'm in Louisville, then, but I mean, like, not in the Alice kit, because honestly, spare respirator filters for me are kind of classified as heavy armor. I will have the mask itself on the passenger seat, and usually, probably, if I'm in Louisville again, I'll have the spare filters on the driver's seat. How do I love a tailoring? Flax. Plant flax in September. Hang on, double checking. It's not October, is it? No, October's the last month. Plant flax in... Where's the F's? You can tell I'm kind of falling apart here. C, D, E, F, flax. Best month, September. So plant flax in September. Plant... I do 30. That's overkill. That is definitively overkill. But if you do 20 flax or something like that, you will probably have enough to level up tailoring to 10, doing pretty much whatever you want. You'll just have that much cloth and thread to work with. After that, you really just need, some simple tools, needles, and it's going to be an ongoing conversation with what is the best thing to make. Just open the crafting menu, go to tailoring, and look at the clothing. Scroll past all these fucking tarp and garbage. I don't know whose fucking idea it was to dress yourself up in garbage bags. I like to do neck guards early on with rag strips. I recommend do not piss away your leather strips on anything early on, because even late game you'll need leather strips for things after you level all the way to 10. Hide stuff it's going to be dependent on how many animals you have to work with. I usually run a pretty tight ship on those, so no. But stuff like this right here, dresses, like knee-length dress, I can use fabric rolls for that. And after harvesting flax, which is something we'll do about a month from now, after harvesting flax, I will have more thread than I'll ever know what to do with. And thread, you take it to the loom, you can turn it into fabric rolls. So basically flax equals thread equals fabric rolls equals anything that requires thread and fabric rolls. So that's basically anything that is a clothing item specifically. And those come in at different levels. So you can do a... Where is it? Something like... Basically, I guess the short answer is focus more on clothing than armor. Because armor, the material cost, very rarely seems to match up with the experience gain. But clothing, you can get so much cloth that it's no problem at all. Now, I've also heard from people recently that some of the new tailor shops on the map will get you tons of bolts of cloth. That's possibly good, but bolts of cloth are really heavy. We're talking 10 encumbrance each. So if you're willing to do a trip back and forth to a tailoring shop somewhere on the map, like there's one out in Irvington, I can think of one in Brandenburg, and a couple in Louisville. All of them probably have tons of bolts of cloth. You can probably bring home like 20 of them in a step van. Or you can just grow an entire field of flax and make way more than 20 of them on your own. Make of that what you will. I'm personally a lot more interested in not having to do several back and forth trips with nothing but one item. That's if I'm going to go back and forth, it's because I'm carrying lots of stuff. $42 rolls in Riverside. Now, I have not yet checked the tailoring store in Riverside, so maybe, just maybe, a huge chunk of the flax that I planted is not going to be necessary. because I'm already in Riverside, so I don't have to go far. So that is something that I have yet to find out on my own. That'll be interesting to see. Really? Now that is wild. That's just a massively different play style right there. I cannot think about when I would need a filter outside of Louisville. There's just so much room to not get sick and just relocate and stay away from the stench. I assume you might be playing on higher pop settings, but I have no idea. Because that is one of the only situations I could think of where there would be such a bad corpse stench that I'm constantly needing more. Because again, if you just put on a bandana on your face, that cuts the sickness buildup in like almost half. Not quite half, but it cuts it down tremendously. So if you've got a lot of corpses around you, just bandana up, and you're already doing a huge job at cutting it down without using a finite resource. Also, the discomfort and the insulation problems inherent to the filter makes me, or the half mask rather. I really want to avoid it wherever possible, even in Louisville. Like in Louisville, half of the reason I'll do pipe bombings is just so that I can avoid the problems of having to get sick from dealing with corpses all the time. I mean, there, yeah. That's one way to do it. You don't have to put them all in the same corpse, just all in the same pile, rather. Honestly, if corpses lasted longer after killing them, if it took longer than just 2 weeks, in real life it takes way longer than 2 weeks for somebody to fully desiccate to a skeleton. If that was the case in real life, we would probably wouldn't have had the Black Death, but no. Corpses are very hard to deal with in real life. You can't just leave them by the side of the road unless you want huge swarms of roving swarms of flies all over the place and whatnot, with diseases of all sorts that will come up. They'll follow you, right? If you just leave corpses everywhere and the flies can actually get fat on them, they release out into the environment and spread diseases, and they will eventually catch up to you if you're the only other human in the area. Yeah, be advised. Don't just create a huge material thing that insects that very easily multiply can eat off of. There'd be a lot more corpse burning in real life. One of the lines in World War Z that I found quite compelling was that during the first couple of months of the Great Panic, after the nuclear exchange between Iran and Pakistan, yeah, that by the way, that is that was a thing that happened in that book. A little different in real life today because, of course, they're closer than ever now, thanks to the situation. But aside from that nuclear exchange, there was also about 2% of the whatchamacallits, soot in the atmosphere, particulates, were like human ash. It's friggin' wild. But I would believe it. Yeah, stench from Zeds that haven't stopped moving, that is, that's going to be something very difficult to deal with. All the same rules, it's just, it's in your face a lot more. So at this point, even if I wanted to do another day, we would not be able to finish Guns Unlimited. So regrettably, today has been largely logistics and getting in position, but we've done some good things here. And we are now returning to Echo Creek. That's where we'll call it today. If I'm lucky, by the time we're done with Echo Creek completely, we'll have no Zeds on the road. If I'm lucky. Okay, was that... Okay, we're good, we're good. I stopped so quickly that I bottomed out a little bit. I have seen it before where if you bottom out, it can be trunk damage. That time it was probably hood. shout out to all of my viewers who catch stuff after the fact. Appreciate you folks. I think there's about 200 or so, based on my statistics that change after each video, right? After each live stream goes live, the view count tends to go up by somewhere in the 200s. Sometimes, admittedly. And I apologize if anybody happens to catch this and you're one of them. I know for a fact that some people don't notice that it's not still live anymore, but they see the title and like, oh, it's live. That's actually one of the reasons I've stopped using the word live, like the word itself, even though it was live streamed. But yeah, no, I don't use the word live in my titles anymore, just to mitigate one tiny bit of confusion. So we won't need friendly butchers again until we are ready to start packing up. I assume that we're going to be going back and forth from Guns Unlimited with the truck mostly. But we'll see. Because I know we won't be able to get everything in one go. Never have been able to. Even when we could tow. Alright, so I can feel the game client getting sluggish. It's not just me. But we've done good things here today. So the box of 12 gauge and the loaded M9 mag, those go into the truck here. Some loose 38 special until we're ready to refill the bandolier. We have SIP. Now, because we don't have any milk producing cows, or, you know, we have an Angus cow. She can produce, like, I don't know, 1 or 2 cups. That's the sound of a lady who thought her Angus cow would keep her alive. No. Angus cows are only good very, very, very long term as they breed an entire cohort. Before then, not really. A little bit of welding stuff in here. The rope belongs to the trailer. Okay, looking good. Very well cleaned up. Normally, I would just go ahead and call it here. However, I'm going to go ahead and read through carving through tonight and until tomorrow morning. I like to end my streams on morning notes. So that's what we're going to do for the rest of the session now. We'll just have her chill and have a bit of a reading sesh with carving. We've got a few other books to read to pass the time, but carving is the most relevant. Because we read through that, we can start carving things, possibly getting some good handles now. I don't know if we're good to the point where we can make perfect handles yet. That was a question that I'm not sure of. We got a 45 soup, so we can wait till we're super hungry for that. I think today is our 4-month anniversary, 5-month anniversary today. So the UI is going to tell us it's 5 months and 3 days. That's because the UI doesn't understand that some months had 31 days. So if you assume every month has 30 days, then the UI tells us we've survived 5 months, 3 days. But I personally like to remember that 30 days had September, April, June, and November. Otherwise, I will forget IRL. This is probably going to come out right on time. Now, when it comes to the closing of the closing this thing, I'll do it while I'm in the area, and never more than that. If I'm not in the area, then I don't care. But if I'm in the area, I'll do it before I go to bed. Sure, why not? Easy peasy. Now that just behooves me that, of course, I'm going to want to remember to open it back up before I close out today's stream. So after we finish reading overnights, go to sleep for the second time, open the thing before we leave. I will forget it at the start of next stream if I don't. I don't know why I went all the way over here. We've got a perfectly good sink already made. This might be right on the dot. Hell yeah. I love when this happens. This is just a pure accident, but 5 a.m. That's the second bedtime we finished the book. I did not plan that. If I could plan that, I'd be a different person. No, I do a lot of winging here. Despite the appearance of meticulousness. No. There's plenty of winging going on here. Sometimes shit just works. So she sleep, she wake up, and she open the chicken coop, and then she good to go. All right, we are out of here for today. Shall have our girl bid farewell. Screenshot for next time here. Always take screenshots of your bases. Even though we're playing stable now, I don't feel very stable, so I'm going to screenshot my bases anyway. Give me some cows in my screenshot. There we go. A little bit of snowfall. Not quite enough to cause problems, but enough to make it look pretty. All right. I'm out of here, folks. I'll catch you guys bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard. See you guys then. Peace out. Have a good one.